Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Chapter 51. Late that night. It was more like early morning. Zhang Guangchul, Wusong, and Hong Subum sat down together. Wusong first explained what he had completed so far. He showed the MQTT prototype. He even had a PPT prepared for them. He also had a similarly detailed presentation on the algorithm trading system. Zhang Guangchul assured Wusong would welcome Hong Subum to learn about the trading system, so he explained everything to both men. There was still much more work to do. Wusong was about 50 done. However, Zhang Guangchul didn't care about it. Hong Subum listened with obvious interest. After Wusong finished, he asked a question. You still have much left to do. You need to figure out how to deal with message transmission failure. You also need to test different situations. Yes, as I said earlier, only about 50 of the work is done so far. But it was still interesting. After you're done, I can see Coconut will be perfect. The best part is that it won't be only for Coconut, but could also be used for IoT Internet of Things. Its potential use will be endless. That's true. I am jealous you get to work on such a versatile program. Wusong, flattered at Hong Subum's compliment, smiled like a little child. Haha, thank you. Suddenly, Zhang Guangchul became impatient. Now that we are done talking about the app, we need to discuss the smartphone business. Wusong began by comparing the iPhone and the Android. He listed the pros and cons of each. He provided the detailed information as if he created these phones himself. Hong Subum asked in disbelief. How could you know so much about these phones? They haven't even been released yet. Why would anyone need to use it to know about the product? The internet is filled with an infinite amount of information. I agree you can learn about the iPhone since it has been released in the US, but Android is still only at an early development stage. I don't understand how you could know so much about it. Android 1.0 Apple Pie version was to be released in September 2008. In Wusong's previous life, the world's first Android phone GI was released in Taiwan in October 2008. The problem was these things haven't happened yet in this life. It was no wonder Hong Subum couldn't believe Wusong. It's an educated guess on my part. Information on iPhone tells me what Android must be like. Wusong took a sip of water and continued. To me, it seems very obvious and common sense. Zhang Guangchul couldn't take all this technical talk. So, are we going to do it or not? He asked impatiently. Hong Subum didn't answer. He was someone Wusong admired and respected. His opinion mattered to both Wusong and Zhang Guangchul. There are so many risks. Android is only at its beginning stage. There are so many unknowns. If we use it, then we will become dependent on Google. What about things like CPU and memory? They will have to be from Dayang, but will they provide them to us? Hong Subum. He was a talented developer and a successful future businessman. He was the best Wusong has ever met. So for Hong Subum to disagree with this business idea was a concern. Let's say we did make a product. What happens then? In Korea, cell phones are sold only through the cell phone carriers. Will they accept our product? Zhang Guangchul looked disappointed. But you said... I said I'll think about it. Wusong looked at Hong Subum and started to doubt himself. Is this not possible then? Wusong shook his head quickly. He was certain he could make this work. Just like Chinese company Xiaomi or drone company DJI, late starters could still succeed in a saturated market. Hong Subum shook his head and said to Zhang Guangchul, as you know, you shouldn't do business with your heart. When you buy or sell stocks, you use your instinct, right? He then turned to Wusong, who replied slowly. Let me tell you a story. There was an average developer. As soon as he started his job, he realized how incompetent he was. He was reprimanded all the time at work, so he had to study very hard just to make it. Studying was not his thing. He barely graduated. He hated to study, but he had to do it. Wusong looked out the dark window. He had to do it to survive. It was early in the morning, and so it was dark outside. Then, something amazing happened. He started to get better at his job. He realized he can do it. The sun started to rise. Woo-sung continued as he stared at the dazzling sunrise. Desperation was the key. If he worked like his life depended on it, then he realized he could accomplish anything. It started to get lighter outside. Woo-sung turned to Hong Subum. There is nothing he couldn't do. I agree with you that you shouldn't do business with your heart. You do it with your life. The sun shined behind Woo-sung. To Hong Subum and Jang Guangchul, it looked like a halo around Woo-sung. Woo-sung said to them, "I will bet my life on this project." Hong Subum and Jang Guangchul stared in awe. After a few minutes, Hong Subum finally replied, "Do you remember when we first met, you told me how I was going to become very successful?" Woo-sung nodded. Hong Subum said to him confidently, "Right back at you." Jang Guangchul laughed happily. Jang Guangchul nicknamed this group the Three Musketeers. He decided that Woo-sung was the leader among them. "We weren't born on the same day, but we shall succeed together on the same day." Woo-sung smiled in embarrassment at Jang Guangchul's grand declaration. Hong Subum seemed like he felt the same way, but Jang Guangchul continued anyway. "Now we must chant together, the Three Musketeers." Woo-sung and Hong Subum were too self-conscious, but Jang Guangchul was insistent. He wanted all three of them to roar their nickname together. Woo-sung realized there was no way out. Jang Guangchul wasn't going to give up on it. After a few seconds of hesitation, all three raised their glasses and cheered. "Three Musketeers." After emptying their glasses, Jang Guangchul gave out a hearty laugh. "I am so excited. It's an honor to work with such heroes." "So now that you're free from your job, what's your plan?" Hong Subum asked Woo-sung. "I need to first finish the ongoing projects. Then I will need to go to the US for a while." "America." "I am planning to attend the Microsoft MVP Summit in June. It will take place in Seattle. I think I may be able to learn more about Google's Android there." This was the reason Woo-sung was giving, but he had other reasons as well. One of it was the financial crisis. There were a few things Woo-sung had to take care of to prepare for it. Hong Subum tilted his head and replied, "Well, I guess if the OS doesn't get released, we won't be able to even begin. There is no future for the Windows mobile system, and Apple won't reveal its iOS. So our two options so far are either wait for the release of the Android OS or make our own OS." Realistically, making an OS operating system was impossible. This meant their business depended on Google. Hong Subum knew this very well. "I guess all we can do is wait for its release." Jang Guangchul continued to drink as he chimed in, "Woo-sung, check your bank account. I just transferred you the rest of the money for the algorithm trading system." He also took out some paperwork and handed it to Woo-sung. "And this is the Coconut contract. As we agreed, you will be getting 15 of the Coconut App Company. Have a look. But I haven't finished the work yet. I have no doubt you'll get it done," Jang Guangchul continued. "And I thought that since you won't be getting a regular salary from now on, you might need the money." Woo-sung felt overwhelmed. He bowed as a reply. "Thank you so much." "Ha ha ha. Now you really like me the same way as a big brother, right?" Woo-sung replied honestly, "I already knew you are a generous man, but I can't help but be suspicious. I hope you know, though, that I do appreciate you." "Well, it's good that you are cautious. You'll make a good business partner." Time flew by as they chatted. Soon it became sunny outside and Hong Subum put down his glass. "It's time for me to go to work now." "No, stay!" Jang Guangchul tried to stop Hong Subum, but it was useless. "I need to get to work." "Well, I guess you're right." Woo-sung stood up as well. "I need to get going too." "Why?" "I have a lot to do. 2 projects, research on Android, and so on. I have no time to waste." Jang Guangchul emptied his glass. "Well, I guess I might as well get to work too." When Woo-sung left Jang Guangchul's house, the street was already busy with people on their way to work. Woo-sung yawned as he got into a cab. Chapter 52. The next day, after a deep sleep, Woo-sung woke up and checked his account balance. From Jiang Guangchul, $600,000. It was the right amount. Without the $50,000 being invested, Woo-sung's total balance was now about $680,000. It was an amount Woo-sung could never even dream of in his previous life. If he included his investment, it was over $700,000. It was a lot of money, but it was nothing compared to what Woo-sung would earn after the financial crisis. June. Woo-sung arrived at the Incheon International Airport. One great thing about programming was he could do it anywhere. All he needed was a laptop. This was the first time he traveled to the US. He felt his heart pound. He tried to calm as he waited. By the time I return, things will be different. Woo-sung was taking the economy class. He could afford to be on the business class, but he had to save as much money as possible to invest for now. $10 today could turn into $1,000 or even $5,000. Finally, an announcement was made. Those about to take Asiana 812-1 to Seattle, please move to Gate 42. Again, passengers of flight Asiana 812-1 to Seattle, please move to Gate 42. Woo-sung followed the instruction. Soon he was on the plane. After a long flight, he arrived in Seattle and went straight to the hotel prepared for him. The next day, he went to the conference building for the MVP Global Summit. After registering, he started attending various seminars. He had been studying English for a while, so Woo-sung didn't have much difficulty understanding. But one of the main reasons he came here wasn't to listen, but to find a talented developer as a partner. Woo-sung started to observe the other attendees. One of the seminars Woo-sung wanted to attend was on Windows Mobile. He wanted to meet people who were experts in this field. There was still some time left till this session, so Woo-sung sat down at a lounge area. There were other people nearby, and Woo-sung couldn't help but hear their conversation. What are you going to hear? Deep Dive ASP.NET. ASP.NET. It was Microsoft's web application framework to be released in the future. Soon, Java was to become the main language for the web. Woo-sung wanted to tell them what the future held, but he stopped himself. Did you hear? Microsoft is preparing cloud services. Really? Was the rumor true? It's called Azure. Woo-sung knew this service was going to be unsuccessful against Amazon. Again, he wanted to tell them what he knew, but obviously it was not possible. Instead, he murmured, I wish I could tell them. Suddenly, an Asian man approached Woo-sung. I wasn't sure if you're Korean, but you are. The man seemed happy to see another Korean. Woo-sung quickly glanced at his name tag. Go Sang-jun? Woo-sung tried to remember if he heard of this name in his previous life, but he couldn't. He was obviously not a famous developer like Hong Subum. Hello, my name is Woo-sung Kang. Haha, it's nice to see another Korean here. Go Sang-jun glanced at Woo-sung's name tag as well. Haha, nice to meet you too. I see that your expertise is in Visual Studio. It's an unusual field in Korea. The name tags included the field each MVP specialized in. Go Sang-jun's name tag stated Window Mobile. Haha, I think your field is even rarer. Window Mobile MVP? Wow. Could I get your business card? Of course. Go Sang-jun quickly handed Woo-sung a card. Daeang System. IM Business Headquarter Lab Manager. Go Sang-jun. Woo-sung's guess was right. If he was the Window Mobile MVP, it was very possible that this man was part of Daeang's upcoming new phone Amor development team. Woo-sung became excited. This could be the man he was looking for. This could be his chance. Could I also get your business card? Woo-sung handed him his card. It was the one Jiang Guangchul made for him as a gift. Freelancer. Woo-sung Kang. It also included his phone number and the email address, but nothing else. Go Sang-jun stared at the card. Wow, it's cool. I love how your name is in gold color. It was the same style as Jiang Guangchul's card. The name was written in real gold, and Woo-sung had 200 of it. Well, I hope so. It's written in 24K gold. Go Sang-jun was surprised. What? Haha, a friend made it for me as a gift. Wow, 24K. It must be really expensive. Are you sure it's okay for me to take one? Of course, I am really happy to meet another Korean here. Go Sang-jun became curious about Woo-sung, but there was no more time to ask questions. Seminars were about to begin. Woo-sung guessed Sang-jun probably planned on attending the one on Windows Mobile. Woo-sung stood up and asked, I was going to listen to the session on Windows Mobile. What about you? Great, me too. They started to walk together. Woo-sung smiled in satisfaction. Windows Mobile. By 2018, it was an unpopular OS compared to iOS and Android. The seminar didn't interest Woo-sung. Instead, he looked around to observe other people. He wanted to see if he could find any famous people. Go Sang-jun noticed this and asked Woo-sung, Do you see someone you know? I don't know. What? Woo-sung continued to look around, but found no one. I was hoping, but guess not. Do you see anyone you know, Sang-jun? Haha, it's my first time here, so no. I heard there will be a dinner party on the third night, so I was planning to make some friends then. Woo-sung gave it some considerable thought. He didn't know anyone here and the seminars were useless to him. He had to find another way. Instead of looking for that someone, he had to make people come to him. It was finally time for the QA. Woo-sung raised his hand and asked, I find the new functions on the upgraded version WM 6.1 very interesting. But how about the multi-touch function? Also, is there any plan for opening an app store like iPhone? The speaker replied using the microphone. Oh, we are still working on that. The new WM 6.1 focused more on improving the connectivity between Windows Mobile and PC. For example, it is now easier to use the Office. As soon as the speaker finished answering, Woo-sung took out the WM 6.1 PDA. Easier to use the Office? That's not true. Trying to work on Excel, PPT, or Word on such a small screen is impossible. Woo-sung continued quickly, as well. The new version didn't improve on performance. The touch function also became even slower. Woo-sung then took out the iPhone. He held it in his right hand and the PDA on his left hand. On the other hand, I find iPhone very sexy. Woo-sung brought the MS's competition to its own seminar and praised it. Everyone in the audience stared at Woo-sung in amazement. Chapter 53 LT Seattle, New York, and Silicon Valley GT. Woo-sung looked around to observe the audience. He checked not only their names and expertise but also their cell phones. Could everyone raise their phones? One by one they did. They were developers. As developers, they took technology with sheer seriousness. As expected, many were early adopters. More than half were using iPhones with iOS. Less than 10 were using PDAs with Windows Mobile. That's what I thought. Now, you can put down your phones. As all of you can see, iPhone is taking over the world. I believe that Windows Mobile needs to follow a similar outlook. Woo-sung continued in a flash. In the PC market, Apple can't win against Microsoft, but in the mobile industry, it's a different story. Woo-sung was no longer one of the audiences. People paid close attention to him as if he was the expert speaker. So far, Windows has provided great desktop service and products to many users, including myself. However, the world of cell phones is different, unfortunately. So how could this be fixed? I have thought about this for a long time. Woo-sung then chose to be dramatic. There is only one answer to this problem. He then dropped the PDA. After it hit the floor with a thud, Woo-sung continued, There is no way. Then he quoted Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. Hit refresh. Many murmured amongst themselves. Some frowned at Woo-sung. He now had everyone's attention. Now it was time to make him look likable. Many raised their hands. The actual seminar speaker seemed flustered at his loss of control over the audience. Woo-sung calmly pointed at one of the people. I will take your question. My name is Brian from Canada. I don't believe the number of users is proportional to the quality of the product. Don't you think you're being too extreme when you say to start from scratch? Then I will give you another good reason. Windows is too arrogant. What? Currently, Windows owns the personal computer industry. It is unbeatable. Many nodded. Woo-sung continued calmly, but it forgot about one important thing. MS thinks the same model that succeeded in the computer business will be effective in the cell phone world too. For example, it is focusing on how to make it easy for the Microsoft desktop services to be used on cell phones. This was true. MS concentrated on making desktop services usable on cell phones rather than making the phones themselves great. Woo-sung waved his iPhone to make sure people were paying attention. iPhone is different. It created something new, just like this. MS also needs to recognize that desktops are different than cell phones. Woo-sung didn't forget that this was a Microsoft convention. He knew he had to compliment MS at least a little bit. Just like MS was the first to create the window that was perfect for personal uses. Many nodded. Woo-sung continued carefully. MS needs to think differently. Don't try to put the desktop into the phone. Make the phone into something that can replace the desktop. This was the future. Woo-sung looked around. Now, I can answer the next question. Many again raised their hands. Woo-sung pointed at one person. What is your opinion on Google's Android project? It is amazing. When Google announced its plan for the Android platform, it chose Java. Why do you think that is? Woo-sung answered quickly. Someone from the crowd answered. There were probably many reasons, but I think the biggest reason was probably because it is the most common language used by the developers. Woo-sung asked the next question. And why would that be an important reason? Why is it crucial to use a language that is used by many developers? Apps? Exactly. Next month, Apple will open its App Store. Numerous developers will start making apps to upload. Why? Because it will be profitable. What do you think will happen next? The number of contents will increase. Apple's App Store was to open on July 11, 2008. The number of available apps was expected to increase rapidly. This will make iPhones even more popular. Contents. This will be what makes iPhone successful. As I said earlier, this small device will replace the desktops in the future. Woo-sung added. The room became silent. Many were fascinated by Woo-sung. Go Sang-joon looked at him in amazement. Who is this guy? Woo-sung's English was impeccable. His knowledge was even more impressive. Woo-sung looked around. I think I did it. Most were looking at him in curiosity. Many continued to raise their hands. Woo-sung sat down slowly and stated, I think I took up too much of the speaker's time. If anyone has any questions for me, please find me after the seminar. Finally, the speaker took the microphone. By the way, what's your name, sir? My name is Aaron Kang. Thank you. Well, I guess that's the end of this seminar. Many approached Woo-sung immediately. It was a while before Woo-sung could leave the conference room. By dinner time, Woo-sung had a handful of business cards. Apple, Google, Oracle, Microsoft, Sun Microsystems, which developed Java. Woo-sung had so many talented names to choose from. Now I need to figure out the best of the best. Good thing I met someone from Google too. I will be able to ask questions about the Android. Woo-sung and Go Sang-joon walked to the restaurant. Sang-joon was clearly fascinated by Woo-sung, which worked on Woo-sung's advantage. There were only about 100 Microsoft MVPs in Korea. This meant Go Sang-joon was a talented developer. He's most likely was a key developer in Daeyang's system. Go Sang-joon asked as soon as he had the chance. Are you sure your specialty is Visual Studio? It looked like you know mobile better than I do. It was a great compliment. Woo-sung shook his head and answered, No way. I have an interest in it, so I studied it a bit. You definitely know a lot about it. Are you by chance working on something that uses Android Beta SDK? I had a quick look at the codes, but no more. You are the one who is in the development field, so you must know much more about it. Well, that doesn't mean anything. I basically do what the company tells me to do. I heard Amor is to be released soon. It uses Windows Mobile, right? Daeyang must have more confidence in Windows than Android. Well, Windows is a proven OS. It will be released in Singapore at the end of June. Woo-sung already knew everything about it, but he still pretended to be ignorant. I'm excited about it. Don't be. I know as well as you do that Windows Mobile is not going to work. Oh. Gosh. I told them we need to make an Android phone, but they wouldn't listen. I see. What you said today was my exact thought. While they chatted, another Korean appeared. Sangjun, you should have told me you're coming. They seemed to know each other. Go Sangjun introduced the stranger to Woo-sung. This is Lee Youngin. We met at a Korean MVP meeting before. Oh, you're Korean too. Nice to meet you. My name is Lee Youngin. Nice to meet you too. My name is Woo-sung. Lee Youngin asked quickly. Did you hear, Sangjun? Someone badmouthed MS at the Windows Mobile seminar today? Go Sangjun laughed awkwardly. Oh? I heard that same developer said MS would fail. Woo-sung replied sneakily. It's all true. What? MS will really fail. Oh, haha, I see. Yoon Giwon. Jang Guangchul. Shin Semai. Hong Subum. Just like the way they looked at him, Go Sangjun had the same look of awe. Woo-sung knew he had him now. He stood up. Well, I'm tired. I should get going. Lee Youngin whispered to Go Sangjun. Who is he? It's that guy. What? I'm tired too. I need to get going. Go Sangjun finished the last bite of his dinner and followed Woo-sung quickly. Chapter 54, LT, Seattle, New York, and Silicon Valley end of Book 2 GT. When Woo-sung came out, he sat down on a bench and studied the people around as they walked through their destinations. Blondes. Brunettes. Straight hair. Curly hair. People from all over the world walked by. Woo-sung thought to himself in prideful snide. Look where I am now. He has been working non-stop for the last few months. He accomplished a lot so far, but he knew he will be even more successful in the future. Woo-sung tried to forget about his work for a while and enjoy the view. Nighttime at Seattle was beautiful. The most famous attraction in Seattle is the Space Needle. The view from there is amazing. Woo-sung turned around to find Go Sangjun. I see. You said you're a freelancer? Yes. Would you be interested in working at Dayang? Dayang. Ha ha ha. Woo-sung laughed. Go Sangjun took this as acceptance and continued enthusiastically. As you know, it is one of the best companies in our country. You would love working there. What is your yearly salary including the bonus? Woo-sung asked without a second thought. Go Sangjun looked surprised. When he hesitated to answer, Woo-sung saw this as an opportunity to strike back. If I offer you double of your current salary, would you be interested in leaving Dayang and join me? What? I can really use someone like you who has experiences in developing cell phones. I thought you said you're a freelancer, but you're telling me you want to hire me? I don't understand. I guess I didn't explain my situation very well. I am indeed a freelancer, but I am a freelancer who dabbles in many different businesses. Go. Sangjun looked confused. I don't involve in just one business, so I just call myself a freelancer. While Go Sangjun tried to understand, Woo-sung continued. I'm sorry, but I need to tell you that Amor will indeed be a failure. I realize Dayang is a huge corporation, so it will recover and make another product. Woo-sung emphasized the next sentence. But who will be blamed for its failures? Who will have to work as a slave for their next project? Dayang was known for its high salaries, but it wasn't for free. The average number of working hours at Dayang was higher than any other companies. Do I even have to explain? You must know this better than I do. Go, Sangjun murmured. But manufacturing a cell phone is more difficult than you can imagine. Is anything ever easy? Remember, Andy Rubin developed Android with only 8 people. My people and I are planning to follow a small tech company model like ARM and Qualcomm. We will create new technologies and get patents. The actual mass manufacturing will be outsourced to other companies like Foxconn. Woo-sung knew there was a distinct possibility that Blue S could fail, so he came up with a possible plan B just in case. He knew the technologies of the future. He planned to get patents for all of them. Even if the cell phone failed, the patents alone will generate sizable profits. Go Sangjun listened to Woo-sung and answered. Everyone wants to become the next ARM, but it is basically impossible. Do you really think your skills are better than them? Go Sangjun was still doubtful. Woo-sung replied quickly, I have the funds and the eyes for new successful technologies. Do you know that Andy Rubin's Android was rejected by other big companies before he contacted Google? An Android only needed 8 developers to make. Big companies have their advantages, but it doesn't mean they are the only ones who can come up with successful ideas. In fact, some companies, such as Daeang, have ignorant executives who often make stupid decisions. Go Sangjun stared at Woo-sung. He agreed with Woo-sung. Good ideas from the developers at his company were often ignored by the upper management who didn't know anything about programming. Join my team. With experiences like yours, we can offer you twice your current salary. We will, of course, have to discuss the contract in details later. How do you know what I can do? You are a manager, a Daeang System IM department. You have been selected as MSMVP. It is obvious you are a talented developer. Go Sangjun sighed. Woo-sung was correct. He was the main developer for the Windows Mobile OS. Woo-sung continued quickly. Will you disappear into the corporate world as a nameless developer? Or do you want to be recognized? You have my card. Call me if you're interested. Woo-sung stood up and left. Second day at the summit. Go Sangjun observed Woo-sung. He was definitely something different. He attended many seminars and conversed fluently with other developers. What impressed Go Sangjun the most was that Woo-sung also participated in one of the sessions. It was titled The Future of IoT. Woo-sung introduced himself on the stage. Hello everyone. My name is Aaron Kang. I'm from Korea. This session is a bit of a surprise. I suggested this seminar to Microsoft after I arrived here, so you won't find any information about it in your package. Woo-sung looked around and continued. I apologize for the lack of notice, but I guarantee you that it will be a useful session. Now let's begin. Woo-sung took out 4 PCB boards from his bag. I don't know if anyone knows what these are. This is open source hardware called Arduino. It is very similar to the Android. Arduino. It was an open source electronics prototyping platform that allowed users to create interactive electronic objects. Woo-sung placed the boards on the table and explained its different parts. The temperature sensors are connected to the LCD. First, I will get the temperature of Arduino to the first laptop. Then the temperature will be converted from the Celsius to Fahrenheit. This temperature will then be repeated in front of the Arduino's LCD. The temperature quickly appeared on the LCD screen. The camera now focused on the LCD and showed the numbers on the giant screen. A. Arduino 25OC77F. B. Arduino 24OC75.20F. They were the numbers on the LCDs of the 2 Arduinos placed side by side. No one could understand why Woo-sung was doing this demo. Some even yawned as if they were bored. Now, I will try the same thing on the second laptop using the MQTT protocol, which I developed myself. C. Arduino 24OC75.20. Arduino 25OC77F. They were similar results. You are probably all wondering by now why I'm doing this. What is he doing? Some laughed. Woo-sung continued with a smile. Haha. I will show you why right now. Please pay attention. Woo-sung clicked to open the window Task Manager. As you know, if you click here, you can see the CPU and the memory usage of the PC. Now, I'm going to make it think that 200 machines are connected. This is the #1 PC. Suddenly on the screen, the green bar soared to show the memory usage of 80. The audience started to become curious. Wow, high usage. Now I will do the same thing using the MQTT protocol on the second PC. This time, the green bar only rose to 10. It then slowly went down. The message was clear. Woo-sung continued. The future of IoT is bright. The problem will be controlling hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of machines. Will the current system be enough? No one answered. After a short pause, Woo-sung stated with the utmost care. I don't think so, which means this new protocol will be the solution. Now I will take your questions. Many raised their hands. Chapter 55, LT, Seattle, New York, and Silicon Valley GT. After 20 minutes of QA, the session finally ended. Woo-sung was surrounded by a crowd of people. Go Sang-jun tried to get closer to him. It's an amazing technology. How did you make it? I love it. Awesome. Woo-sung was showered with compliments. As a fellow Korean, Go Sang-jun felt proud. Thank you. I can't reveal it yet because it's not done. You're correct. It has a pub substructure. Woo-sung answered each question without hesitation. Even long after the end of the session, people approached him with more questions, compliments, and business cards. One in particular interested Woo-sung. It had embedded on it. The man who handed him the card introduced himself. Hello, my name is Jonathan Logan. I am an Arduino project committer. A reviewer was someone who could suggest an opinion on the open source projects. A contributor was someone who could suggest codes. And finally, a committer was an individual who could modify the source code of a particular piece of open source software. Committer was considered a key member of a project. Another great catch. This could be a useful person to Woo-sung. If you have time, I would love to talk to you about your seminar today. Woo-sung had some personal experiences with Arduino. In the past, he used it to install a camera outside his house as a security measure. He connected it to his smartphone, so he could monitor it. He told Logan about his experience. Wow, that's impressive. I can see that you have a great knowledge of it. I find it fascinating. And is that why you developed MQTT? That is actually for something else I'm working on. And would that something be IoT-related service? Perhaps in the future, but not right now. Logan's questions were endless. Woo-sung had his own questions to ask. So when he had a chance, he said quickly, if you are an Arduino project committer, are you also involved in the PCB layout design? Not by myself. I am one of many. Woo-sung lowered his voice and whispered, then would it be possible to use Qualcomm chip instead of Atmega? Atmega was the microcontroller chip used by Arduino. When Woo-sung asked about Qualcomm chip, he was implying that he meant to make a phone. Logan's eyes widened. What? Woo-sung knew Logan understood what he was suggesting. He handed Logan his business card. Arduino could become a cell phone too. If you're interested in learning more about it, please call me. When Woo-sung stood up, Logan stopped him. Wait. Woo-sung sat down and continued. Google is working on the Android. It will be released as an open source. Logan listened quietly. And Arduino is already on its way to the open source hardware platform. Logan swallowed audibly. I realize Arduino is different than cell phones. I don't plan on combining the two. Go Sang-jun, who was also sitting next to him, listened attentively. But they are heading in the same direction. Premium line will be manufactured directly. The mass production of the phone's layout will be produced by OEM. Foxconn would be a good example. Foxconn. It was a famous electronic industry company in Taiwan responsible for manufacturing iPhones. I need people with open minds and who aren't afraid to share their skills. Someone like you, Jonathan Logan. Logan inhaled deeply. It was obvious he was hooked. If you are interested in making this phone with me, please call me. Woo-sung stood up again and left. On their way to the hotel, Go Sang-jun complained. When you were sweet-talking me, you didn't draw such a big picture like that for me. Haha. Each person has his own interest, and I try to make my speech personal. For you, I talked about the cons of big corporations, because I could tell you were sick of working for the man. Go Sang-jun continued to pout despite Woo-sung's explanation. I forgot to ask you how old you are. I'm 26. Wusung tried to hide his smile as he changed the subject. What? I'm still a baby. Sang-jun couldn't hide his surprise. 26? Not 36? Yup. No way. And you are? 33. So you're older than me. Should I call you Big Brother then? Sang-jun still couldn't believe how young Wusung was. That would make you a brand new grad. Yet you are already a freelancer CEO, he murmured. The last day was a boring day for Wusung. He didn't meet anyone interesting, and none of the sessions were useful. It all changed during the dinner party. Famous musicians and DJs were invited. As Wusung listened to the loud music, he drank champagne. Sang-jun murmured. I thought it would be a tame party for nerds, but I guess I was wrong. I know, Wusung replied as he looked around. Sang-jun asked Wusung, so what are your plans? Tour home? I plan to stay a while longer. Good idea. There is a lot to see in America. Wusung planned to go to New York. He wanted to hire a lawyer to create an investment corporation in preparation for the financial crisis. Yup, I want to see and learn as much as possible before I return. Wusung felt excited. Things were happening according to his plan. When he returned home, he vowed to take the first class. Hey, I think someone's interested in you. Sang-jun pointed at a woman across the room. When Wusung turned around, a girl in a thick pair of glasses was indeed staring at him. She had long curly hair and big eyes. Wow, is she really interested in me? When their eyes met, she hesitantly approached Wusung. When he bowed lightly, she stammered. I saw your session on MQTT. She seemed very shy, but she continued bravely. It was very impressive. How did you do it? I thought I explained it briefly at the seminar. The woman hesitated again before asking, See, could I get the codes? Codes? See, could I have a look? I know I'm asking a lot, but there is only one way for you to have a look. MQTT would be released as an open source. Unlike GTT, MQTT would be used as a key technology in Wusung's project. He couldn't reveal it at this point. Please tell me. The woman tried to get closer to Wusung, but she was clumsy. She stumbled and fell on the ground. Champagne splattered everywhere. Wusung offered her his hand. Are you okay? The woman didn't seem to care as she asked again. Yes, I'm fine. So can I have a look at the codes? She seemed okay. In fact, she seemed excited at the possibility of looking at the codes. I didn't say I will show it to you. It's also not done yet. Oh, I don't care if it's incomplete. I'm sorry, what I meant was the only way to be allowed to look at this code is to become an employee of my company. Then can you hire me? What? I graduated from MIT this year and I am currently working as an intern at Microsoft. My name is Sandra Amelia. So far, I participated in the indoor tracking system using the wireless sensor network, improving the speed of big data analysis and Windows Mobile BSP board support package. She introduced herself quicker than light itself and looked at Wusung with eyes filled with expectations. Wusung could see her drive for knowledge. He answered slowly. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it's not that simple. We might not be able to pay you what you deserve, or you may not be someone we need. Amelia frowned unhappily. But I really want to see them. Then how about this? I will show you the library codes. If you can develop a few things I need based on these codes, I will hire you and show you everything I have. How's that? Amelia nodded in excitement. Wusung gave his hand for a handshake. She shook it gently and asked, Shall we go now? Wusung nodded and they headed to the hotel. Go! Sang-jun followed quickly. Chapter 56, LT, Seattle, New York, and Silicon Valley GT. When they got to his room, Wusung turned on his laptop and started the Visual Studio. Wusung pointed at the code. You need to work with this part that says Toto. Amelia nodded. Toto. Beside it was an explanation of what the function needed to do. Check QoS to guarantee the subscription to the topic. What do you think? Can you do it? Woo-sung asked as he turned to Amelia. Go Sang-jun glanced at the code as well. Let me see. Amelia hummed and answered. Amelia studied everything carefully. After 10 minutes, she closed her eyes. Woo-sung opened his mouth to try to help. Let me give you a few hints. This function needs to... Before Woo-sung could finish his sentence, Amelia opened her eyes and placed her hands on the keyboard. Woo-sung asked uncertainly, Ms. Amelia? Type. Type. Amelia started to hum again with an excited grin. Haha, I think I got it. Quality of service. If you increase the quality, the speed goes down, and if you increase the speed, the performance goes down. Amelia explained as she continued to type. The transmission to MQTT broker seems inadequate. In MQTT, the server was basically the broker. Just from looking at the codes on the client side and the to-do list, Amelia understood the task easily. If I can do this, you really promise to show me the codes on the server side too? If you can sign the non-disclosure agreement and the future employee contract, then yes. Amelia felt sheer excitement run through her veins. I can't wait to see it. Let's hurry up. She acted like an eager schoolgirl, but the quality and speed of her work were out of this world. She was better and faster than Woo-sung, who came from the future. She was a genius. Coding seemed to come naturally to her. She typed without hesitation. The protocol itself is simple. I want to look into the IMB research you mentioned earlier at the seminar. Even when she was talking, she didn't stop typing. Wow, I really like this. She chatted happily while Woo-sung and Go Sang-jun stared in awe. The to-do list was filled faster than any of them have expected. Amelia was beyond Woo-sung's wildest dream. For the rest, I need to know how the broker works. I finished what I could with knowing the client codes. Shall we test it? It took less than 2 hours. It would have taken me at least 2 to 3 days. Go Sang-jun was still staring at Amelia, who smiled and urged Woo-sung. Test. Do the test. All right. Genius. She was a coding genius. The test was a success. Woo-sung wrote out a quick agreement. I will not reveal anything about this code to anyone or any company. After the internship ends at Microsoft, I will join Woo-sung's company. After she signed it, Woo-sung showed her the codes. As she studied them, she exclaimed. She also made some helpful suggestions. By the time they were done, it was 2 in the morning. It was dark outside. It's too late for you to get back home. I will get a room for you for tonight, Woo-sung offered Amelia. Actually, I won't get any sleep tonight anyway, so could I work on this code? You guys can go to bed. I'll just keep this lamp on. Woo-sung thought he heard her wrong. What? If you are uncomfortable with a stranger working on your codes, then I understand. No, that's not what I meant. Are you saying you want to work on the codes all night? Amelia nodded eagerly. You have to work tomorrow, so wouldn't this affect your performance tomorrow? Haha, that's not a problem. My supervisor said I can do whatever I want to. Oh. Woo-sung could understand why. He would have said the same thing. A genius like her didn't need a supervisor to hover over her. Woo-sung felt a huge respect for her. I guess it's not possible? She frowned. Woo-sung replied quickly. Nope. You're welcome to improve them as you see fit. Just remember the non-disclosure agreement. Amelia smiled brightly. Okay, then I can get to work? Yup. She quickly quieted down and focused on the screen. Woo-sung turned the light off and went to sleep. The next day. Woo-sung woke up in the middle of the day. Amelia was already gone. A note was left on top of the laptop. I changed a little bit of the structure and left an explanation. The core protocol and format pubsub remain unchanged, of course. You did an amazing job. I can't wait to work for you. I will call you when my internship ends. Woo-sung has never met someone like her before. Coding nerd. Woo-sung was in desperate need of someone like her. I better make sure she keeps her promise. Go, Sang-jun was already on his way back to Korea. Jonathan Logan hasn't called him yet. There was no reason for Woo-sung to stay here any longer. His next stop was New York. The first place Woo-sung visited in New York was the Charging Bull. I better find a good lawyer first. If he asked Jang Gwangchul, he would have recommended a good lawyer, but Woo-sung wanted to keep this a secret. The prospect of having the future changed if more people knew about it worried Woo-sung so. The next 4 months will be very important. Many people already felt the upcoming danger. The news in both US and Korea hinted the inevitable financial crisis. No one could tell exactly what, when, and how it will happen, except for Woo-sung. A few months later, this is breaking news on CNN. Lehman Brothers filed for the bankruptcy. The stock market has halted. The financial world is in a huge turmoil. Finally, what Woo-sung waited for happened. Chapter 57, LT, Seattle, New York, and Silicon Valley GT. Hello, this is reporter Jo Hoon-young on YTT. Lehman Brothers reported losses of $2.8 billion and was forced to sell off $6 billion in assets. Lehman was the fourth largest banking investor in the U.S. After it filed for bankruptcy, the global markets immediately plummeted. Currently, Kawaspi index is at its lowest of 1,300. The future of the financial world remains dark and uncertain. Click. Shin Semi turned off the TV with the remote. I can't believe Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy. Even after hearing it on the news, she still couldn't believe it. The experts believed this would never happen. The researchers at Nuri Finances agreed too. However, it did happen despite everyone's prediction. It was a shocking event that shook the world. It didn't only affect the US, but the entire world. It was unbelievable. Shin Semi grabbed her phone. She remembered Woo-sung's words. Risk management, New Century Financial's bankruptcy, and the Finances Lab researcher Kim Mansu's report. Did he mean this? Shin Semi was almost sure Woo-sung knew this financial crisis would happen. She became even more curious about him. She frowned and murmured, I wonder what he's doing. Her sources told her that he participated in the Microsoft MVP Global Summit in abroad and hasn't returned yet. Should I call him? She was tempted, but she stopped herself. What was he doing in America, she wondered. September 12th. Dow Jones started at 11,429 and finished at 11,1421. Woo-sung purchased a mass number of put options. After Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy on September 15th, the Dow Jones Index went down to 10,700. The U.S. market was in panic, and Woo-sung's options value soared. What Woo-sung purchased was a put option, an option to sell assets at an agreed price on or before a set date. Dow Jones option unit was a point. 1 point's value, which was called a tick value, was worth $10. This meant for each option, $7,290 were earned this day. 11,429, debt, 10,700107290. Woo-sung checked his account. Proceeds $1.42 million. Proceeds $1.96 million. Proceeds $2.82 million. The value of his September 11/14/20 put option went up at an unprecedented rate. The index would go down even more, which meant the option value would increase. However, Woo-sung also knew very well of the technical rebound. Proceeds $4.71 million. So far, he had $4.7 million. It was almost 10 times what he originally had, which was about $500,000. Woo-sung murmured. What a crazy world. His heart beat fast. It was still hard to believe that the large number on the screen was really his money. It felt surreal, but it was going to be even better. Soon, the Federal Reserve will provide an $85 billion loan to AIG to prevent its bankruptcy, and then the U.S. market will plummet even further, and my put options worth will be. Woo-sung couldn't even imagine the number. September 19th. After the September put option deadline ended, Wu Sung bought December 11, 1200 put options. Soon, the news he was expecting came. Further plunging of Dow Jones Index. September 30th, 10,850. October 2nd, 10,482. October 6th, 9955. Wu Sung did a quick calculation. 11,200, 9955, 10, $12,540. Each option was worth over $10,000. What the fuck? Adams, who worked at a U.S. hedge fund company, was losing his mind. He believed after the Fed's bailout, the index would return to normal. That was why he took the put option seller position. It was the opposite position of Wu Sung. Adams' eyes were red as he stared at the computer screen. He was frowning harshly. His supervisor came up to him. "Adams, what's the damage you caused today?" Adams couldn't answer. It was a rhetorical question anyway, as the supervisor already knew the number very well. "I understand you're speechless. It is so much money. But it's understandable. It's the world's financial crisis after all. Of course, there are always people who still make money off of such a bad time." The supervisor's voice was sharp. Adams cringed. "Like the one who bought your put options?" Adams knew what was coming. "It's unfortunate that you couldn't be the one who made the money. We could have worked together longer. It's disappointing." He was being let go. Adams tensed. It was over. With the way things were in the world right now, it was unclear when he would be able to find another job. "Please leave as soon as possible." Adams sighed. Wu Sung was watching the news. All his put option contracts were expired now. Current index is 8,800. It will go down further. Based on Wu Sung's memory, the world didn't recover from this event until the end of 2008. However, Wu Sung remembered to be smart, not greedy. The way he saw it now, he had enough money to last a lifetime. Indeed, with these amount of money, he could finally put a stop on his moneymaker. He checked his account balance. Proceeds $791.5 million. With only $500,000, he made close to $800 million in just over a month. I love America. The money was in the American business account. If he combined the money he made from the Korean market, he expected it to be close to $1 billion. Now I need to go to Silicon Valley to meet Jonathan Logan. After that, I can return to Korea. Wu Sung relaxed at last. His body was aching, so he called for a massage from the hotel room service. A blonde masseuse knocked and walked in. Wu Sung closed his eyes as he enjoyed the massage. He has been in America for 4 months now. In the beginning, he stayed at a cheap motel and ate fast food. Now, he stayed at a hotel suite and ordered room services. So many things changed in 4 months. It was a stressful 4 months. He kept doubting his memories on the index numbers and dates. It was a difficult time, but it was all worth it. The memories of his previous life served him well. With this money, I should buy a factory in Silicon Valley. I will fill it with computers and mine Bitcoin. Jonathan Logan. Wu Sung was able to hire this Arduino project committer. Wu Sung asked him to find a suitable factory. Things were working out as he planned. After the 2-hour massage, Wu Sung headed to the hotel restaurant. As he ordered steak, he couldn't help but miss his mother's cooking. "I'm coming, Mother." He couldn't help but smile as the face of his dearest mother flashed through his memory. He would be home very soon. Chapter 58. Jang Guanchul and Hong Subum chatted at their new office. Hong Subum quit his job at Nexter a few weeks prior. "When is he coming back?" "He said he'll be here soon, so we just need to be patient." "What did he say?" "The last time I heard, he said he was about to leave New York." Jang Guangchul sighed. "The financial world is dying, yet he is traveling. He is our CEO, so he should act like one." "Well, he bought a significant portion of the company from you, so I assume he is really serious about this company." "I wondered about that. Where did he get the money? What was he doing in New York in the middle of the global financial crisis?" Jang Guangchul sighed again. Hong Subum was interested in the answer too. Wu Sung had been in America for the past 4 months. U.S. stock market went through hell during that time. and the world was in an uproar. I am curious too. He also asked me to find a factory that could generate and use a lot of electricity. I heard too. I assume he plans to manufacture the smartphones there. But didn't he say we should use OEM for the actual production? I don't understand him at all. As Zhang Guangchul continued, he started to get even more frustrated. And the company he created in Silicon Valley that cost a lot of money. Why did he do that? Hong Subum murmured. I have to admit that Jonathan Logan is a true expert at hardware development. I don't know much about it, but when I looked at the POC he sent, it looked great. Well, he better be damn good. Do you know how much I'm paying him? Wusung promised an excellent salary and scouted Jonathan. The monthly wage was currently being paid by Zhang Guangchul. He asked Hong Subum. How about that girl Amelia? She is a genius. I realize they cost a lot of money, but they are definitely worth it. I don't know how our CEO found and hired these great people. I am curious too. Today was November 1st. It was the 5th month since Wusung left to go to America. In the plane to San Francisco, Wusung read the paper on Bitcoin. 1. Introduction. Commerce on the internet has come to rely almost exclusively on financial institutions serving as trusted third parties to process electronic payments. While the system works well enough for most transactions, it still suffers from the inherent weaknesses of the trust-based model. Non-reversible transactions are not really possible since financial institutions cannot avoid mediating disputes. The cost of mediation increases transaction costs, limiting the minimum practical transaction size and cutting off the possibility for small casual transactions. There is a broader cost in the loss of ability to make non-reversible payments for non-reversible services. The site address is http://bitcoin.org, bitcoin.pdf. In his previous life, he had to read the translated version of this report, but that was not necessary anymore. Wusung could understand English well now. 2. Transactions. The only way to confirm the absence of a transaction is to be aware of all transactions. In the mint-based model, the mint was aware of all transactions and decided which arrived first. Wusung already knew how Bitcoin's transaction worked, but reading it again was a good refresher. It was believed that the more Bitcoins were mined, the slower it was because of transactions. The confirmation of every transaction. Mining implied that transaction has occurred. It was a transaction in a sense that when coin A was mined, it was sent to the miner B. The problem was that it took time to confirm the legitimacy of every transaction. 6. Incentive. By convention, the first transaction in a block is a special transaction that starts a new coin owned by the creator of the block. Wusung read on with interest. The act of mining equaled calculation. Participants who contributed to this calculation was rewarded with Bitcoin. Wusung also read the core code for blockchain towards the end of this section. Quote 11. Calculations. The race between the honest chain and an attacker chain can be characterized as a binomial random walk. The success event is the honest chain being extended by one block, increasing its lead by 1, and the failure event is the attacker's chain being extended by one block, reducing the gap by -1. The probability of an attacker catching up from a given deficit is analogous to a gambler's ruin problem. Suppose a gambler with unlimited credit starts at a deficit and plays potentially an infinite number of trials to try to reach break-even. We can calculate the probability he ever reaches break-even or that an attacker ever catches up with the honest chain, as follows. Satoshi Nakamoto also included detailed codes. Wusung knew these but re-examined them anyway. Wusung felt the need to know everything about Bitcoin because it was the reason why he was murdered and reborn. If there was no such a thing as Bitcoin, Choi Gi-chul wouldn't have created a trading company, they would have never met, and Wusung wouldn't have been murdered. It also meant that Wusung would have never made this much money. Bitcoin was the end of his life, but it also was a new beginning for him. Wusung finally read the last section. 12. Conclusion. We have proposed a system for electronic transactions without relying on trust. We started with the usual framework of coins made from digital signatures, which provides strong control of ownership, but is incomplete without a way to prevent double spending. To solve this, we proposed a peer-to-peer network using proof of work to record a public history of transactions that quickly becomes computationally impractical for an attacker to change if honest nodes control a majority of CPU power. Online P2P transaction. With the peer-to-peer networking, it eliminated any bank fees and therefore distributed the power to everyone else. It was an incredible system. Woo-sung wondered how Satoshi Nakamoto came up with the idea. Even in 2018, Satoshi Nakamoto was still a mystery. The reason behind the invention of Bitcoin was never revealed. Woo-sung hoped that he would get a chance to meet him someday. It was a 6-hour flight, but Woo-sung found it easy because he took the first class. As soon as he arrived, he took the cab to the office downtown. In the office, Jonathan Logan and other developers were present, working as hard as they can. It was November. The Android operating system was already released in September. In Korea, Woo-sung's people were focusing on the development of Coconut app. Jonathan Logan saw Woo-sung and approached him. "Aaron, you're here. Long time no see. It has already been 2 months. I thought you forgot about us," Jonathan joked. "How could I? You guys are working on an amazing product that will beat iPhone." Jonathan grabbed his chest and replied, "Wow, so much pressure. I better work harder." "No worries. I know you are already doing your best." When in New York, Woo-sung received regular reports from Jonathan, but he hadn't had the chance to examine them carefully. "I found a factory you asked for. It's situated about an hour from here. It was easy to find, and the price dropped because of the financial crisis. Should we go now?" "Can I talk to Amelia for a second before we leave?" Woo-sung looked around. He saw her, but she was so focused on the screen that she didn't notice him approaching her. CD Bitcoin. At Autogen. User local include boost, multi-precisions detail functions continents.hpa 24647, error, initializer. For thread local variable must be a constant expression. In file included from srcutility random.cpp28. Error messages appeared on the screen. Amelia was asked to build a Bitcoin development source, but it seemed like she was having a hard time. She was frowning. "Did you install Ubuntu open source Linux distribution 8.4 LTS version? Or did you end up with the most recent version 8.4.10? Woo-sung asked, but there was no answer. It seemed like Amelia was in her own little world. Woo-sung put his hand on her shoulder. "Amelia." "Oh, Aaron, hi." Amelia finally turned around. "You installed the latest version, didn't you? It's not working because of that. Check it." Amelia checked Ubuntu version. As Woo-sung suggested, it was the 8.0 and Amelia's eyes widened. "You're right. How did you know?" "I had a look at it on my way here. Have you looked at the report and the codes yet?" Amelia nodded. "Do you think you can optimize it to GPU?" The mining of Bitcoin started with CPU and later improved to GPU. In Woo-sung's previous life, ASIC was being used by 2018. GPU was better and faster than CPU, while ASIC was better than the other two. Woo-sung asked Amelia to convert the program to use GPU. Amelia nodded with an empathetic expression. "I think so." "Great. I need to go check out the factory, but I'll be back to talk to you later." Chapter 59. On his way to the factory, Woo-sung saw the effects of the financial crisis. For sale. The signs were everywhere. Up to 40 of Silicon Valley population lost their jobs. The factory Woo-sung bought was also a foreclosed property. The crisis has devastated the country. I guess it worked to our advantage. The factory was dirt cheap. Jonathan Logan, who was driving, explained. "I see. Look at all those for sale signs." "Haha. The price of the houses plummeted. At least our employees love it, since they can easily afford to buy now. Someone's loss was always another person's gain." "I'm glad." Woo-sung felt lucky. In his previous life, he could have never become rich. However, in this new life, things were very different. The factory was actually being used to manufacture premium PDAs. It went bankrupt, though. That is why it was on the market. PDA, or Personal Digital Assistant, was a palm-top computer and personal organizer popular before the invention of smartphones. Jonathan continued quickly. They actually offered to sell equipment and materials for cheap too. Since we would use the place to manufacture smartphones anyway, I think it may be a good idea. Okay, I'll have a look. For sale by owner. The sign surrounded the factory. A few people were already waiting outside. Woo-sung walked towards them and greeted. Hello, my name is Aaron Kang. Nice to meet you. I'm Ellie Robinsky. She was a young woman in her early 30s. Woo-sung was surprised at how young the owner of such a big factory was. Ellie Robinsky noticed Woo-sung's disbelief and explained. Haha, I'm not some young genius entrepreneur. I just inherited it from my father. Let me show you around. Ellie opened the door. The factory was well maintained. Every machine was spotless and shining. Ellie patted them with the utmost affection. There was a time when we had such big orders that we needed even more machines. Unfortunately now, they rest. Woo-sung thought gladly. They are perfect for mining bitcoins. If I get 2 more factories in Korea, I should be able to mine 10,000 BTC per day from all 3 factories. The more bitcoins were mined, the slower it became to produce. By 2018, a person could mine at most 1 per month, even with ASIC. However, it was different now. With CPU, at least 1 could be mined per day. With GPU, more could be mined. I heard you plan to manufacture cell phones. The actual chips may be different, but other equipment should be very similar. Ellie continued. Woo-sung remained deep in his thoughts. I also heard the electricity is about 30 cheaper here than Korea. It's a perfect place for mining. Woo-sung grinned. He planned to have 500 computers here and another 500 in Korea. In a year, he expected to mine 3 million bitcoins. 3,020,000, 60 million. 60 billion. Of course, this was the best scenario. Woo-sung knew he may not be able to mine this with this much efficiency. He also knew he won't be able to sell all of his bitcoins at the highest price. It didn't matter. The opportunities were endless. Jonathan asked Woo-sung. Aaron, what do you think? Woo-sung answered. I like it. I especially appreciate how the owner took such good care of it. Me too. Then should we go ahead with the purchase? Woo-sung nodded and approached Ellie. I am happy with what I saw. Can we talk about the purchase agreement? The contract was signed by late evening that day. Jonathan offered to drop Woo-sung off at the hotel, but Woo-sung insisted on going back to the office. Everyone was gone except for one. As Woo-sung suspected, Amelia was still at the office. She was sitting there alone, murmuring to herself. This isn't it. This would be better for security, but for the possibility of future expansion. To confirm transactions easily, it's better if I... Amelia was so focused that she again didn't notice Woo-sung. Growl. Suddenly her stomach growled loudly. Amelia finally stretched her arms. Now, where is my sandwich? As she looked around, she noticed Woo-sung. Oh, Aaron? The office was dead quiet. Amelia asked. You must still have more work to do? Haha. I told you I'll be back. Oh, right. Haha. I'm glad you're here. I have a few things I need to ask you. Do you have time? I feel like you might know the answers. As she talked, her stomach growled again. Amelia didn't seem to notice, though. She pointed at the codes. If you can see here, the Bitcoin block size turns into 1 megabyte. This will be a problem when the number of transactions increases. I don't know why it's set up like this. She was amazingly dedicated. Hunger didn't seem to bother her. She was actually enjoying her work. Woo-sung pointed at the sushi he brought. Weren't you about to have dinner? I brought us something to eat. Amelia was more interested in work, though. Oh, do you know the answer? Woo-sung nodded. In 2018, this problem was discussed extensively by many developers. Wow, tell me now! Amelia begged, but Woo-sung pointed at the plastic bag. Dinner first. Amelia grabbed the bag. Then we need to eat fast. Afterward, I can ask more questions, right? Wusung nodded. She gulped down everything in front of her. When she was done, she asked Wusung, "So, why this limitation?" The biggest reason is DDo's distributed denial of service. As you probably have noticed, if someone created a block that developed unlimited bitcoins, the system will be shut down. I see that, but 1 megabyte is so small. You'll see when we run the test. It takes about 1 kbyte for every 3 transactions. 1 megabyte would be enough for over 3,000 transactions. The purpose of the system was only to confirm online P2P transactions. This would be perfect. Amelia nodded. So you're saying this is not the final product? Exactly. The purpose of this wasn't to make a perfect system, but to make something that will prove the concept. Amelia understood perfectly. In 2018, many developers worked on Bitcoin and came up with a similar conclusion. Bitcoin wasn't perfect. That was why the second and third generations of cryptocurrency were born. Amelia pointed at a code and asked, "Then would this automatic transaction based on the conditions be the same case?" Wusung looked at where Amelia pointed. She was correct. It had a similar problem. By 2018, Ethereum was created to fix this. Wusung answered in an almost lazy-sounding relaxed tone. Yes, but also it is a block structure problem too. Amelia couldn't understand. But then why not charge a fee for every loop? Once there's a certain number of it, then we can block the transactions. Wusung flinched. This was exactly what he was going to tell her. By 2018, a smart contract was developed for this problem. It was a computer protocol intended to facilitate, verify, or enforce the negotiation of a contract. She is definitely a genius. I better study harder and try to keep up. Chapter 60. You're right, Amelia. If that kind of fee system is implemented, it will improve the situation. But as I said earlier, there are many other problems with this version anyway. Wusung continued before Amelia could say anything. He wanted to show her that he knew better than she did. Many other issues include slowing down of the system as time passes and depletion of bitcoins, which will, in turn, decrease consumers' interest. Amelia adjusted her glasses. Well, I still find it very interesting. It's truly an innovative idea. Amelia's eyes shined in excitement. Wusung could feel her true joy at discovering and learning new technology. You seem like you're enjoying yourself. Haha, do I look too excited? No, it's nice to see you having fun. He meant it. Amelia asked a few more questions. Wusung answered them using the information he knew from 2018. Amelia looked at him with respect. Phew, I think that's it for now. I will get back to work. Wusung looked at his watch in shock. It was past 9 p.m., and Amelia was still planning to work. Aren't you going home? Amelia checked the time and answered coolly. It's only 9 p.m. I live next door, so it's fine. Wusung continued to stare at her with an obvious look of astonishment. He has never met someone like Amelia before. She rubbed her hands and murmured, "Haha, now let's really get into it." Wusung was still sitting beside her, but she didn't seem to notice. Unlike her, Wusung was tired after a long day. He stood up quietly and headed to his hotel. CPU, GPU, ASIC. These were 3 levels of circuits for mining different cryptocurrencies. CPU was the slowest, followed by GPU. ASIC was known to be the fastest. You could think of CPU as a single van transporting a person, a piece of equipment, or an animal to a destination. On the other hand, GPU was like a group of buses transporting people to the destination. Finally, ASIC was a group of buses transporting people but using the bus lane. It was no wonder ASIC was the fastest mining system. It was designed specifically for mining. Wusung would have loved to work on creating ASIC, but he was already busy working on the smartphone project. He had to be satisfied with GPU mining for now. In theory, Wusung could start mining using CPU, but in his previous life, the very first block was produced on January 3rd. Wusung worried that if he started mining now, it may change the future. He had to wait just to be safe. He planned to start mining on January 4th. The very first block will remain to Satoshi Nakamoto's, but I will eventually become the one with the most bitcoins. He could end up with 1 million, 3 million, or even 5 million bitcoins. Woo-sung also planned on gathering other cryptocurrencies including Ethereum, Ripple, and EOS. GPU core was currently Amelia's responsibility, while Woo-sung worked on developing mining servers. He focused on making it simple and easy to use. Woo-sung had worked on web screen development countless times in his previous life, so this was a piece of cake for him. Woo-sung's next focus was daytime trading. Woo-sung knew the stock market trend well from his previous life. He especially was familiar with the stock price history of Nuri Corporation. Let's see. Today is November 14th. Nuri Corp is currently worth $13.50, and it will soon become $15, so I should buy $1 million of it. Transaction completed. Transaction completed. Transaction completed. Because Woo-sung was buying a large quantity, his order was completed in multiple separate transactions. Every time a part of his order was filled, the alarm on his cell phone rang. Now I should place an order to sell the stocks automatically when the price reaches $15. That would make it 11 profit. In only a week, Woo-sung would make $100,000. For something like this, he didn't even need the algorithm trading system. And there is one more stock I need to buy. Let's see. How much is it today? One of the stocks Woo-sung remembered well was Pine Tech. It was a small PDA manufacturing company. In his past life, its stock price skyrocketed when there was a rumor of it developing an Android OS. At the time, CDMA code division multiple access was not supported, so it could not be released in Korea. However, with the rumor alone, the stock soared in a short period of time. Woo-sung remembered Kim Yong-gun talking about how he should have bought it. In his previous life, Kim Yong-gun's non-stop talk about this stock was annoying, but now Woo-sung felt appreciative. Woo-sung started buying the Pine Tech stock at the price of only 70 cents. He couldn't buy too much of it all at once in case someone suspected an insider trading. At 70 cents, he bought $100,000 of it. At 74 cents, he bought $100,000 of it. At 80 cents, he bought $200,000 of it. At 90 cents, he bought $200,000 of it. Woo-sung took his time with it. Soon, the stock price reached $1. And finally, the news he has been waiting for came. Pine Tech Android CDMA technology development is underway. The development wasn't even complete, yet the price went up to $4 quickly. Daeyang Technology Supply Contract is underway. LT Technology Supply Contract is underway. When the rumors of Daeyang and LT's interest in Pine Tech started, the stock price soared further to $20. There should be more news coming soon. By this time, Woo-sung held a total of $5 million of stocks. Compared to how much he made during the financial crisis, this was not a lot of money. Woo-sung continued nonetheless. It felt like a fun game to him. The future happened as he expected. December 1st. Pine Tech Android CDMA technology development is underway. With this news, the stock price reached its peak. The next day, it started to decline. Woo-sung knew how things were going to work out, so he started to purchase even more stocks. Since he placed big orders, the price held and stopped falling. In October during the financial crisis, Woo-sung found every day stressful. The potential benefit was huge, but the risk was big as well. With the game of put options, it was possible for Woo-sung to suddenly go into debt of millions of dollars in days or even minutes. But now, a few millions of dollars were nothing to him. He enjoyed it as a game. Then, Woo-sung had an idea. What if I buy Pine Tech and combined it with my current company? It's a well-established company with good employees. I should look into it. Woo-sung grinned. Amelia approached him and asked, "Aaron, I'm almost done with the conversion to GPU. Do you want to have a look?" Woo-sung rubbed his hands and stood up. "Sure, let's see." A few weeks later, hundreds of computers arrived at the Silicon Valley factory. Server. CPU, Intel Core 2 Q6060 CERT. Graphics card, NVIDIA GeForce GTX 295. Graphics card was $500 each. The CPU was about the same price. Other equipment cost about $1,500 each. Since he bought 500 units, it cost him $750,000 in total. It was an amazing price thanks to the effects of the financial crisis. After everything was installed, Woo-sung connected to the maintenance program he created. http://devopskindcoin.com. When he entered his ID and password, he could look at the server statuses. Server status, 500 green, 0 red. Average, 0 mHS. The output, 0 BTC. 500 green. All servers were working normally. The output was still 0 since mining hasn't started yet. Woo-sung clicked the button, full start. Click. 1 server starting. 2 server starting. 3 server starting. 500 server starting. When the last server started, the average of 0 changed as well. 14 mASS. Within a few minutes, the output changed too. The output 1.4121 BTC. The very first Bitcoin was mined. Chapter 61. The output, 14,050.5910 BTC. Over 10,000 Bitcoins were made in a day. In 10 years, 1 Bitcoin could be sold for up to $20,000, which meant this was worth about $280 million on the screen. All in a single day. In one day, he made almost $300 million. More Bitcoins were being made non-stop. Amelia stretched her arms and asked, "Aaron, how does it look? Is the program working fine?" "It's too good." The program was running smoothly. It must have been Amelia's good work on GPU. The program was mining about 4,000 Bitcoins more than he expected. 4,000 Bitcoins were worth $80 million in the future. Woo-sung wondered, should I share it with Amelia? No one other than Woo-sung knew how much these were worth in the future. I feel guilty taking everything. Currently, a Bitcoin was worth nothing. In May 2010, a US programmer named Laszlo paid 10,000 Bitcoins for 2 pizzas, and that was the beginning of Bitcoin valuation. As time passed, the value went up and was exchangeable for real money. Amelia smiled angelically. Phew, I'm relieved. I was worried that there may be a problem. Woo-sung flinched. He felt horrible for being so greedy. I don't think you need to worry. I know how bad the job market is now. I appreciate the great opportunity you gave me. Woo-sung was paying Amelia a yearly salary of $150,000. It was more than any other tech companies would pay for a new grad. It was better than even Google. Woo-sung laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. You deserve it, Amelia. What he was paying Amelia was nothing compared to how much she was making him. Woo-sung continued to feel guilty. Amelia made him feel even worse when she bowed to him. No, I really want to thank you for being so generous. I also appreciate the chance to learn cool things. Woo-sung swallowed and replied, ha ha, ha 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 ha. You just keep working hard. Good luck. Of course, I will now begin working on the Android framework. Oh, okay. Amelia went back to work. Woo-sung continued to monitor the Bitcoin production. The output, 145021.1240 BTC. Another 500 were mined in a few minutes. It was worth $10 million. Another news on Pine Tech was released. Disclosure of inquiry, prominent market fluctuation. It was a system by the Korean Stock Exchange to protect the average investors. Whenever there was a sudden change in a listed company, the shareholders were alerted. The current price of the Pine Tech stock was 16.10. The online discussion consisted of many comments regarding this company. The insiders are getting out. Everyone should sell their stocks too. I believe in Pine Tech. Time to go up. I talked to someone from the company. He said it was going up tomorrow. I bought at $21.50. I lost so much. Pine Tech ruined my life. The stock price was going down. The shareholders felt trapped. Woo-sung sold all his stocks when the price was between $15–20. With $5 million, he made $40 million. Perfect. It's going according to my plan. After checking the price again, Woo-sung headed to the San Francisco International Airport. He was ready to go back home. Incheon International Airport. As soon as Jang Guangchul saw Woo-sung, he ran towards him. Bro. Woo-sung awkwardly pushed him away. What's wrong? What took you so long? Jang Guangchul looked at Woo-sung accusingly and continued. June, July, August, September, October, November, December, and January. It has been 8 months. Tell me the truth. He grabbed Woo-sung's arm tightly, but Woo-sung was strong. Let me go first. Woo-sung pulled away easily. Jang Guangchul looked at Woo-sung as if he was being betrayed. His eyes started to well up. Hong Subum, who was standing nearby, looked embarrassed by the situation. Let's go. We need to get out of here. We can talk in the car. Hong Subum had a lot of questions for Woo-sung too. In Jang Guangchul's van, Woo-sung looked out the window. Korea. He was back. It was good to be home, but Woo-sung had no time to feel emotional. Jang Guangchul and Hong Subum stared at him. It's a solid company. It would be beneficial for us to have it. I haven't bought it yet. I'm going to wait until it gets cheaper. Jang Guangchul replied as soon as he finished. I looked into it, and it seems like all the insiders got out of it. Are you sure it's a good idea? It may be a small company, but it's still a company. The purchase price will be steep. Hong Subum seemed curious as well. Woo-sung answered. Don't you remember the financial crisis? I took advantage of it. Are you saying you made some money? Woo-sung nodded. How much? The company is probably worth over $30 million. There is no way you can afford it. Woo-sung opened his hand to show all 5 fingers. You made $50 million? Woo-sung shook his head and answered. More. $500 million? Nod. Jang Guangchul and Hong Subum swallowed hard. It was an unbelievable amount. I shouldn't tell the actual amount just to be safe. He also couldn't disclose his plan with bitcoins as well. Woo-sung would purchase Pine Tech and merge it with his company in Silicon Valley. When it becomes an open hardware company, Pine Tech's stock price would surely rise. Jang Guangchul murmured in disbelief. Oh my gosh, you are rich now. Super rich. Really, it doesn't feel like it yet. Woo-sung said with an awkward humility. Jang Guangchul asked carefully. Do you have all of it in cash? When Woo-sung nodded, both Jang Guangchul and Hong Subum gawked at him. Most rich people had the majority of their wealth in assets such as buildings and stocks. It was uncommon for a person to have this much cash. Hong Subum murmured behind his breath. He's beyond super rich. Woo-sung thought to himself with a lion's pride. Actually, I have about $1 billion, and it's going to be more in the future. He didn't say it out loud, though. So you want to own more of our company? Yes, I'm the one who came up with the smartphone idea. I can buy you out completely if you want. Huh? Are you saying you don't need me anymore? Haha, of course. I need you as a person, but I don't need you for the money. Jang Guangchul blinked his eyes in surprise. Hong Subum also stared at Woo-sung in shock. Woo-sung continued. I told you, I have $500 million in cash, but I have more in other forms. Bitcoins. Big-name stocks such as Apple and Amazon. Even Woo-sung was starting to have difficulty figuring out how much assets he had. He finally arrived home. Ring! When he rang the doorbell, the door opened quickly. Woo-sung! His mom called out to him. Woo-sung felt emotional. I'm home, Mom. Oh my goodness. What have you been doing all this time? You lost so much weight. He actually didn't lose any weight. After September, he has been staying at an expensive hotel and enjoying fancy food. That's not true. I ate well. I actually gained a little bit of weight. But you didn't get to eat Korean food. Come in quickly, dinner's ready. Woo-sung followed in. His father hugged him tight, and they started to enjoy their dinner. Woo-sung felt content to be finally home. Chapter 62. After dinner, it was time for presents. Woo-sung gave his parents extravagant gifts he bought in US. They chatted with so much glee. Woo-sung was the only child, and his parents missed him terribly. They were happy to see him back. After opening all the presents, Woo-sung brought out a map. I have one last gift for you. Really? What's with the map? The map was of Seoul. Both his parents' eyes widened. Woo-sung pointed at the map and asked, "Pick an area you want to live in." Kim Un-jung became confused. What? Pick a neighborhood you like, and I will buy you the most expensive house in that area. What? They understood him, but they still couldn't believe him. Woo-sung smiled. Or I can get you a real estate agent so you can be shown around a few places. As long as it is under $5 million, you can get any house you want. His father spewed out the water he was drinking. His mother gaped at him. Woo-sung continued calmly, and I will hire a maid so you don't have to worry about housework anymore. His mother stammered, Woo-sung, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I made a lot of money in America. I remember you saying you hoped to someday open a small cafe as a retirement plan. Why don't we buy you a building? The first floor can be used as your coffee shop. His father continued to stare at him. You can run the place and live at the top floor of the building. Kim Un-jung was speechless. Woo-sung assured them again. So I think that would total about $10 million anyway. Don't worry about the money. Get anything you want, Mom and Dad. What? Haha. It's simple. Your son is rich now, so you don't ever have to worry about money. His parents seemed to want an explanation, but Woo-sung continued to be vague about how he became rich. Woo-sung didn't know a real estate agent, so he asked Jang Gwangchul to recommend someone. Jang Gwangchul knew real estate industry very well, so he introduced Woo-sung to someone he knew. They toured the expensive neighborhoods in Seoul. At the end, Woo-sung picked Garosu-gil and Itaewon. 10 years from now, these two areas were going to be hot neighborhoods. Jang Gwangchul looked at Woo-sung and asked, Little bro, did you study real estate? No, they just look good. I have a good feeling about them. Really? I see. Then I should buy a building here as well. What? Remember what I told you before? You smell like money. I'll bet the places you picked will become big in the future. Woo-sung flinched but tried to act normally. Ha ha ha. Whatever you want, but don't blame me if you lose money on it. Kim Un-jung asked suddenly. Woo-sung, are you sure this is okay? The real estate agent said this is $5 million. That's fine. So we can all agree that this building is the one for us. The real estate agent answered quickly. You made the right choice. This area is going to develop very soon. You're also buying at the right time. Because of the financial crisis, the prices have gone down significantly. Woo-sung already knew Itaewon was going to be the hot place for young Koreans in the future. Then I guess that's that. Now, let's go to Apgujeong to look at places to live. How about Hyundai apartment? The agent answered quickly. I have the perfect place for you. It has been undated recently. You also get a great view of Han River. There is also a great park within a 10-minute walk. Again, it's for sale at a great price because of the crisis. Woo-sung answered. Let's go and have a look. As the agent promised, it was a luxurious apartment. It was a 30-year-old place, but it was updated to look clean and modern. It was over 2,000 square feet. Kim Un-jung exclaimed constantly, It's so amazing! Look, you can see the river from the master bedroom. Look at the beautiful wallpapers. They are so shiny. The agent added a modest response to their awe. The owner works in the interior design business, so he only used the best material for this apartment. It is rare to find an apartment where you can see the river from so many rooms. The price is also dirt cheap. It's only $2.5 million. Kim Un-jung stammered at the price. $2.5 million? It is a rare price for this area. This place will be bought as soon as possible. If you won't decide now, you will lose it by tomorrow. Woo-sung liked the place. It was close to his office, too. Woo-sung asked the agent. Then let's get this place for my parents. Do you have another one similar to this? I plan to get my own place, too. Jang Guangchul gasped. Wow, you really did make a lot of money. Haha, of course. Did you think I lied about it? The agent smiled broadly. Oh, of course. Should we go have a look now? That day, Woo-sung bought 2 apartments and a business building. In total, he spent $10 million. He still had $110 million left in his Korean bank account. The interest alone from this was $200,000 per month. He never had to worry about money ever again. Usually, such big real estate purchases took months. Payments were often made in steps, but Woo-sung paid the total up front immediately. He hired a lawyer right away and the transaction was completed within a few days. He also bought furniture and further upgraded the houses to perfection. When Woo-sung and his parents went furniture shopping, they kept asking him every time they picked a piece, "Are you sure it's okay for us to spend so much money?" "Don't worry, I get at least $100,000 in interest a month." After a little while, his parents stopped asking. Woo-sung decided not to be completely honest with his parents in terms of how much money he had. He had much more than he disclosed, and he felt it was better for them to not know the whole truth. In a week, they were moved into their homes. It was Monday again, and Woo-sung rode the subway to work. He hadn't hired a personal chauffeur yet, but he planned to soon. It was faster to ride the public transit than driving the car Jang Guangchul gave him. The traffic often was horrible during rush hours. His office, KND, was situated in Tehran Row. When he entered, he saw a familiar face. Yoon Gi-hwan quit Nuri Finances some times ago and was working for Woo-sung. Long time no see. General Manager Yoon. Oh, it's you, newbie. I mean President, hello? Yoon Gi-hwan felt awkward calling Woo-sung President, but this was the reality. He now worked for Woo-sung at KND Financial Company, which specialized in algorithm trading. It has been 4 months since he joined this company. Yes, I am back now. Thank you so much for holding down the fort for so long. Woo-sung was indeed the boss. Yoon Gi-hwan was responsible for maintaining Woo-sung's trading system on Nuri Finance's IDC and the system that was made for Jang Guangchul. His yearly salary was $100,000. $100,000. It was much more than what he was paid in his previous jobs. Haha, no problem. I wish I could do more since I'm getting paid so well. I want to thank you for being so generous. I also get to go home in time every day, which is a bonus. I'm glad to hear it. Thanks to you, things have worked out well for me even when I was in America. Yoon Gi-hwan whispered knowingly. So the rumor's true. Rumor? Everyone's saying that you killed it during the financial crisis. Woo-sung didn't deny it. Rumor travels fast. Well, I did make some money. Yoon Gi-hwan gasped in surprise. Ah. Just kidding. I didn't make that much. Oh. Yoon Gi-hwan sighed disappointedly. The others. Woo-sung looked around. Jang Guangchul and Hong Subum were waiting for Woo-sung to introduce him to the rest of the employees. There were many developers and administrative staffs. It took an hour for Woo-sung to meet and greet all of them. Chapter 63. After the introductions, Jang Guangchul, Hong Subum, Yoon Gi-hwan, and Woo-sung started a meeting of their own. Hong Subum, who was the head of the Coconut app development, began. We are at the last stage of the iPhone app development. We are using the President's MQTT as the server and testing it out. Woo-sung nodded. There was nothing he could add to the actual development portion. He trusted Hong Subum to do a good job. Woo-sung's main interest was something else. Where will it be released first? I was thinking Korea. That's a good idea, but iPhone and Android aren't released in Korea yet. We can't just keep waiting, so why not release in America first? America? Yes, we can hire famous Hollywood actors and take photos of them using Coconut. We can upload these pictures on Facebook. This would be the fastest and surest way to get noticed. Coconut will become the most popular app quickly. Woosung wanted to implement the SNS marketing strategy from 2018. It will cost a lot to hire famous actors. Even if we do, would the Americans use a Korean app? Hong Subum replied cynically. Even in Woosung's previous life, Coconut never went beyond Korea. However, the app named Slime by Nexter, released after Coconut, managed to become successful in Japan and America. Woosung continued with a stern expression. Messenger is a relatively new concept. Ours is pretty much the first one ever in the market. We need to use this to our advantage. We can release it in the US and see what happens. We can adjust and improve it as we go, and eventually, we will make it into a global app. Woosung thought of the famous messengers from his previous life. Telegram, WhatsApp, Snapchat. Woosung knew the pros and cons of these apps. One common thing he knew of them was that none of them became popular worldwide. Woosung thought that this was because none of them knew the truth about smartphones. Both Android and iPhone were released at the end of 2009 in Korea. Practically speaking, it may be safer to release the app in Korea, but Woosung wanted to be bold. As time passes, there will be more messenger apps with better and faster functions in the world. The competition will become fierce. Anything that becomes popular in America will automatically become popular in Korea. It will be too late for us when this happens with another messenger. Woosung emphasized the importance of the world market. Hong Subum asked, "Could you explain your plan in more details?" Coconut will be a chat service with a strong security system. Even if the server or the cell phone become hacked, we will make sure the app itself can never be hacked. Woosung continued without waiting for the others' response. Coconut China will serve only China. China has restricted acceptance of foreign IT companies. We will have to create a separate customized app just for Chinese people. But it will be worth it. China is a huge market. Woosung had a sip of water. None of the people around him dared talk in his small pause. And I really believe in using the Hollywood stars to jumpstart this app. Hong Subum asked curiously. So, are you suggesting we give up on Korean users? Facebook is an innovative website created by Ivy League students. People will want to be part of it. Hong Subum frowned as he understood what Woosung meant. You are counting on many young Koreans dreaming of attending Ivy League college and also being fans of the American celebrities. Woosung nodded and answered. It is almost impossible to get a popular Korean app into the world market. Woosung pointed at his iPhone on the table. As I said before, trying to place a desktop into a phone is not a good idea. The phone will become the desktop. We need to think like that for our app too. We need to become successful in the world first. When this happens, it will become popular in Korea. Jang Guangchul protested quietly with a pout. President, we all know that. It's just that it is going to be very difficult. Why? Well, first, we don't know the American market very well. We don't know how they think or what they like. Jumping into the unknown would be a suicide. Woosung answered quickly. We can learn. I will take all of you to Silicon Valley, and you can learn the American way. Any other problems? Jang Guangchul hesitated. How about hiring the Hollywood stars? It's going to cost a lot. We also don't know if they will even accept our offer. We can contact their management companies. I will pay for everything. I can pay up to $100 million. You don't think it's going to cost more than that, right? Now, anything else? Jang Guangchul started to sweat. And no, that's not what I meant. Google got into the Korean market, but Nexter hasn't been able to go out into the world. This will always be the pattern. Same with Facebook versus Cyworld. This will always be the case. Woosung took a deep breath. He was thirsty. He had another sip of water. Do you want the same thing to happen to Coconut too? Mediocre success in Korea and never get to step into the world market? When Woosung became silent, the room tensed up. After a few minutes, Woosung added, This is my first order as the president. Always think big. Any products we create, they are meant to be successful worldwide. If you don't agree, then you can leave now. Everyone tensed. They all glanced at Woosung with nervous glances. He was the CEO. His order was the law in this company. After a few minutes of silence, Yoon Gi-won finally laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. It's a grand idea, President. Take over the world. It should be our motto. Jang Guangchul added quickly as well. Yes, I agree. Ha ha ha. Hong Subum had no other choice. He coughed and answered. All right. I will do as you like. I feel the same way. I want coconut to become international too. Woo-sung looked at Hong Subum. I believe in this plan. Don't forget that the average lifespan of an internet company is only 10 years. Jang Guangchul said to Woo-sung, Little bro, don't talk like that. You're scaring all of us. What I mean is that I am betting my life on this company. I will make sure that our company does not become just an average corporation for average Joes. Jang Guangchul laughed awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. Please think of any other advertising ideas. Now, let's go on to the algorithm trading. Yoon Gi-won tensed. Do you know what these are? Citadel, Pulse & Co., SAV, and Quantum? Yoon Gi-won answered with a profound carefulness in his tone. Of course I know. They are all hedge funds. That's right. They are world-famous hedge funds. Do you know how much a Citadel operator makes in a year? Yoon Gi-won didn't have the answer. Woo-sung looked around the room. Everyone remained silent. $1.7 billion. So can you guess what kind of profit Citadel would make in a year? Again, no one could answer. No one really knows, but my guess would be an unimaginable amount. This is what I want for our algorithm trading. Oh, but I realize that you can't do it by yourself, General Manager Yoon. I will help you, of course, and I will soon be hiring world-famous mathematicians and physicists. All right. Now, the third topic of this meeting is the smartphone project. Woo-sung started to explain his plan. Chapter 64. Woo-sung repeated what he said to Jonathan, but in more details. He talked about where the smartphone industry would head in the future. Even if we start right now, we still won't be able to release a product by the end of this year in Korea. We still need to get a factory, equipment, and staffs. We just don't have enough time. So that is why I plan on buying an existing company. Jang Guangchul opened his mouth to say something but decided against it. Have you heard of Pine Tech? Jang Guangchul finally chimed in. The insiders got in and out to make money. It left the company and the shareholders in a bit of a pickle. Yes, I was one of the ones who made a chunk of money too. What? And I plan on buying the company with the profit I made from the stocks. Yoon Gi-won and Hong Subum looked confused. Jang Guangchul frowned and asked, What do you mean you were involved? Did you make your money from Pine Tech stocks during the financial crisis? Is that what you're saying? Jang Guangchul sounded upset. It sounded like he was scolding Woo-sung. Woo-sung couldn't tell him the truth. Luckily, he already had a made-up story he could use. I found out about this company from the algorithm trading winning stock recommendation. The company isn't doing bad enough to report any net losses yet. I think we need to buy it. Jang Guangchul appeared to believe Woo-sung's story. It is a PDA manufacturing company, which means we can use their existing factory as is. I found out that they also manufacture PDAs with similar capabilities with phones. If we manage it better, it will be good. No one commented. As for our phone design, I already hired a company in Silicon Valley for it. Woo-sung turned on the giant screen and showed a cell phone design with the title Blue S. It was the exact design used in Woo-sung's previous life by Dae-yang. Ha ha ha. Whoever uses it first owns the design. I already got it patented in US and Korea, so Dae-yang will never be able to use it. Woo-sung grinned. He loved the fact that he stole the idea from Dae-yang. The phone was made with this design. Made, Hong Subum murmured. Woo-sung took out a cell phone that looked exactly like the one on the screen. Jonathan made a prototype for us. Because of the lack of CDMA in Korea, we can't use it here, but it is already functional in America. It's not 100 done yet though. Oh, and its Wi-Fi connection works in Korea as well. Woo-sung continued, but this time he speaks slower. I will be releasing the news of this phone and Pine Tech purchase at the same time. We will make the announcement at Daeang Hotel in Samsung-dong. Our company will become the hero who saved the shareholders of Pine Tech. Blue S will get a lot of attention this way. Woo-sung clicked to get to the next slide on the screen. The phone's slogan will be, "The only friend for you in this lonely world." And Woo-sung suddenly stopped. There was one more business he needed to mention but was having difficulty explaining it. Bitcoin. He reread the report on it again on his way back to Korea. He had to continue to work on the cryptocurrency project. Mining. ASIC. Cryptocurrency trading company. ICO initial coin offering. Creating new cryptocurrency. There were so many things Woo-sung had to develop in this industry. Woo-sung didn't know how to explain all this to his colleagues. When he remained quiet, Hong Subum asked finally, President, are you finished?" Woo-sung kept his pause before he finally gave a reply. "We will be expanding continuously, and I thought this office alone wouldn't be big enough. So I bought this entire building." Pardon. The building was a 15-story high and a 4-story basements. The price dropped recently due to the effect of financial crisis, but it was still well over $50 million. Hong Subum and Yoon Gi-won wondered just how much Woo-sung made during the difficult time. Woo-sung looked around. "Now you can get back to work." Everyone stood up to leave. Before Yoon Gi-won could leave as well, Woo-sung called him. "General Manager, please stay. I have to talk to you." Yoon Gi-won frowned nervously. Jang Gwangchul grinned at Yoon Gi-won and murmured, "Good luck." They seemed like they became good friends. Woo-sung looked at Yoon Gi-won in the eye. "I was just wondering, shouldn't we bring Manager Park and Assistant Manager Kim in the company as well?" Yoon Gi-won sighed in relief. "Oh, I can tell them. Should I get them to come for an interview?" "No. I will go to them myself. It wouldn't be right to have them come to do my bidding, because I'm a CEO now." "Haha, you are worrying about nothing. They aren't some geniuses you're trying to scout." "You don't have to feel that way," Yoon Gi-won added sadly. "I also am not worthy of your company. I know that." Yoon Gi-won looked lost. Woo-sung said seriously, "My conditions for my employees are two things: ability and trust." Woo-sung's words seemed to confuse Yoon Gi-won. "I have to admit that if I only valued one's ability, you may not be my first choice, but..." Yoon Gi-won listened hopefully. "The trust I have in you makes you an exemplary employee. When I thanked you on my first day, I meant it. It's because you did well here while I was away. I made a good money in Korea during the financial crisis." Woo-sung made over $100 million in Korea while he was in America. It was the truth. Yoon Gi-won smiled in embarrassment. His ears were turning red. "I feel the same way about Manager Park and Assistant Manager Kim. I have absolute trust in all of you. You won't play the role of genius quants, but you will work as trusted system operators." Woo-sung smiled slightly and continued, "I should go see them myself. I meant to visit you to offer you a job personally, but I couldn't because I was in America." Yoon Gi-won nodded. He was learning more about Woo-sung. "But that doesn't mean you can stop learning. You need to be always diligent with your studies." Yoon Gi-won answered with a light smile. "I understand." The company ran most smoothly when it consisted of smart lazy boss and smart diligent employee. Unfortunately, in Daesan system, it was made of a stupid lazy supervisor and smart diligent employees. Manager Park, what the hell? The winning stock recommendation success rate went down to 45.4. I told you to increase it by today, didn't I? Manager Park answered without turning around. "I told you it requires an algorithm tuning. I gave you a report yesterday. It's a miracle it's actually staying at that percentage still." Yoon Gi-won's replacement, Hong Seung-gi, shouted angrily, "How dare you! I requested for a developer who could fix it from the headquarters. They sent you, General Manager Hong." Park Jun-woo said icily. Kim Yong-gun also frowned. Yes, I was sent to fix it, But you guys are the ones responsible for this program. You need to give me the needed information for me to do my job. I already told you so many times. Simple regression analysis was used. Independent variable X is the past winning stocks volume in last 5 years. I showed you the detailed formula 3 times already. Park Junwoo changed a lot in last 4 months. He was much thinner. He looked and sounded sharp like a knife. Hong Seung-gi fumed. Kim Yong-gun stood up to ease the tension. Aha, everyone needs to calm down. Stress can kill you. Just shut up. Let's go out for coffee. Kim Yong-gun took Hong Seung-gi out and winked at Park Junwoo, who shook his head. Before leaving the office, Hong Seung-gi ordered Park Junwoo. You better fix everything on the bug report from today, or else you're not allowed to go home. Then, as the door opened, 2 familiar faces appeared. It's still so noisy here. Kim Yong-gun inhaled in surprise. Woo-sung? Yoon Gi-won, who was standing next to Woo-sung, laughed. General Manager Hong, how's it going? Oh, I'm fine. What brings you here today? I just wanted to come by and say hi to everyone. Oh. Kwak Young-wook, who was hidden behind Woo-sung and Yoon Gi-hwan, stepped forward and asked, Haha, General Manager Hong, could we come in? Oh, of course. Kwak Jung-wook then stepped back and said to Woo-sung, Now, do whatever you need to do and call me. Woo-sung smiled and nodded. Chapter 65. When they all sat down at a cafe, Kim Yong-gun spoke with an ecstatic tone. General Manager Yoon told us you were back. You look different, like you were rich. Woo-sung laughed. Kim Yong-gun continued quickly. So what brings you here today? I came to see you too. Pardon? I'm here to offer you jobs. Park Junwoo's eyes widened. Kim Yong-gun stammered. Oh, then we'll be working with General Manager Yoon? Yes, I will offer you good salaries. You will get raises depending on your performances. What do you think? Park Junwoo bit his lips. He felt like he was finally being rewarded for his hard work. Woo-sung took out 2 envelopes and placed them on the table. Have a look. Park Junwoo opened his envelope first. Yearly salary, $50,000. Incentive, salary $400 paid when you achieve beyond your quota. He was being paid $33,000 currently. It was $17,000 more than his present salary. Plus incentive. He couldn't believe it. It was an offer he couldn't refuse. And the incentive is really on top of the salary? Woo-sung answered seriously. That's right. Kim Yong-gun also seemed surprised. Yoon Gi-won explained. President Kang made a lot of money recently. Not a lot, but enough to bring you in. Oh. Do you remember what I said before? I said that you needed to improve to become good enough for the world outside of Daejeon. Kim Yong-gun and Park Junwoo listened, their full attention given to Woo-sung. What I really meant was you need to be good enough not only in Korea but in the world. Woo-sung continued right away after seeing their dumbfounded reactions. This is only the beginning. If you want to make a lot of money, join me. Both nodded enthusiastically. There was no reason for them to reject this offer. They were waiting for this day. Then it's decided. You two will join my company. Woo-sung stood up. Now, let's get out of here. I will buy all of you dinner. Have you had kaiseki before? It's great. I made a reservation for us at a nearby Japanese restaurant. Let's go. Kwak Jung-wook did as he was ordered. As soon as Woo-sung arrived at Daejeon office, he called Na Jaemin to let him know. Sir, Woo-sung was here. He came to see his co-workers. They are now heading to a Japanese restaurant called Osaka. After hanging up, Kwak Jung-wook murmured. I feel like a double agent. Kwak Jung-wook then texted Woo-sung back. I let President Na know where you are. Na Jaemin called Shin Semi. Yes, that's right. It's Woo-sung. Yes. He said he's heading to Osaka. His account balance is currently $140 million. That's right, he dealt with Pine Tech stocks. After only a month since the Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy, Woo-sung became a VVIP at Nuri Finances. How? Woo-sung was the richest VVIP at Nuri Finances now. During the financial crisis, when Nuri Finances' stock declined, Woo-sung bought $10 million worth of it. Everyone thought this was a dangerous time to buy any stocks, yet Woo-sung was continuously making purchases. Was he being brave, or did he know something? And if so, how? Shin Semi couldn't take it anymore. She drove to the Japanese restaurant, Osaka. As she walked down the hallway, she heard laughter from the reserved room. Ha 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 ha, is that true? And you know what? When I walked into the lawyer's office on Wall Street, the receptionist called me a yellow monkey and asked if I wanted a banana. At the time, I had no money and I looked poor because I was wearing jeans and carrying a worn backpack. So what did you do? Woo-sung answered, laughing. I had to leave, and after I made a lot of money, I went back to that place. I wore an expensive suit and brought my own lawyer. Luckily, I recorded their racist comments, so I turned the recording on for them. I told them I was going to sue them. They all freaked out. Ha ha ha, you're amazing. So you went back? Of course. I always pay what I'm owed back. Woo-sung quickly checked his phone. There was a text message from the restaurant server, who Woo-sung tipped and asked to let him know when Shin Semi arrived. She's here. I need to go to the washroom. Woo-sung stood up and opened the door. Shin Semi was standing right there in surprise. Woo-sung greeted her. Oh, hello. Long time no see. Shin Semi nodded slightly. I doubt this is a coincidence. I assume you're here to see me, right? Woo-sung looked at her directly as he asked. Shin Semi flinched. Woo-sung continued. Then why didn't you knock? Well, let's go. I reserved another room for us. Woo-sung walked past her. I assume you already had dinner, so let's have a drink. Woo-sung ordered plum wine. Shin Semi looked at Woo-sung without saying a word. Woo-sung asked her slowly. Aren't you even going to say hello? It has been long since we last saw. She still remained silent. Haha, I am a major shareholder of Nuri Finances, yet you disrespect me. Shin Semi finally opened her mouth. You bought a lot of our stocks. The price dropped significantly. If Woo-sung wanted, he could buy enough to hold over 10 of Nuri Finances. I thought about buying up to 5, but it was getting too complicated, so I decided against it. Shin Semi realized Woo-sung had more money than she expected. What happened in America? I heard you had something to do with the Pine Tech stock controversy. I don't understand. That's all my private information. Isn't that illegal for you to know? Shin Semi frowned at Woo-sung's joke. Woo-sung laughed. Haha, I'm kidding. You are still so curious. Then let me tell you something. Shin Semi looked at him expectantly. Woo-sung continued quickly. Do you know today's exchange rate? 13.76 to send and 13.49 to receive. Shin Semi could guess what Woo-sung was going to say. She asked quickly, Are you telling me you know if it's going to go up or down? Based on data analysis again? Woo-sung grinned. You're correct. What do you think? Will it go up? Down? Due to the financial crisis, the outflow of dollars is increasing quickly. Everyone is expecting it to go up. Then my next question is this. Until when and how much will it go up? Shin Semi stared at Woo-sung. Did he mean he knew the answer? With such information, one could make an absurd amount of money. Are you saying you know the answer? Don't you think so? Shin Semi gasped. Woo-sung remembered it clearly from his past life. I remember it reaching 15.00 by early March. What? What do you want? You want dirt on Dayang again? Haha, no, not this time. Instead, I would like to join groups or clubs you belong to. And you'll tell me the future? How could I trust you? What if you're wrong? I belong to very exclusive clubs. Didn't I correctly predict the election result and the global financial crisis? I think that should be enough for you to trust me. Woo-sung lowered his voice, and the amount of Nuri Finances stock I bought should prove to you that I am the real deal. I guarantee you that I hold more cash than you do. Oh, and I have an invitation for you. Woo-sung handed her a piece of paper. Place: Daeang Hotel Diamond Hall near Samsung Station. Time: February 7th, 10 a.m. We invite you to join KND on its first step. This is my new company, come and see. You'll find out that I am worthy of your exclusive clubs. Chapter 66. Kylo Korean Young Leader Organization. It was a club consisted of third and fourth generation children from rich families. Only those with assets of over $50 million and 2 recommendations from the existing members could join. The age limit was under 40 years old. Any member turning 40 was automatically kicked out. 50 million in asset before the age of 40. Less than 0.1 of the population could achieve this status. That was why most members were children of CEOs. Shin Semi was surprised Woo-sung knew of such an exclusive group. Who told him about it? She thought of the present members but couldn't think of anyone who would be acquainted with him. That meant someone who left the club probably told him. Woo-sung said to Shin Semi, "The exchange rate will continue to go up, but only to a certain point." "Are you sure?" Woo-sung stared at Shin Semi directly and answered, "Yes. The requirements to join this club are very strict. It may not be possible for you to join. Besides, the members are in a tight clique. Even if you are successful in getting in, they won't tell you any gossips on Daeang as I did. Do you still want to try? You never know what might happen. I feel like I might meet useful people there, so yes." Shin Semi groaned. She wanted to know the future of the exchange rate. The things she could do with this information. Many in KYLO were greedy. If they learned Woo-sung's ability to predict the financial future, they would use him mercilessly. Woo-sung sipped on plum wine. He then ate a piece of sushi. He was enjoying this moment. It didn't matter whether Shin Semi helped him. He could be patient. He waited quietly. Shin Semi groaned again and thought with careful considerations. She had to be smart about her decision. Woo-sung looked at her as quiet as a predator hunting its prey. There was no doubt Shin Semi was attractive. It didn't look like she was wearing any makeup. As he studied her, Shin Semi finally opened her mouth. "All right. The 3 requirements are as followed. You need recommendations from 2 existing members. The other 2 are age and asset, and you're okay for both. I will make the recommendation happen for you." Woo-sung ate another piece of sushi and replied, "Thank you. I will contact you when it becomes finalized." Suddenly, Woo-sung's phone vibrated. Yoon Gi-won was calling him. He sounded drunk. "Hey, newbie, what are you doing in the washroom?" "Newbie? What happened in calling me the president?" "Once a newbie, always a newbie. Should I be recording this?" "Go ahead. I'm not afraid." Woo-sung grinned and said to Shin Semi, "Haha, I think I need to go now." Shin Semi took a sip from her glass. Woo-sung stood up and left. The next morning. It was busy in front of the office building. People kept going in and out non-stop. Construction was going on as well, making the area busier than usual. Kim Yong-gun stood in front of the building and murmured, "So this building, it's Woo-sung's." Yoon Gi-won looked at the scene in shock as well. I'm surprised too. After coming back from America, he had big plans for everyone. He said we were going global with all our projects. Jang Guangchul came by and replied, "I bought this building." "Oh, hello, sir. You can call him Mr. Vice President." "Haha, all right." Kim Yong-gun greeted him quickly. "Hello, Mr. Vice President. Oh, you are Woo-sung's co-worker from Nuri Finances." "That's right." "Haha, nice to meet you." Kim Yong-gun bowed. "Nice to meet you too." While they chatted, Woo-sung's sedan rolled in. Woo-sung came out from the back seat. His expensive suit shined against the sunlight. Jang Guangchul bowed respectfully to Woo-sung. "Mr. President, good morning." Everyone else followed. "Good morning, sir." Woo-sung flinched at such loud greetings from everyone. What's all this? Zhang Guangchul laughed and approached Wusong. Enthusiastic greetings in the morning can lead to a productive day. It's not necessary. But today is a special day. Zhang Guangchul grinned as he replied. Wusong grinned knowingly. I agree. It is indeed a special day today. It was the day they planned to release Blue S to the world. The top floor of Dayang Systems headquarters was where the CEO's firstborn Choi Taemin's office was located. After listening to Strategy Team 1's leader Kim Hyung-wook, Choi Taemin murmured. So he took over Pine Tech and released a cell phone called Blue S. That's right. That company was recently involved in some sort of controversy. And their OS is Android? Yes. He has an office in Silicon Valley where the development team is located. CDMA is not supported in Korea yet, so they are pushing back the phone's release date in Korea to some time in the future. How's our project going? We are currently talking with Google. A representative from Google told us that it will be finished by September. Is there any chance that K&D can release the product sooner than that in Korea? As such a small company, no, I don't think so. Choi Taemin was annoyed. Some idiot appeared out of nowhere and dived into a cell phone business. It was only an annoyance now, but Choi Taemin knew if left alone, it could turn into something bigger. What should he do? He thought to himself. He has no answers. Kim Hyung-wook continued to report. CEO Kang Woo-sung was a developer working at Nuri Finances. He became close to an investment guru Zhang Guangchul. After visiting America during the global financial crisis, Woo-sung created this company. What did he do in America? We know he created an investment corporation in Wall Street, but other than that, we don't know exactly how he made his money. He then traveled to Silicon Valley, bought a factory for manufacturing cell phones, and returned to Korea. What's your opinion on it? Do you think Blue S will be a success? I can't tell. Cell phone industry is a very competitive world. It is very hard to make it as a new company. It seems like his company has good financial support, but if it lacks good technological backing, it will fail quickly. So there is a chance it could be a success. After the release of iPhone, the cell phone market is in turmoil. It is not unusual that there are smaller companies popping up with new ideas to get into the business. Choi Taemin frowned and rubbed his chin. Kim Hyung-wook continued to read his report. Release of iPhone in Korea is being blocked, but it seems like WeP platform will be withdrawn very soon. WiPi wireless internet platform for interoperability. It was a middleware platform used in Korea that allowed mobile phones to run applications. It was declared by the Korean government to avoid excessive competition between mobile companies. iPhone's platform was currently not supported by WiPi, and that was why it wasn't released in Korea yet. At least we know for sure that TK Telecom won't be releasing a new cell phone anytime soon. Our new cell phone Amor isn't being received well. If iPhone becomes available in Korea, it's going to be very bad for us. Try to keep it out of the country as long as possible. Yes, sir. Things were not working out as he had hoped. Choi Taemin's voice deepened. Did you say his company was named K&D? Try to poach some developers from there. We need to start working on our new Android phone soon. Of course. Meanwhile, a hot news popped up online. Troubled company Pine Tech becomes merged into K&D Corporation. K&D plans to release a new Android smartphone. A prototype phone revealed. Its name is to be Blue S, an only friend for you in this lonely world. It is to be released in America first, then in Korea towards the end of the year. CDMA support development needed for its release in Korea. At the launching party of Blue S, many reporters came to upload real-time news online. After reading the news, Shin Semi texted Woo-sung. This is Shin Semi. You have been approved to join KYLO. Your welcome party will be a week from today. Come to Sungbuk-dong 330XX by 7 p.m. Shin Semi looked at the photo of Blue S prototype. It was fresh and innovative, just like Woo-sung. Chapter 67, LT, It's Hem Day. After checking his message, Woo-sung grinned. Perfect. He was getting closer to Choi Gichul. He didn't ask Shin Semi, but Woo-sung thought there was a good chance he was a part of this group. The possibility filled Woo-sung's vengeful heart with a dab of maniacal glee. Now that the news of our new cell phone is out, all that's left for us is work harder. Are you going to go back to the office right away? Jang Guangchul asked Woo-sung. Yes, I have lots to do. It's hard for employees when the boss works too hard, so don't overdo it. Haha, I know. Great. So what are you going to work on first? Coconut, Blue S, perhaps algorithm trading? Woo-sung had something else in mind. The exchange rate will go up to 15.00 by March, so I should make some money from it. The first thing he needed was to look into the future of currency. Jang Guangchul glared at Woo-sung. Boss. Jang Guangchul had a gut feeling. Woo-sung was thinking about making money. He knew it, but he couldn't figure out the specifications of his schemes. What are you thinking about? Tell me. It was like Jang Guangchul had the sixth sense when it came to money, but Woo-sung had no intention of sharing investment ideas with him. I'm going to start on Coconut. I'm going to try to hire Korea's biggest star Lee Ari, Woo-sung answered post-haste. Lee Ari? Jang Guangchul's eyes widened. Lee Ari. She was Korea's top star even in 2018. Her father and grandfather were both high-ranking government officials. She was both a brilliant actress and a talented singer. Since she came from a rich family, she was known for not getting involved in company sponsorships or TV commercials. She only focused on her artistic career. Don't you think she would be perfect? I plan on having her featured on our TV commercial and release a video of her chatting with users using Coconut. How would you be able to hire Lee Ari? She is known for not getting involved in any TV commercials. That is why she's perfect if we want to attract users. Jang Guangchul murmured. How would you do it? She is impossible to get. I would love to meet her. Haha, you'll meet her soon. After returning to the office, Woo-sung opened the HTS screen. Available cash, 76,516,400.10. Even after purchasing 2 apartments, a building for his parents, and the current office building, he still had over $70 million in cash. Let's see. Woo-sung checked the current exchange rate. February 7th, 2009, 13.8270. After checking the number, Woo-sung clicked the icon Currency Future. UO902. He clicked it. The button meant the rate of currency on February 2009. There were many real-time transactions being made as he watched the screen. Approximately $500. 1 tick equaled 0.01 cent. For every 0.01 cent increase in rate, there was a profit of $1. With $10,000 in the bank, one could purchase 20 contracts. By the first day of March, the rate would increase to 15.00. This was a chance for Woo-sung to make a huge amount of money. He clicked every button with the speed of a blazing breeze. He bought hundreds of contracts. Woo-sung wanted to invest his money the right away, but placing this much money could cause unexpected changes to the market. He needed to be patient and buy bits at a time. Woo-sung made similar purchases in the American market as well. He didn't expect to make as much money as he made during the financial crisis, but any profit is a good profit. On February 9th, the rate went down to 13.7910 from 13.8270. A red alert button blinked on Woo-sung's account, but he continued to buy. Alex, who was working at Woo-sung's financial corporation in America, called and asked him, "Boss, you are losing about $25 million from the currency futures market right now. I wanted to make sure you are aware of it, and that this seems to be the trend. There's a good chance it's going to go down further." "I don't care. Put in an additional $100 million. You already put $100 million in. Are you sure you want to double up right now?" "Yes," Woo-sung answered with unfazed confidence. Alex couldn't understand. Woo-sung was losing money, and he was asking to put more money into a losing market. "Oh my God." Alex thought Woo-sung was crazy. "Boss, I must advise against it. No one would invest like this. It's too risky." Woo-sung didn't listen. 100 million today, and another 100 million tomorrow, please. I plan to put every available cash I have into this. He sold a lot of his assets recently and had $800 million to invest. Woo-sung planned to go all in. "Alex? Are you sure, boss?" Woo-sung said once more with a firm tone. "Yes, put all $800 million in. You could lose half of it very easily. Are you still sure about it?" Alex said weakly. Woo-sung did not change his answer. "Yes." Alex was being paid $500,000 per year to work for Woo-sung. He really wanted to do his best to aid him, but at the end of the day, he had to follow his order. "Fuck!" Alex swore as he placed Woo-sung's orders. A large hedge fund company called Ryan Capital had an employee named Williams Liam who worked as a quant for a currency future 304 algorithm department. He graduated early from Harvard, and after receiving a master's degree, he chose to work on Wall Street. He was able to survive the recent financial crisis. He trusted his math, and he was able to predict the crisis. This is strange. An unusual increase in purchases was noted in his system. His trading system's Sharpe ratio increased from 2 to 4. Someone's making huge intentional purchases. Hundreds of millions were being used. This much money meant a country or a large hedge fund was involved. Williams Liam contemplated. Should he buy too, or trust the trend? Or should he just watch? He had 3 choices to choose from. His salary depended on his performance. Since he has made the right choices in the past, he was being paid $1 million a year at the young age of 29. Williams thought carefully. Should I? On February 14th, the exchange rate went up to 14.0110. Woo-sung made tens of millions of dollars that day. Alex exclaimed and texted Woo-sung. He read the message and got out of the car. Today was the KYLO's welcoming party for him. Already, the place was surrounded by several luxury cars. A familiar face appeared in front of him from out of nowhere. Shin Semi. Wearing a sexy violet dress, she looked like a celebrity. Woo-sung stood beside her. "Let's go in." As they walked, a stranger waved and approached them. He spoke with Shin Semi with a tone of familiarity. "I was surprised to hear you give a recommendation for someone. This must be him. He must be someone special." Woo-sung's eyes lighted with fury as he clenched his fists. Shin Semi gave a disinterested nod. The man came towards Woo-sung and offered his hand. "Hello, my name is Jung Jinsup, Bitmain's CTO from Woo-sung's previous life." Woo-sung greeted him. "And nice to meet you. My name is Kang Woo-sung." Chapter 68. Jung Jinsup. Son of the CEO of Korea's top game company, Mox. He was a smart man who graduated from Seoul University with a degree in computer science. He ended up working with Choi Gi-chul to open a cryptocurrency trading dealer. Woo-sung had to restrain himself from punching him. He never expected to see Jung Jinsup here. Woo-sung knew he would meet him sooner or later, but when it actually happened, he found it difficult to restrain his anger. He gritted his teeth with great intensity. Shin Semi felt the tension welling up in him and looked at him. "Woo-sung." Jung Jinsup also heard the clenching of his teeth and looked at him with widened eyes. He was sure this was the first time he met Woo-sung, yet the fury he saw in his eyes were directed at him, no doubt. Suddenly, Jung Jinsup thought he knew why. "Ha! Ha ha! Are you by chance Semi's boyfriend?" Shin Semi shook her head. Her ears were reddening. Woo-sung calmed himself and replied, "No, it's just that I keep getting calls from work." Woo-sung took out his phone, which was vibrating at the moment. "I told them not to call me after work." "Haha, excuse me." Jung Jinsup smiled understandingly. "I know how you feel. That's really annoying. I totally understand." Woo-sung checked his phone. It was from Alex. When he didn't answer the phone, Alex sent him multiple texts. "Oh my God, boss. Do you know how much we made today?" The text messages continued like rapid fire without a hint of stopping. I'm freaking out. Are you a god? How? How? It's clear that the news made Alex excited. Woo-sung grinned and whispered to Shin Semi. Did you check the exchange rate today? She nodded. Woo-sung continued right thereafter. It's going to soar. You better get on it. Her face reddened noticeably. Jung Jinsup saw this and murmured, Semi's usually not close to anyone like this. Woo-sung stepped away from her and explained, Haha, it seems like it's nothing urgent. Let's go in. The room was elegant, clad with beautiful light fixtures. Women in expensive dresses and jewelry stood around like stars in the night sky, drinking wine. It felt like a different world. Sipping a glass of champagne, Woo-sung murmured, It feels like a celebrity award show or something. Those shows are usually funded by these people in here. Oh, Woo-sung murmured. Please remember, there are very important people in this room. Woo-sung smirked coldly. Such entitled people. Is she saying I should act a certain way? Shin Semi looked around and blew a murmur on Woo-sung's ear. That guy. He's the son of LM Electronics CEO. LM Electronics. It was Daeng's only current competition, but in Woo-sung's previous life in 2018, it was a dying company. That guy talking to young Jinsup, he is the son of TK Telecom's CEO. TK Telecom. It was one of the biggest communication companies along with KF Telecom in Korea. Woo-sung tried to remember every face in the room. His phone was confiscated before his entry for security reasons. He couldn't take notes or photos to study later. He had to rely on his memories alone. Woo-sung made it clear to himself that he should pay a closer look at the people conversing with young Jinsup. Shin Semi was very helpful. She introduced many people to Woo-sung and explained their positions to him. It didn't take a long time for him to realize that this room houses the children of CEOs and high-ranking government officials. Suddenly, a man tapped his glass to grab everyone's attention. Woo-sung turned around and recognized the person. It was Lee Sung-hyun, the second son of the current Korean president Lee Park-sung. He grinned and announced, It's pretty cold outside. The financial world is also not so warm right now. I'm sure every leaders here worked very hard to patch your losses up. Leaders, this was how everyone was called here. Leader Shin Semi, Leader Kang Woo-sung, and so on. But I believe we are all heading towards the right direction. Things are getting better. Lee Sung-hyun then turned towards Woo-sung. We also have a wonderful news tonight. It seems like we have a new leader in this room. Everyone raised their glasses in response to his latter announcement. It's Leader Kang Woo-sung, who received a recommendation from Leader Shin Semi. Let's welcome him to our world. It was only then when one at a time, men started clapping their hands until everyone followed. Woo-sung looked around in a daze. Jung Jinsup was also applauding. He was disappointed to see that Choi Gichul was not here though. Lee Sung-hyun continued. Leader Kang Woo-sung is a newcomer in the business world. Most of you may not know this, but this young man is the CEO of KND Corporation. He purchased Pine Tech recently and has announced a release of a new smartphone. I hope Leader Gu Bongjun and Leader Choi Gichul, who unfortunately is not here today, will play fair with our new member. Woo-sung tried hard not to grin. He bit his lips. So Choi Gichul did belong to this group. I knew it. Shin Semi noticed Woo-sung's change in demeanor and whispered, Choi Gichul is still abroad because of that incident. I already knew that. Woo-sung calmed down and replied, You seemed like you were disappointed. Woo-sung didn't react to Shin Semi's question. Ha ha, thank you for your interest in me. I appreciate it, he answered nonchalantly. It's not like that. Lee Sung-hyun then pointed at Woo-sung and asked, I hate to interrupt your conversation, but please pay attention. Woo-sung turned to Lee Sung-hyun. We would all appreciate a few words from our new leader, Woo-sung. Woo-sung brought out a manufactured smile from within the pit of his gut and gave a speech he prepared. Firstly, I am honored to be part of such an exclusive group of leaders. I thought about what I should bring today. I felt like a gift for everyone is appropriate. Lee Sung-hyun looked around and replied, "I don't think anybody here needs anything from you. Let's ask. Does anyone here need a gift from Woo-sung?" Everyone laughed at his joke. Jun Tae-won, who was the son of TK Telecom's CEO, yelled out rudely, "So you're gonna make a smartphone? Then it seems like I should be the one giving you a gift." Ha ha ha. Many sneered unpleasantly. In 2008, all cell phones could be only sold by telecom companies. If these companies didn't accept Woo-sung's new smartphone, it couldn't be sold in Korea. Woo-sung answered with an unfazed magnificence. "Haha, if you are offering, then I wouldn't object, but my gift is a little different. It is an information you can use to recover from the recent global financial crisis." Shin Semai's eyes widened. She knew what Woo-sung would say. He looked around. Does anyone know what the exchange rate is today? Most looked dumbfounded, but Lee Sung-hyun smiled lazily and answered, 14.01. "Thank you. Today is February 14th. Does anyone know what the rate will be on March 2nd? Everyone murmured among themselves. Suddenly, Jun Tae-won pointed at the sky and yelled, "If we knew that, why would we be here? We would be up there because we'd be gods." People again laughed at Woo-sung, but he continued with a brisk demeanor. "I will take that as a compliment, because it would mean the information I'm about to give you is priceless. I guarantee that on March 2nd, the exchange rate will rise to 15.30. It could even be higher." People sneered at him. They didn't believe him. Woo-sung understood their distrust. Shin Semai frowned at everyone's rude reactions. "If I'm wrong, I will give up my membership," Woo-sung added. Lee Sung-hyun looked at Woo-sung. His face is now filled with an obvious seriousness. "You're going too far. It seems you are not taking this membership seriously." Woo-sung laughed. "Haha, I'm doing it because I'm taking it very seriously. I thought money would be too obvious as a gift, and that is why I'm giving you information." As Woo-sung spoke, more people looked at him with interest. "I have a lot of information. If you ever need it, please let me know. I am happy to trade with any of you." Shin Semai glared at Woo-sung, who continued, "Oh, and I don't mean information on exchange rates or finances. I am well versed in many different areas. I use big data for my info, so consider me your big brother." Chapter 69. TK Telecom's Jun Tae-won flinched at Woo-sung's words. "Are you kidding me? Big brother, like Godfather. Should I be afraid? Should we all be afraid? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Everyone sided with Jun Tae-won's snide comment and sneered at Woo-sung's absurd proposal. Woo-sung was becoming the laughingstock of the crowd. Shin Semai frowned. He looked at Jun Tae-won. "Leader Jun Tae-won, there is a lot of information within the data, and I am an analyzer who can read them. Information on the exchange rate is one of the many I gathered from the data." "So you're saying you're a data analyzer?" Woo-sung glanced at Shin Semai. He was asking her to vouch for him. Shin Semai nodded. "Everyone knows I have never recommended anyone to join until now. Kang Woo-sung is the only one I helped." Everyone started to stop laughing and listened. It has been a year since I met leader Kang Woo-sung. He predicted the global financial crisis and the result of the general election last year. He told me the exact number of seats the day before the election. He has predicted too many things to call it a coincidence. Lee Sung-hyun stared at Shin Semai and asked, "He guessed the exact number of seats for all parties?" "Yes," Shin Semai answered without hesitation. Political information could be incredibly useful for everyone in the room. Lee Sung-hyun asked without a hint of his earlier gleeful countenance. "Are you referring to the method used during the Barack Obama election in the US?" Woo-sung answered, "That's correct. It's very similar to that." Data analysis was a new concept at this time. Lee Sung-hyun turned to Jung Jin-sup, who graduated from computer science program. Jung Jin-sup tried to explain. What he probably did was extrapolate from the previous exchange rate trends. "It's not that simple. I also considered the current world financial state and other aspects during my analysis." Woo-sung answered without giving Jung Jin-sup leverage to say more than he needs to say. "Using statistics method?" "I can't reveal you everything. All I can do is give you the information I gather. You can see for yourself if I'm right. Woo-sung took out a piece of paper and showed it to everyone. This is the record of my bank account during the financial crisis. I started with $300,000 and ended up with $100 million. 300,000 to 100 million. Woo-sung continued. That's only my Korean account. Woo-sung took out another piece of paper. This is my American bank account. There are about $500 million deposited in this account as of this moment. People finally started to pay more attention. $500 million. It was a lot of money even for these people. Game company Mox was worth $4 billion, which meant Woo-sung could own 10 of the company. Nobody was laughing at him now. I think this makes me look more trustworthy, right? No one answered. Many looked deep in thought. Afterward, the party went on. People talked among themselves. Casually, they were exchanging business information and even making deals. Rich people stuck together and made each other richer. It was a well-known fact that in Korea, 70 of the wealthy were rich by inheritance. A self-made man was a thing of the past. The leaders acted as if they worked and earned what they possessed. Woo-sung found it funny. No one approached him. I told you this was going to happen. Shin Se-mi told Woo-sung. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You made a mistake today. If you were hoping to change this world, I'm afraid you will fail. These people won't accept it. They will become weary of you. Woo-sung joked sarcastically. But I always hear rich people claiming to want to change the world for the better. He chuckled. Shin Se-mi frowned at him. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Woo-sung asked her, do you know the 80-20 rule? Do you mean the Pareto principle? Yes. It states that for many of the events in the world, roughly 80 of the effects come from 20 of the cause. Shin Se-mi didn't respond. That means even if 80 of these people don't want any changes, 20 will. Shin Se-mi bit her lips and asked, are you saying there will be people who will seek you out? Yes, that will be the start. Start of what? Woo-sung didn't answer. Some glanced at him during the party, but no one approached him during the entire event. After returning to his apartment, Woo-sung took a shower. His home was an expensive 1,800 square feet condo filled with big-screen television and leather furniture. As he looked out the window, he could see the Han River sparkled. Woo-sung thought of his enemies. Choi Gi-chul, Jung Jin-sup. So far, he met both of them in this new life. He could beat Choi Gi-chul. He knew Jung Jin-sup wasn't responsible for killing him, but he was sure Jung Jin-sup was still involved somehow. Woo-sung walked into his computer room. He turned on the screen and checked his Bitcoin status. Korea, 2,114.0123 BTC. US, 301614101 BTC. Total, 321,575.4224 BTC. Over 300,000 BTC. The speed of mining was decreasing, but he was happy with the progress. Woo-sung's goal was to possess over 5 million bitcoins. With this amount, he could rule the cryptocurrency world in the future. Next was checking the exchange rate. Today's rate was 14.10. It should rise soon. Woo-sung felt tired. His joints were tense, and his muscles felt heavy. Woo-sung went to bed and fell asleep as soon as his body dropped on the mattress. During the night, the exchange rate had a drastic rise. 14.21, 14.29, 14.35. Through his corporation, KND Investment in the US, Woo-sung had $800 million invested in it, while he had $70 million in Korea. Every day Alex texted him constant enthusiastic updates. We finally went over $1 billion mark. Congrats on becoming a billionaire. Over $1.1 billion today. Are you sure you don't want to cash it now? I think this should be enough. Boss, don't be so greedy. The rate hasn't reached 15.00 yet, but Alex was becoming anxious. $1.3 billion. Boss, it's $1.3 billion. Are we still holding it? Woo-sung's answer was always yes. The rate finally went over 15.00 and was at 15.10. However, it was only February 27th. Woo-sung didn't plan on selling it yet. He knew that by March 2 it would soar to 15.60. Finally, the day has come, March 2. Woo-sung already told Alex before the market began that he wanted to sell everything by the end of the day. Woo-sung asked him to sell small portions at a time to not rouse any suspicion. And as planned, by the end of the day, he sold everything. When Woo-sung checked his account, he had $1.5 billion. Before he turned off the screen, Woo-sung noticed the exchange rate, 16.0101. It was going higher than in his previous life. The future Woo-sung knew had changed. Chapter 70. Ryan Capital's Williams Liam screamed into the phone, "Keep buying." After the rate went over 15.00, tens of millions of dollars were being settled. He knew it then. This was it. The person or organization buying all this time decided the rate was close to reaching its max. Liam planned on following suit, but it was still an upward trend. Liam knew the trend would not change right away. Liam started to buy more dollars from the Korean foreign exchange market. In 2009, the Korean foreign exchange market was worth about $4.4 billion. When Ryan Capital went all in with its $1 billion, the exchange rate strengthened and went up further. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Liam collected the dollars Woo-sung sold at 13.00 and 14.00. As these transactions occurred fast, the rate soared even more. At this rate, Korea could lose all its dollars. Korean Bank Research Bureau and Financial Service Bureau reported to the Blue House, the Korean White House. An emergency report reached the Secretary General. "Sir, there is a report from the Korean Bank regarding an exchange rate issue." "I already looked into it. An American hedge fund got involved?" "Yes, a company called Ryan Capital. We currently have over $320 million in reserve. If we use all of it, we could fix the problem right away. If we do that, the US government won't just stand by. They are sensitive right now because of the recent financial crisis." "All right, then I will let the president know, so come up with other options and report back to me." As the Secretary General stood up, the phone rang. He answered it, and after a brief conversation, he paled. "It went over 17.00. I will call for an emergency meeting with the president immediately, so please call all the relevant departments." Lee Sung-yoon, who was working as an attorney at the law firm Pyunghwa, checked the exchange rate, 16.83. He remembered Woo-sung from the Kylo party. It can't be. How? It was too good to be a coincidence. A report indicated that a major portion was bought from a foreign company. Does Woo-sung have that much money abroad? The report from the Blue House suspected $1 billion were in play. Woo-sung said he had about $500 million, and he expected the rate to go up to 15.30. That meant one of two things. Either Woo-sung was lying, and he was behind the rate increase, or Woo-sung was telling the truth and someone unrelated was behind it. Either way, Woo-sung was involved. Should I call him? Lee Sung-yoon wondered. Jung Jin-sup didn't believe Woo-sung at first. Data analysis. He studied it briefly during school. He knew data analysis could never provide guaranteed results. Despite all that, Woo-sung still made a big impression on him at the party. Big brother. Jung Jin-sup began to think perhaps it was possible. He kept checking the exchange rate frequently. 14.30. Was it just a coincidence? Jung Jin-sup didn't invest in it, but it became a habit for him to check the exchange rate every day. He checked it twice a day. 14.50? He hesitated. Should he invest? If it went over 15.00, he knew he would regret not acting on it. Yet he didn't want to lose any money either. 14.81. As he hesitated, the rate kept going up. Finally, it reached the number Woo-sung promised, 15.30. Then it soared to 16.00 and 17.00. He picked up the phone and called. "This number you dialed is currently busy. Please leave a message after the beep." He called again after a few minutes, but it still went to the voicemail. Are others from the party calling him too? Jung Jinsuk bit his lips nervously. Finally, he picked up the phone and called Shin Semi, the woman who brought Woo-sung to Kylo. Woo-sung was on the phone with Alex. "Boss, did you see? Don't be disappointed. It wasn't meant to be." Alex laughed over the phone. "Disappointed? Me? Do you know how nerve-wracking it was for the last 2 weeks? Then why did you ask?" The rate volatility level went up suddenly. What? Until 15.60, the volatility level was 12. Woo-sung sighed. Alex didn't have to explain. He already knew this. "You're saying someone got involved?" "A sudden change doesn't happen without a reason. I'm guessing a company got involved. It can't be a country. If the Korean government got involved, US wouldn't let it go. This isn't good for Korea either." "A private company then?" "Yes, I'm guessing a hedge fund." Woo-sung nodded in agreement. Alex continued smartly. "This would also mean someone's watching us. So someone wants my money." Alex remained silent. $1.5 billion in Woo-sung's account. He earned it, which meant someone lost it. Wall Street is filled with sharks. When there is a good algorithm, someone will target it and kill it. We were lucky this time, but we need to be careful from now on." Woo-sung agreed and hung up. He leaned back and murmured, "Be careful." So far, he has won against the market. However, any changes to the future could mean Woo-sung could lose everything next time. One more thing. $100 million can change the future. This was the first time the future he knew changed. This meant his action of mining large quantity of Bitcoin could also change the future. Woo-sung's stress went through the roof. Suddenly his phone rang again. It was Shin Semi. She must be desperate. His phone wouldn't stop ringing all day. 7 missed calls. All the leaders of Kylo shared their phone numbers. Woo-sung saw he had 3 missed calls from Jung Jinsuk, 2 from Lee Sung-hyun, 1 from Shin Semi, and 1 from an unknown number. Woo-sung didn't call anyone back. He knew value usually increases with rarity. Shin Semi bit her fingernail. He was right again. This was the 3rd time. Once or twice could be coincidences, but a 3rd time. She really believed Woo-sung could predict the future by data analysis. She tried to stay calm, but it was difficult. When Jung Jinsuk called her asking for Woo-sung's alternative contact information, she finally called Woo-sung herself. He didn't answer her. She remembered the last time something like this happened. After the general election result, she called him, but he didn't answer. He only came to her when she sent someone to get him. Was this his way of making her come to him in person again? She had her pride. She didn't like this at all. How could she change this relationship? She needed to become the one in power. Shin Semi thought carefully. She needed to learn to control him and get any information he had. She will get her chance. She just had to wait for it. Now, how could she get him to come to her without asking? Suddenly her phone rang. "The chairman is asking for you." "Pardon?" "The Blue House has asked for help regarding the exchange rate problem." Shin Semi looked at her screen. Exchange rate, 17.0310. This was getting problematic. Chapter 71. Investing in the exchange rate market was a stressful period for Woo-sung. Naturally, he wasn't able to focus on his company work during this time. After everything was settled, Woo-sung could finally get back to his company. When he arrived at work, he sat down and studied various things, including the exchange rate trends and the world financial news. Woo-sung's room was filled with books on daytime trading and forex trading. One day, Woo-sung was reading late into the night in his office when Jang Guanchul walked into his room. Forex Trading Strategy was the book Woo-sung was holding. "Boss, are you planning to upgrade the algorithm trading system?" Woo-sung thought of hiding the book, but instead he answered him. "As I said earlier, I'm trying to think globally. Don't overwork yourself. If you lose your health, you'll lose everything. Woo-sung laughed awkwardly. Haha, okay. Then, I'll see you later. Phew! Woo-sung sighed with relief. Jiang Guangchul must have spread the news. Yoon Giwon, Park Junwoo, and Kim Yonggun came to Woo-sung and asked about how they would upgrade their algorithm trading system. I was thinking it's about time we need to adjust the winning stock recommendation algorithm. Are you already on it, boss? When Woo-sung couldn't answer, Yoon Gi-hwan murmured quietly, What's with your reaction? Do you not trust us? The vice president told us. He said you're looking into forex trading. Oh. Kim Yonggun pointed at the books in Woo-sung's room. And that's why you're reading all these books, right? Haha, I guess. So how much work have you done on it so far? We can help you. Park Junwoo added. We might not be much, but we can still help. Yoon Gi-hwan asked, Are you getting involved in currency future? Or FX? I am considering both, Woo-sung answered cautiously. All right, then we will look into both as well. Oh, okay? This was a week ago. As far as Woo-sung could remember, no more exchange rate turbulence would happen until the 2016 Brexit. This meant from now on, Woo-sung had to rely only on the algorithm function. This was Woo-sung's plan all along, but he felt tired of having to continue studying when he was so rich already. Woo-sung shook his head. I can't think like this. I can't become lazy. He continued to study. It was a good thing he was smarter now, or else it would have taken him much longer to learn. Foreign currency trading always occurred in pairs. Korean $1, dollar-euro, yen-dollar. The currency on the left was called the base currency, while the one on the right was called the quote or counter currency. The exchange rate was affected by the interest rates of national banks in each country. For example, if the interest rate in a Korean bank increased, foreign investors would flock to it. On the other hand, if the rate was low, fewer dollars would enter Korea. In turn, the exchange rate would rise. This wasn't always the case. The exchange rate was of national importance, so the government often involved themselves to maintain a certain level. If it went up, it brought it down. When it went down, it brought it up. In a democratic country, the government was allowed to have only a minimal influence. The best thing was for the market to correct itself. When Shin Semi arrived at Nuri Enterprises CEO Shin Yongwon's room, he asked her, Advisor Shin, how many offshore funds do you have right now? A little over $100 million. How much of it can you cash in right away? About $50 million. Before the exchange rate goes down, make sure to use all your available cash. But, before Shin Semi could reply, Shin Yongwon glared at her. This is a chance you can't miss. Anyway, the Blue House asked all the banks for help for this reason. They expect us to put our personal funds in. Shin Semi murmured, The foundation of finances is trust. We can't justify doing anything that will cause us to lose this trust. The current exchange rate was 17.00. This was a great chance. Have you still not realized why you haven't received a promotion for a long time? Shin Yongwon looked at his daughter with disappointment. If this is the way to get a promotion, then I don't want it. Shin Yongwon turned away from her. You have so much more to learn. Soon, the foreigners will get involved in the Korean market. If we do this, it will help stabilize the exchange rate without the Korean government having to get involved directly. If the government gets involved, the other countries will not look kindly on it. This is why the government gives chances like this to corporations like ours. Shin Semi asked untrustingly. But this is only your interpretation of the government's request. What was the point of going to Princeton and graduate from the economics department? You are still so naive. I shouldn't have let you go to that school. Shin Yongwon criticized her crudely. Because of people like you, general population sees every businessman as a con man. The world sees Korea as a corrupt country. Why do you think the Nuri Bank fails to make it in other countries? There is no guarantee your way will make us successful. Unless you have clear data to prove your theory, do as I say. Shin Semi knew her father wouldn't change his mind. It was always this way. When she remained silent, Shin Youngwon gave her a final warning. Or else, you'll lose everything you have. Shin Semi stared at him with a blank expression and left. Shin Youngwon looked at his daughter with a heightened sense of disappointment. She needed a drink. Without thinking, Shin Semi arrived at the building where Woosung's company KND was located. She took the elevator and went up to his office. I am here to see President Kang Woosung. At the unexpected appearance of a beauty, the developers murmured. Kim Yong-gun especially got excited. She... Yoon Gi-won turned around towards the door and saw her. Advisor Shin Semi? Kim Yong-gun rose from his seat and knocked on Woosung's door. Woosung was just about to walk out. He greeted her in surprise. I didn't realize you were coming. If you have time, would you like to have a drink? Woosung couldn't say no. They found a quiet place and here, they decided to sit down. Shin Semi drank in silence while Woosung would peek at her in secrecy. After a few drinks, Shin Semi finally shared her thoughts. While I studied at Princeton, I always swore I wouldn't become one of those rich, corrupt businessmen. Woosung nodded in agreement. I see. I studied my ass off. I graduated with good grades. I had many offers from Wall Street, but I returned to Korea. The chairman's orders, I presume? Shin Semi shook her head. No, it wasn't like that. I wanted to. I planned to make Nuri Enterprise a bank known all over the globe. Woosung decided to compliment her. Haha, your father must have been proud. Shin Semi laughed bitterly and answered, No, it was the opposite. Oh. He wasn't happy with me. Woosung stayed quiet. Shin Semi looked at him. You are the big brother who analyzes big data to find answers. Do you think you can figure out what I did wrong? Woosung did not have enough time to contemplate, but he understood the gist of what she's saying. She must have had an argument with the chairman, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Do you remember the first time we met? Woosung asked as if it was a natural thing for him to say. Shin Semi stayed still. Woosung continued slowly. When I predicted the financial crisis and the general election result, you doubted me. After you found out I got them right, you started trusting me. Woosung laughed with a sarcastic undertone. When I asked to join KYLO, I wasn't sure if you would say yes. Shin Semi stammered. Well, I'm not blaming you. I'm just telling you the facts of our relationship. As Woosung continued, Shin Semi's expression changed. You want to know what you did wrong? Shin Semi nodded. Yes. I think what you did wrong is that you haven't proven yourself yet. Shin Semi inhaled deeply. As I proved myself with real results, you need to do the same to the chairman. She nodded again. Shin Semi felt confused. She felt different around this man. Why was that? As she pondered by her lonesome, her curiosity sparked back to her memory. By the way, why didn't you answer my call? Chapter 72. Her sudden question flustered Woosung. I didn't know. I was busy. I didn't realize you called. You must have seen you missed a call when you checked your phone later that day, right? Honestly, I have been so busy with the new company I haven't had the chance to look at my phone at all. Shin Semi scoffed a begrudged answer. Well, I guess I'll believe you. Woosung felt guilty for some reason. Why is she upset? Shin Semi ate a piece of steak and explained. I called you because other KYLO members have been calling me. Woosung's eyes sharpened. Someone called Shin Semi because he couldn't get a hold of Woosung. He could guess who it was. Was it Jung Jinsup? Yes, and there is one more. Woosung couldn't think of anyone. Shin Semi answered. Lee Sung-hoon, the current KYLO president, he called. Lee Sung-yoon, attorney at the law firm Punghwa and the second son of the current Korean president. What did he want? Why didn't you answer other members' calls? Didn't you join KYLO to get close to them? For the same reason why I didn't answer your call. Shin Semi replied seriously. These people are not used to waiting for anyone. They may take it the wrong way. Woo-sung smiled. I will remember your advice. After work, Liam sighed deeply and sat down. He made another huge profit from the recent transactions. He already exceeded his goal for this year. Unless he made a major mistake for the rest of the year, he was sure to get a big incentive. He was grinning happily when someone approached him. I gathered the information you requested. Okay, thank you. Liam opened the test database ran by Ryan Capital. New York Stock Exchange. Chicago Commerce Exchange. These places provided the information on any transactions that happened in their systems for a fee. They couldn't give away any private information, but they provided which banks or hedge funds were used to make the transactions. Liam was looking for a specific transaction serial number. Each trader had a unique serial number. Using this, he planned to figure out who was involved and which algorithm was used. Let's see. Liam's eyes flared. He started analyzing the data like a rabid dog. Let's first put everything in order based on the serial number, then filter out any transactions involved less than $10 million. This reduced the amount of data to half. Liam used the statistics package RStudio and created a graph with the filtered data. As he studied it, he picked up the serial number he was looking for. This trader bought continuously at 13.00 until it reached 14.20. Afterward, there were no more purchases. When Liam looked at its sell records, it looked like this trader started selling after the rate reached 15.00. It seems like it sold everything as soon as it went over 15.00. This can't be based on an algorithm. This kind of all-in technique is too risky to be recommended by any trading system. This meant someone made a human decision to do this. Not even the world's greatest bank, Goldman Sachs, would attempt something like this. Liam opened the Excel file named 2008-09-1011. A similar thing happened during the financial crisis. A trader bought options right before the Dow Jones dropped. It can't be. There was no such thing as coincidences in this world. Who? Liam started to get goosebumps. Even the best expert investors couldn't pull off something like this. As soon as Woo-sung arrived at work the next morning, 3 people looked at him, expecting news in more ways than one. Yoon Gi-won, Park Jun-woo, and Kim Yong-gun surrounded Woo-sung and pushed him into the conference room. President, we have been contemplating about this project for days. Woo-sung nodded and listened. We came to a conclusion. There is no way the 3 of us could come up with something like a winning stock recommendation function like you did. This meant one thing. It is impossible for us to develop an algorithm for FX margin or currency future. Woo-sung frowned at the word impossible. He didn't like the word. Yoon Gi-won noticed Woo-sung's expression and added quickly, but we haven't given up yet. We thought about what we can do, and we came up with HFT high-frequency trading. This is our prototype. As soon as Yoon Gi-won finished, Kim Yong-gun opened a PPT. FX HFT test results. It appeared that they already tested the product. If you use this in Korea, there will be some network issues. You aren't thinking of Korea as the target customer, are you? Woo-sung asked. No. We already contacted Jonathan in America and installed it at an IDC in California. We learned that compared to making transactions through the Korean server, it is 0.00005 seconds faster. Oh. Woo-sung was pleasantly surprised. Then we will report to you regarding the test result. Yoon Gi-won continued confidently. Kim Yong-gun clicked, and the next slide appeared. After the presentation, Woo-sung had to admit his surprise. I see that you worked hard on this. Yoon Gi-won smiled proudly. Haha, you have been working so hard on the new algorithm that we thought we can't just sit around. Woo-sung groaned. He was not working on the algorithm at all, but now it seemed like he had to. We will continue to test it and show you the final product before the end of this month. Yoon Gi-won added emphatically, you need to finish your algorithm for us to test it accurately, so please finish it ASAP. Woo-sung was speechless. He had nothing to say back at them, but luckily, someone burst into the room. President, you need to come out quick. What's wrong? That attorney is here. Attorney? Lee Park-sung's son Lee Sung-yoon is here. Woo-sung grinned. So he's here. Chapter 73. Lee Sung-hyun. He was the second son of Korea's current president and an attorney working at the law firm Punghwa, specializing in corporation-customer relationship. He was rumored to be interested in entering the political world like his father. Woo-sung was from the future. He knew exactly what would happen. He bowed deeply. Welcome to my humble office. I apologize. I meant to call you back, but I've been so busy with my work. Haha, that's all right. I realize how hard it is to run a company. You are so kind. I see why people love you so much. You flatter me. I am actually awed by you. You became a CEO at such a young age. They kept their conversation light. They seemed to enjoy playing this game of flattery together. 10 years from now, Lee Park-sung becomes involved in a controversy during his second term. An investigation begins, and Lee Sung-hyun becomes a subject of interest to the related investigation too. He probably got arrested. Woo-sung died before the investigation was completed. The rumor at the time was the president would likely be prosecuted, while Lee Sung-hyun would be released. While Woo-sung was deep in his thought, Lee Sung-hyun lowered his voice. Haha, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Woo-sung replied with a lower tone. I am all ears. I watched the exchange rate as you suggested. It was impressive, although I'm a bit worried that it reached 17.00. Woo-sung answered honestly. I wasn't able to predict it more accurately. I should have considered the possibility of hedge funds getting involved and therefore pushing the upward trend further along. I am embarrassed. Lee Sung-hyun looked at him in kind. Woo-sung was so confident during the party, but now he looked humble. I believe in admitting one's mistake, Woo-sung explained. Lee Sung-hyun observed Woo-sung. If you continue to make mistakes, you will lose people's trust. I gain trust through my results. I don't have to convince people of my abilities. Lee Sung-hyun nodded approvingly. There will be a provincial election in June next year and a by-election in July. Liberty Korean Party will win the majority. Woo-sung knew this, but he couldn't remember the exact number of seats. You can't be planning to run as the candidate for the Liberty Korean Party, which means Lee Sung-hyun was a big fish. He definitely would not run for a position in a remote countryside. You plan to participate from the sideline then, in Seoul most likely. Woo-sung continued. Woo-sung guessed correctly. Lee Sung-hyun lost all his doubts. Woo-sung added, I assume Oh-hoon will represent the Liberty Korean Party while Han Min-suk will represent the Democratic Party. I expect it to be quite an election. This was not an information known in public ears. Only those high in the government knew it. How could Kang Woo-sung know this top-secret information? Did you come to this conclusion from your data again? Woo-sung tapped his head. It came from my brain. Data may have the info, but I am the one analyzing it. Well, you better have more accurate results from now on than the one for the exchange rate. Woo-sung smiled and answered. I did predict correctly that it would rise in possibility beyond 1530. I may not be able to predict the exact number of seats, but I can analyze to find out who will win the election. When I say I can predict it, I also mean I can make it happen if necessary. Lee Sung-hyun replied slowly. If the big brother can show me another proof of your ability, I would love to offer you a job of digital media chief for the next year's provincial election. Let's see. I have information in many different areas. Politics, finances, world. The quickest and surest way to prove myself would be probably the North Korean missile test. Lee Sung-hyun's eyes widened and exclaimed, Pardon? It is possible to predict the North Koreans' behavior based on big data. Within 1 week, North Korea will provoke us with a missile. Lee Sung-hyun couldn't hide his shock. How could anyone predict something like this? Woo-sung smiled knowingly and continued. If you give me more time, I can probably come up with an exact date. Could you wait for me for an hour? Lee Sung-hyun nodded earnestly. Woo-sung's smile deepened. He left and murmured to himself, "Just like the exchange rate volatility, I remember the North Korean incident very well. 2 rounds of North Korean missile test will be conducted today. Nuclear test will follow. Stock market will fluctuate due to uncertainty." Shin Semi was glued to the TV all day. Woo-sung predicted that the North Korean missile test would happen today. He foretold an exact date. Then he suggested that she report it to the chairman. He advised her, "This is a sure thing. Because of this incident, the market will fluctuate. Show your father that you're different than him." Shin Semi told Chairman Shin Young-won confidently. She wanted to show him one can be honest and still become successful. She wanted to build a transparent company, an ethical company. Shin Semi watched the news anxiously. Woo-sung promised that it would happen today. That was when a breaking news broke out. "We have a breaking news." Her heart pounded. A serious automobile accident occurred on the Olympic Highway with 5 fatalities. She became frustrated and wanted to turn off the TV but stopped herself. She tried to calm down and continued watching the program. After an hour, another breaking news came out. "This is a breaking news. North Korea has fired 2 missiles. According to the report, the missiles have been fired at approximately 2:30 p.m. towards the East Sea of Korea." After the news, the red light of Kashbi turned to blue. Chairman Shin Young-won was called immediately. Woo-sung and Lee Sung-hyun were sitting in front of a TV together. Woo-sung said to Lee Sung-hyun, who was staring at the screen in shock, "I analyzed 10 years' worth of news from all over the world. I can't believe you even got the time right. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a big brother." Lee Sung-hyun wasn't listening. He instead exclaimed in excitement. Woo-sung laughed, but Lee Sung-hyun again focused on the news and didn't even notice Woo-sung. As you can see, data analysis is an amazing tool. It is the future of the world. It can be used everywhere for everything. Lee Sung-hyun turned around to look at Woo-sung. "What do you want?" He seemed like he was ready to offer anything. Woo-sung replied with the answer he prepared in advance. "I heard the government is looking for a financial algorithm for the National Pension Plan and an official messenger app to be used by government officials. I want you to introduce KND's algorithm and our Coconut app to them for consideration." Lee Sung-hyun frowned. I'll have to check, but I don't think I have the power to get your products chosen. You are very greedy. All I want is a fair chance for these opportunities. Just let my company's products be able to compete against other corporations' software." A fair chance. Lee Sung-hyun could pull some strings to make it happen. "And that's all you want? Just a chance?" "Yes," Woo-sung answered firmly. "I guess I can make that happen." Lee Sung-hyun made a few calls, and within an hour Woo-sung's requests were met. Chapter 74. This was the power of being the president's son. Lee Sung-hyun only needed to make a few calls to make things happen. The government messenger was to be selected in 4 months, while the algorithm for the national pension was to be decided after the provincial election. Woo-sung felt the power of political authority. He may be a rich businessman, but compared to Lee Sung-hyun, his power was very limited. If he did something illegal, could he get away with it with money? Woo-sung shook his head. Maybe, but not for sure. Those with power could. Someone like Lee Sung-hyun and Daeyang's CEO could order around the police and the prosecutors easily. They owned the justice system. Lee Sung-hyun turned to Woo-sung. "The team leaders of each division will be asked to meet starting next month to start preparing for the election. As the chief of Digital Media Division, you will need to attend as well." "I understand. Then I will call you later." Lee Sung-hyun left the office. Woo-sung sat down on a chair and sighed. It has been a long day, but unfortunately there was still more work to do. His phone hasn't stopped vibrating for a while now. The caller ID indicated that it was Young Jin-sup. It was time to meet him. He met with Young Jin-sup in Gangnam. Young Jin-sup was the future CTO of Bitmain and Woo-sung's boss. There was a distinct possibility he was involved in Woo-sung's death. Young Jin-sup knew about it and didn't do anything to stop it. Woo-sung had to restrain himself from punching him in the face. Young Jin-sup took him to a bar. "There are some nice ladies working here. If you ever need a place to do business, Bring your clients here. He turned around to the woman standing nearby. The madam will take good care of you, right, sweetheart? Young Jin-sup was the same. He was a creepy lecher. The madam smiled and answered, Of course. We always welcome young handsome CEOs. We have a lot of pretty girls here, so let me know your type. Woo-sung tried to calm down his anger and replied, Thank you. I will call you if I need you. Woo-sung and Young Jin-sup entered a private room. So Woo-sung, I am impressed with you. What statistics package did you use? R or Python? How many equations did you use? Jung Jin-sup clearly knew a lot about analysis. He graduated from a computer science program after all. In his previous life, Woo-sung never doubted Young Jin-sup's skills or ability as a programmer. Woo-sung replied using technical words to further earn his trust. I used both. I started with the Python. R isn't adequate for working with a large amount of data. After sorting with Python, I used NumPy, Sci-fi, and other libraries with my own personal equations. Jung Jin-sup understood it immediately. NumPy and Sci-fi. That's brilliant. I would love to learn your equations, but I guess you won't tell me? Haha, as I said before, it's a trade secret. So you're telling me you discovered the exchange rate trend based on your analysis, and you can figure other things out as well? Exactly. Now, would you be able to predict a specific person's behavior pattern too? Like what that person likes? How to make that person like you? Do you understand what I'm saying? Woo-sung did understand, but he couldn't understand Young Jin-sup's intention. When Woo-sung looked confused, Young Jin-sup lowered his voice and continued. There's a woman I'm interested in, but I can't figure out what she likes. She is not a nobody, so I can't do anything rash. She can't be bought with money either. Woo-sung finally understood. Problems with women. He wanted Woo-sung to apply data analysis on psychology. In 2018, it was a commonly used practice. Companies analyzed customers' browsing histories and placed intentional ad banners in strategic places. However, in 2009, this was not common, and Woo-sung wasn't sure if he could develop a system for it. When Woo-sung hesitated, Young Jin-sup added, As you must already know, Lee Ari is the biggest star now. I found out her phone number somehow, but she barely responds to me. She is from a powerful family, so I can't just push her around. I don't know how I can get her. Woo-sung couldn't believe what he was hearing. Young Jin-sup didn't notice Woo-sung's disgust and continued. Ha ha ha, you know what I mean, right? You're interested in Semi, right? She is not going to be easy. I tried a few times but gave up. She plays hard to get. Woo-sung grabbed the glass and drank it in a single gulp. He calmed himself down and replied slowly. I see. Lee Ari is such a big star that it may be possible to do it. Lee Ari was going to be an even bigger star in 10 years. Woo-sung was also her big fan and knew a lot about her career. He felt like he could use this information to his advantage. Jung Jin-sup's face shone with a smile. Really? Ha ha ha. You can figure out what a person likes. You really are a big brother. You flatter me. But as you must know, I can't guarantee anything. Most likely I will be able to figure out vague and limited information. Anything you can find out, I would appreciate it, and if you help me out, I will set up a meeting for you with Taewon, Jung Jin-sup exclaimed. Jun Taewon, son of TK Telecom's CEO. He was rumored to be the next CEO of the company. If Woo-sung wanted to release Blue S in Korea, Jun Taewon was someone he had to meet. Jung Jin-sup continued. However, just like you, I can't guarantee how successful the meeting will be. It will depend on you. It was a good opportunity, but Woo-sung shook his head. Woo-sung already had a connection with Lee Sung-hyun, who most likely could introduce Woo-sung to Jun Taewon as well. That's a good offer, but I need something else from you. Meeting Jun Taewon is something I think I can figure out myself. Jung Jin-sup frowned. Woo-sung added quickly, What I need is, do you by chance know Choi Gi-chul very well? I need Dai-yang for my smartphone manufacturing parts. Jung Jin-sup grinned. Haha, of course. He is like a big brother to me. He is currently finishing an MBA program at Dartmouth. When he returns to Korea, Please introduce us. That's easy. Great, I really need him. Jung Jinsup shook Woo-sung's hand. Now it's time to drink. Jung Jinsup buzzed the madam again. Chapter 75. Jung Jinsup loved women and booze. Woo-sung drank with him late into the night. It's great here, right? You better thank me for bringing you here. I didn't even tell anyone at KY Low about this place. Jung Jinsup boasted. Woo-sung wanted to leave but stayed and agreed. Haha, thank you, bro. Ha ha ha, another drink. Now, why are you sitting like a monk? You look lonely there, all by yourself. Grab a girl. Jung Jinsup groped a woman beside him. The woman moaned excitedly. It was a disturbing scene. Woo-sung pretended to be drunk and asked Jung Jinsup. I want to be prepared for meeting Choi Gichul. Can you tell me what I need to avoid doing or mentioning? What does he hate the most? That would be his big brother. You mean Choi Gi-tae? Jung Jinsup shook his finger. No, the other one. The oldest, Choi Taemin. One time we were drinking, and he said that he wanted to kill his brother. Woo-sung swallowed. Choi Gichul hated his brother so much he wanted to kill him. Woo-sung knew he meant it, and if he got a chance, he would act on it. He stammered on purpose and replied, I see. So make sure to never mention the name Choi Taemin, okay? All right. Jung Jinsup smiled in satisfaction and raised his glass. Now let's drink. The night is still young. Woo-sung had more questions he wanted to ask, but he didn't want to look suspicious. Jung Jinsup was getting busy with the woman next to him. Woo-sung drank by himself with a troubled visage. The next day, Woo-sung sighed as he sat down in his office. He could smell the alcohol in his breath. Before they left the bar together, Jung Jinsup said to Woo-sung, Thanks for the drink. He made Woo-sung pay. The bill at the end of the day was about $10,000. It was nothing to Woo-sung, but he hated spending money on Jung Jinsup. I will make sure he regrets his life. Jang Guangchul walked into Woo-sung's room and asked. Disappointment was all over his tone. Who did you drink with last night? You didn't take me with you. I'm sad. I didn't want to, but I had to. You drank for business? Woo-sung nodded. Jang Guangchul grinned. Welcome to the grown-ups world. I don't want to be in such a dirty world. Woo-sung frowned. By the way, did you get to talk to Lee Ari's management? I did, but they said they aren't sure if it's possible. The decision is hers. I see. Why not get someone else? Then it would be meaningless. She is the best option. Jang Guangchul suggested thoughtfully. There are a lot of great idols out there, but no one big enough to be a trendsetter like her. I understand Lee Ari is the biggest star, but if we don't have a backup plan, we might end up with no one. I will talk to her myself. Please arrange a meeting. All right, I'll try. After Jang Guangchul left, Woo-sung started his research on Lee Ari. The first thing Woo-sung did was web crawling. He gathered as much information as he could on SNS, news, and various online communities. He then sorted the data using RStudio. Woo-sung was by now a pro at data analysis. He also knew Lee Ari's future. As time went on, Woo-sung created a report. In a black van on her way to his studio, Lee Ari sat with a reserved gaze. With her sharp bob, flawless skin, and slim body, she looked like a fragile Greek statue. In her hand was a report. She stared at it as she asked her manager, Where did you say this came from? The manager worked with Lee Ari every day, but his heart pounded every time he saw her. He answered, It's from KND Corporation. They want to hire you to advertise their new app, Coconut Talk. Oh, I remember. The manager added carefully, It's not a bad idea to meet with them. They are offering a lot of money too. Of course, I'm not saying you should do it for the money. Everyone knows you care about being a true artist, not money. Haha, yeah, but I know money is important too. The manager replied with a smile. Haha, of course. I heard they are offering more than 500,000, and it's not a TV commercial. You know what Facebook is, right? Lee Ari nodded. All they want is to record you using the coconut talk and upload the video on Facebook. The contract is for a year. While Lee Ari pondered, the manager replied, "You do what you want. The boss wants you to be happy." She was only 20, but she was a huge star. Her management company valued her as its biggest asset. Lee Ari believed in being an artist, not a sellout, but the report was so intriguing. What it said resonated with her, more so than what her management company recommended for her career. Lee Ari asked her manager, "What do you think?" The manager scratched his head and answered, "Oh, haha, my opinion doesn't matter. It's your decision. But I want to hear your thoughts." "Well, I think—" He glanced at her. He wanted to come to the same conclusion as Lee Ari's. After thinking, he offered, "I think you shouldn't do it. I think becoming a commercial model will negatively affect your image as an artist. Remember last time when there was a problem with the product you sponsor? You were partly blamed for it. It was unfair." Lee Ari handed the report to her manager and replied, "Haha, you're right, but have you read this?" Lee Ari. What she needs to do to become the world's biggest star. It was a grand title. Manager nodded. "Haha, of course. I read it carefully before giving it to you." "Oh, I see. So you did read it." It seemed like whoever wrote it didn't understand the entertainment industry at all. He said your current TV show is a wrong choice for you. Don't you remember how hard our boss worked to get you this job? Lee Ari was on her way to meet with the staff for her new TV series Lovely Woman. The writer of the report, KND's Kang Woo-sung, suggested she should instead take the main role for a different TV drama titled Intimacy. As the title suggested, Intimacy was not a G-rated show. Lee Ari was popular for her innocent girl image, so it was decided by her management team that this show didn't suit her. "I know how hard our boss worked to get me to where I am. I am very appreciative. I am also thankful to you, manager." The manager smiled broadly. Lee Ari leaned back and thought, "It's time to get a new manager." They worked together for a whole year, yet he didn't understand her at all. How could he not agree with the report? Lee Ari was disappointed. "The audience wants to see a different side of me. My fans and the media have already mentioned this before." The report was convincing, but she couldn't change to a different show because of a single report from a stranger. Lee Ari thought carefully. She became a celebrity because she wanted to be loved. She never felt it from her own family, so she swore to become a top star. The report promised to make her the beloved star of this country and the world. "I don't think it's a bad idea to meet with him," she murmured quietly. Chapter 76. The Office of Top Entertainment. Woo-sung looked outside the window. A crowd of fans was waiting for the black van to open. "We love you! Lee Ari! We want to see you! You're the best, Ari!" The fans ranged from teenage girls to grown men in their 30s, standing next to Woo-sung. Jang Guanchul murmured, "Wow, she's definitely a big star." "How about you? Do you like her too?" Jang Guangchul replied, "Of course I like her, but I have no chance with her." "Why not? With your success, it might happen. Even today's meeting was possible because of your status." Jang Guangchul looked outside and answered bitterly, "Haha, I have been working so hard all my life. Then I suddenly realized that I'm over 40. Lee Ari is over 20 years younger than me. I have no chance with her. Age difference is only a number. There are plenty of couples with large age gaps. What matters is love." "You sound like you want me to date her." "Haha, it's not like that. I'm just wondering why you aren't dating anyone." "Well, all I have left in me is greed. I have no energy for relationships. It's you who should be dating right now. Lee Ari is in your age group, right? Good luck," Jang Guangchul murmured. While they chatted, Lee Ari, her manager, and their boss walked in. Woo-sung bowed to them. "Nice to meet you. I'm KND's Kang Woo-sung. My name is Lee Ari." It was true that most celebrities looked better in person. Lee Ari was beautiful, magnificent even, much more so than on TV. Her features were delicate, yet she had an aura of subtle sexuality. Woo-sung shivered but tried his best to act nonchalantly. "Let's have a seat. I'm sure you guys are all busy, so let's get to the business." Lee Ari's eyes shined. Woo-sung was different. Usually, whenever she met a stranger, they always gawked at her. "You are so much more beautiful than on screen. You look gorgeous. Can I shake your hand? I went to the same junior high as you did." Every man she met always tried to impress her, but this man was different. Lee Ari's interest grew. Woo-sung opened his laptop to start a presentation for her. He had done many major presentations in front of a large crowds before. This was a piece of cake. Steady voice. Confident eye contacts. Simple yet direct presentation. Accurate data. It was perfect. Woo-sung spent about 30 minutes on where Lee Ari's career should head. After the presentation, the CEO of the top entertainment asked, "So you're saying she should give up her cute girl image and aim to become a classy yet sexy star?" "Yes." Lee Ari smiled and asked, "Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate how hard you worked to hire me for your product. What I don't understand, though, is why I should become a model for Coconut Talk." "Let me ask you first. Did you like my presentation?" Woo-sung answered immediately. Lee Ari nodded with a small smile. "Coconut Talk is a messenger system. In the future, users will converse about everything via this app, including you." Woo-sung looked at her. Lee Ari was the daughter of a politician. She understood what Woo-sung was suggesting, but her manager was oblivious. "You haven't answered her question. She asked you why she should become the spokesperson for Coconut." Woo-sung turned to the manager and answered, "Well, firstly, I'm offering a good compensation for the role. I will double whatever you usually charge other companies." Lee Ari and the CEO seemed surprised. The manager tried to hide his reaction and continued, "But Lee Ari can't be bought. She hasn't done many commercial works, and it wasn't because she wasn't offered enough. I am well aware of that fact, and that's why I brought this presentation." The manager pointed at the report and complained, "I am also unhappy with this report. What you suggest doesn't suit Ari. Classy sexy? That's not right for her. What people want is innocent girly Ari." CEO Moon Youngjun seemed to feel the same way. "I agree with you that her first album was a success, but it may not have been necessary because of its sexy concept. The second album wasn't as big of a hit, but not necessarily because it lacked sex appeal." Both the manager and CEO didn't like Woo-sung's suggestion despite the data Woo-sung provided as proof. Woo-sung turned to Lee Ari. She seemed to have a different opinion but remained silent. Woo-sung was out of ideas. "What should I do now? Is this not going to work after all?" Woo-sung felt the strong need to hire Lee Ari. He changed the future of Coconut Talk, including its release date and format. Woo-sung worried this could change the success of the app as well. "All I need is for Lee Ari to like my idea. The other two don't matter." While Woo-sung waited, the manager added, "The entertainment industry is not something you can predict with data. Lee Ari is not someone who can be analyzed and judged by internet data." $1.5 million. "Pardon? I will offer you $1.5 million for a one-year contract. All you have to do is upload photos of yourself using Coconut Talk on Facebook." The CEO suddenly looked interested. The manager glanced at his boss. When neither replied, Woo-sung offered, $2 million, same conditions. The CEO looked at Lee Ari, who stared at Woo-sung. Her manager started to pant. $2 million. It was a lot of money. Woo-sung looked at them. None of them replied. "How about $3 million? "What?" Three men exclaimed, the manager, CEO, and Jang Guangchul. "But that would require TV commercial too," Woo-sung added. Jang Guangchul poked Woo-sung but was ignored. Woo-sung looked at Lee Ari. She was the one who had the power to make this decision. $3 million was a lot of money, but she would be worth it. The number of users she could attract was limitless. "What do you think? Would this be enough?" When Woo-sung asked, the manager and Moon Youngjun looked at Lee Ari. $3 million was definitely worth it. They no longer cared about Wusung's presentation and what he recommended. They wanted the money. Li Ari looked at them in disappointment. It's enough money, but... When Li Ari hesitated, Wusung offered again, $5 million. Li Ari was shocked. Pardon? I will give you $5 million. Jang Guangkul's eyes widened. Moon Young-jun and the manager couldn't even breath. The room was filled with tension. Wusung stared directly at Li Ari. When she didn't answer again, Wusung said one more time, $10 million. No one breathed. Li Ari's eyes were in shock. Jang Guangchul laughed awkwardly. Haha, Wusung is very funny. He likes to joke. I'm not kidding. I believe Li Ari is worth every penny. Jang Guangchul shook his head. Ha ha ha. Of course I know Li Ari is the biggest star out there, but can we talk in private, Wusung? Wusung had eyes only for her. He asked her. What do you think? Chapter 77. LTK Coinked. Hiccup. The manager hiccuped loudly. The CEO appeared mystified. Li Ari stared at Wusung in shock. $10 million. She made her debut at the age of 18, and within 2 years she reached the top. However, even as a top star, she made less than $10 million during that 2 years. Now, Wusung was offering $10 million just for a single 1-year contract. Li Ari felt anxious. This was too much money. Only the biggest Hollywood stars were paid this much, but this has never happened in Korea. Li Ari began to wonder if Wusung had an ulterior motive. Wusung saw her suspicion and explained, Your status and image are worth this much money. You are the biggest idol of teens and people in their 20s. They are our target audience. You are the perfect person for this job. Li Ari still looked uncertain. She even looked afraid. Was it because it was too much money? I realize that $10 million is a lot of money to consider, but I am offering it to you because I am certain that your role will make us even more money. Jang Guangchul poked Wusung's waist again and shook his head. He didn't agree with Wusung. Li Ari was still deep in thoughts. Jang Guangchul stood up suddenly. Haha, I'm getting really hot. Can I go out for a cup of water? The CEO answered. Sure. Jang Guangchul dragged Wusung out with him. He screamed at Wusung. President Kang, how can you offer her $10 million? If you run our company like this, we will soon go bankrupt. Wusung replied loudly. It's all right. Li Ari is worth it. Jang Guangchul looked shocked. What? Are you her fan too? Is this because you're her fan? Haha, is there anyone in Korea who isn't her fan? But this is business. You need to think objectively. I am doing just that. Wusung lied. He was being emotional. Jung Jinsup. Choi Gichul. If he could get to them, Wusung was willing to give up everything. But $10 million? Do you know Gwyneth Paltrow? When Wusung nodded, Jang Guangchul replied in frustration. Do you know how much she gets paid? About $1 million. We already talked about this when we were looking into hiring Hollywood stars for Blue S and Coconut release in America. You said it would be $700,000 for Drew Barrymore and $20 million for Beyoncé. So you remember, yet you offered Li Ari $10 million. Because I believe Ari will be more effective than Beyoncé. What? Wusung answered even louder, so people inside could hear him. And that is why I'm willing to pay even $20 million. Crack. A loud sound of someone falling came from the meeting room. Inside the room. Manager helping his boss up from the floor. Are you okay, boss? Oh yeah, I'm fine. They are talking about Ari, right? I think so. $20 million? The manager nodded. He is either her biggest fan or plain crazy. Could it be that this coconut is going to be a huge hit? What do you think? Li Ari's manager shook his head. I don't know. $20 million. Maybe he's bluffing? No way. I know Jang Guangchul. He has tens of millions of dollars in cash. A boss of someone like him would have much more. It can't be a bluff. Lee Ari was looking at the door. Moon Young-jun asked her. Oh, what do you think? Your opinion matters the most, of course, but I really think this is a great opportunity. His eyes shone with greed. I agree with you, but I'm just wondering why he would go this far. Why? Because he wants his app to be a huge success. What else could it be? Lee Ari had a different idea. She felt like Woo-sung was hiding something. When Woo-sung returned, he asked her right away. So did you decide? After a few more seconds of hesitation, Lee Ari finally nodded. But $10 million is way too much. I don't feel comfortable with it. I will do everything, including the TV commercial, for $2 million. I also want you to continue to provide me with reports like you did today. Woo-sung offered his hand and Lee Ari shook it. Moon Young-jun sighed disappointedly and asked, Is the reduction really necessary? Lee Ari didn't pay attention to him. She continued to look at Woo-sung and asked, Shall we sign the contract? Jang Guangchul took out the prepared contract. On their way back to KND office, Woo-sung sent a text message to Young Jin-sup. Bro, I just hired Lee Ari for my new coconut service app. Quickly after it was sent, Woo-sung's phone vibrated. Woo-sung ignored it. I'm in the car with some people, so I am unable to answer your call. Sorry. Is it really true then? Why would I lie to you? We just signed the contract, and I happened to remember your request, so that's why I texted you. My company tried to hire her many times for our game, but we failed every time. It wasn't easy for us either. How did you do it? Tell me. I will tell my marketing people so they can learn from you. Haha. We were just lucky. Luck is also an ability. You must be good. Woo-sung grinned. Jang Guangchul asked, Who are you messaging? Is it Lee Ari by chance? Haha. No, it's a friend. A friend? Haha, yup. Woo-sung continued to text quickly. Thank you for the compliment. Now that I hired her, it will be even easier for me to help you. I wish all my employees are like you. I will contact you in a few days. Maybe I can arrange a meeting. What meeting? Maybe we can all have dinner after the commercial shoot. There was no immediate reply. Woo-sung wondered. Why isn't he answering back? After about 5 minutes, Young Jin-sup texted back. If you can arrange that, I will ask Gichul to help you out with your cell phone manufacturing. So make it happen. He sounded like he was doing a favor for Woo-sung. Woo-sung didn't like his tone. He thinks he's above me. Woo-sung hated him even more now, but he texted back politely. Of course, I will do my best. When they returned to their office, there was a woman sitting in front of a computer typing fast. She looked sharp and confident. Woo-sung looked at her closely. She looked familiar. When he got closer, he became shocked. Her hair was clean and wavy. She seemed to have light makeup on. Woo-sung called out, Amelia? When she didn't reply, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Oh, boss. When did you arrive? You should have called me. Haha, I got here yesterday. I just wanted to get to work right away. I see. Oh, and I wanted to thank you. Pardon? Amelia whispered to him. For the incentive. Woo-sung felt guilty about taking the entire profit of Bitcoin, so he gave her a bonus of $500,000. It's for your hard work. Even now, you are working non-stop. Haha, Amelia smiled prettily. Woo-sung smiled back and asked, By the way, what are you working on? Did you already start on the Messenger app? Oh no, I had some extra time, so I created a new type of coin that's better than Bitcoin. Coin? Well, it's more like a platform. It can be used as a platform for things like Coconut and other services. Woo-sung exclaimed. Blockchain platform. Just like second-generation coin Ethereum and third-generation platform EOS. It was more than just a coin. It was a platform where services could run. Amelia smiled and continued. If we develop the coconut service on this platform, the blockchain concept could be applied and make it unhackable. How did you make it all by yourself? It's only at an early stage. I need to work on it much more to finish it, but I am stuck in a few places. I was hoping to get your advice. Amelia's eyes sparked, and Wusung started to get nervous. Chapter 78, LTK Koankt. Wusung had a feeling Amelia had a lot of questions. He took her into a conference room where they sat and continued their chat. Amelia explained. After I got your message, I had a lot to think about. It won't be hard to run the coconut service on blockchain base, but wouldn't it be too much work long term? So you created a platform? Haha, yup. This way, Coconut won't be dependent on anything, and whenever we need security adjustments or improvements, we can provide SDK software development kit just like the Android. I thought it would be best. I think I need to give you another bonus. Amelia replied in embarrassment. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't asking for a bonus. But you deserve it. Don't feel overwhelmed by it. Incentives and bonuses are performance-based. By the way, didn't you say you had some questions for me? Oh, I just had an epiphany. We are creating a block through the process of mining bitcoins, but our goal for Coconut is to have the customers use it as much as possible for chats. I feel like these two concepts don't go together. That's exactly right. Wusung suddenly remembered one of the cryptocurrencies from 2018. Steam. This currency was paid whenever a user posted an article online or clicked like. Wusung figured Amelia was about to discuss the same concept. So I thought, why not reward the users with coins whenever they use the Coconut service? The more they use, the more rewards they get. I was thinking about making a platform for this concept. This was exactly how Steam worked. To do that, it might be hard to have Bitcoin that work on POW proof of work. POW. It was a way to earn cryptocurrency by working for it online. Bitcoin was a good example of this concept. On the other hand, POS proof of stake was different. The reward depended on how much of a particular cryptocurrency you owned. This concept did not exist at this point yet. Amelia's eyes widened and asked, Proof of work? Yeah, I just came up with the term for it. Wow, you're so good. It's a perfect name for the concept. Was that your question? To use POW or not? Yes, I feel like using the service, but mining is a separate thing. We need to come up with a different method for the platform. Then how about pause? Pause? Wusung explained the concept to her. Amelia listened with a thorough, careful consideration with a murmur. Which platform should I choose? What's the right answer? Oh, how about combining the two together? Amelia was considering the use of a hybrid method, which was often used in 2018. She continued to think out loud. But operating both would make it too complicated. Wusung waited for her to finish her thought process, but even after 10 minutes, it seemed like she couldn't come to an answer. Alas, Wusung gave her an offer. Even if it's complicated, why not try it? I can help you. Amelia's eyes shined. She looked at Wusung with adoring leers. Boss? She looked like she wanted to kiss him. I'll make up a plan for you, so let's work together. Amelia nodded happily. Jang Guangchul was waiting for Wusung outside the conference room. When Amelia returned to her chair, Wusung took him inside. Jang Guangchul glared at him with an obvious hint of rage. I guess it's your money, so I can't say anything about it. But if you continue to spend money like this, there is no future for this company. I'll be honest, I agree with you. $20 million would have been over the top, but I still believe $10 million was reasonable. Because Wusung retained a firm hold of his calm demeanor as he explained. How much do you think Coconut service will be worth in the future? Jang Guangchul seemed surprised as he murmured. Maybe same as Cyworld? If things work out great, it could even become worth as much as Nexter, the portal site. Haven't you thought about it becoming bigger than Deyang's system? Jang Guangchul didn't reply. In the future, companies based on software services such as Facebook, Google, and Amazon become large corporations. I'm expecting it to be worth up to $1 trillion. To make it to that level, we need to invest. But $10 million is way too much. Wusung realized he couldn't convince him, but he also couldn't tell Zhang Guangchul the truth, including about young Jinsup. I suspected the financial crisis was coming, but I bought put options on Dow Jones. That is how I made my money. I gambled all my money on it. Zhang Guangchul stared at Wusung with interest. Really? If you knew about it, you probably would have stopped me. Most people lose money when they dabble in options. Are you telling me there will be more decisions you make that I will find too risky? Yes. I will do things you might find crazy. I may use a lot more money on things, and you might not understand why. And you want me to just accept it? No, it's not like that. Zhang Guangchul sighed deeply. Wusung, I trust you, but what you did, and what you're going to do will be very hard for anyone to accept. I will listen to your opinions, but if I don't back down, then please just trust me and follow my lead. And how would I know you're making the right decision? I will prove it. How? Wusung frowned for a second before giving a reply. Soon, one of the previous presidents of Korea will pass away. He won't die of a natural cause, but he also won't be murdered. Zhang Guangchul slapped the table and raised himself up in a maddened frenzy. You're crazy! How can you predict something like that? Wusung lowered his voice. Calm down. How can I calm down? It's the person who is being investigated right now. Just wait and see. When Wusung said confidently, Zhang Guangchul started to worry. Do you know what you're saying? Yes. I sometimes surprise myself too. You said before that I smell like money. I think what you smell is actually ghosts. What? I dream every night. In my dreams, I see the future. My dreams have never been wrong so far. Zhang Guangchul couldn't believe Wusung. He kept glaring with suspicion. Wusung then proclaimed to Zhang Guangchul, "It will happen before the end of May. If I'm wrong, I won't do anything you don't approve of ever again." Zhang Guangchul had no choice but to agree on this deal. A few days later, in the KYLO regular meeting, Shin Semi sipped on a glass of champagne and glanced at Wusung, who was chatting familiarly with young Jinsup. There was no room for Shin Semi to join in their chat. They laughed and talked. She couldn't hear their conversation. Lee Sung-yoon approached Wusung and asked to talk with him in private. It was shocking to see such an important man showing interest in Wusung. They conversed with serious expressions. Lee Sung-yoon asked with a frown. It can't be. I can see anger, pain, and desperation. It's solid information based on tens of thousands of photos. It will happen within a few days. It could even be today. Lee Sung-hyun asked in shock. Today? Yes. Lee Sung-hyun paused. He remembered the North Korean missile test. He had his doubts on Wusung's prediction this time, but he also couldn't ignore it. Shin Semi joined in with a question. What are you guys talking about? Haha, it's nothing. Shin Semi frowned at them. It looked like you're talking about something really interesting. Suddenly, Lee Sung-hyun's phone vibrated. He looked at Wusung as soon as he saw the caller's number. Wusung nodded in response. Lee Sung-hyun answered the phone and nodded with a grim look, his skin getting paler. After hanging up, he announced, I just received an important news. Other members seemed to have already heard the news too. They looked at each other with rigid gazes. Chapter 79, LT K-Coinked. It seemed like most, if not all, people in the room received a message from their own varying sources. Shin Semi asked Wusung, So you provided this information to him first? Yes. As you suggested, the first thing I needed to do was break down the exclusivity of this group. Now I have gained their trusts. That was easy. Haha, no way. It's never easy to predict the future. You know that very well. I mean, it was easy for you, Wusung. I've been wanting to speak with you for a while now. I wanted to thank you for what you told me last time. I was able to gain the chairman's trust again with the information you gave me. You're welcome. Think of it as me repaying you for introducing me to KYLO. Lee Sung-hyun suddenly came to Woo-sung. I'm leaving now. I will see you later. Call me if you have any other new information. I have a lot to trade with you. Woo-sung bowed and answered, I understand. Shin Semi nudged Woo-sung with a joking voice. It looks like you guys are great friends now. Woo-sung grinned. You and I are good friends too, right? We've known each other for a long time now. She blushed as she answered, I guess so. So we're better friends than I am with Lee Sung-hyun. Don't you think so? Shin Semi stammered. No. Woo-sung teased her. What? I thought we were very close. Shin Semi answered post-haste. I said no. It seemed like Shin Semi was getting angry. Woo-sung changed the subject quickly. So don't you have to go too? Everyone's leaving in a hurry now. Pardon? This is a big news. Don't you have to go back to the headquarters? Shin Semi bit her lips. I do. Woo-sung showed her his phone, which hasn't stopped vibrating. Yeah, me too. I need to get going. See you later. Shin Semi nodded, but her eyes never met Woo-sung's. After getting into his car, Woo-sung murmured, could it be? He got a distinct feeling that Shin Semi was interested in him. But it can't be. Woo-sung forgot about it right away and answered his phone. Jang Guangchul was on the other end. President Kong. Woo-sung answered calmly. Please don't scream into the phone. How could I not? Were you serious about the ghost thing? Yes. I told you. When you said you could smell money on me, I was shocked. I'm telling you, what you felt was the ghost on me. It can't be. How could this be? I can't believe this is happening. Jang Guangchul's voice is filled with a mystified tone. Woo-sung continued quickly. I have something to tell you. I plan on adding data analysis as part of our business. I think with my ability, it could be very lucrative. Who cares? The ex-president has died. Just as you predicted. I must give it right back at you. Who cares? What we need to focus on is our business. The death of one ex-president has nothing to do with us. Jang Guangchul started to stammer. What? I realize it's a sad time, but business is business. Other people are probably already working on using this event to their advantage. The political scene will change because of it, and other businessmen are probably thinking about adjusting their business model to meet this change. Jang Guangchul couldn't say anything. Woo-sung continued, This will affect everyone, including our business. Haven't you even considered that yet? Jang Guangchul didn't like this situation. It felt like he was an employee being reprimanded by his boss. Well, I haven't had the time and the news was so shocking. Which means we need to be even calmer and think about what we can do for our business. I expected more from you. Jang Guangchul heard Woo-sung's disappointment and replied hurriedly. I understand, so stop nagging me. We'll talk in the office. When Woo-sung came back home, he showered and sat in front of his computer. The internet was filled with the sad news and people's reactions, but he wasn't interested. Woo-sung checked the progress on his Bitcoin mining. Let's see. 850,211.3412. He was happy with the numbers he's seeing. When he checked the servers, he noticed a few red lights. Woo-sung wasn't surprised. These servers were working non-stop every day. It was normal for some of them to be overworked. He called the offices in America and Korea. He asked them to switch out the broken servers. The next thing Woo-sung checked was his account balance. US, $1.689 billion. Korea, $175.4 million. The numbers included the value of his properties too. He had almost $2 billion, with bitcoins and coconut service in the future. However, these were future values. Woo-sung focused only on his current assets. With only this much money, I won't be able to buy a significant portion of Daeyang's stocks. Wusung was rich, but he still couldn't be compared to big corporations such as Dayang or Mox. Waiting for the cryptocurrency boom will take too long. Wusung tried to think of other options. What could he do so he can make young Jinsup's life miserable now? The only way he could think of was using Lee Ari, but he was sure she wouldn't show up to any meetings if she knew young Jinsup would be there. Jung Jinsup! Jung Jinsup! Wusung thought of things he had that he could use. Money. Programming skills. His knowledge of the future. He then thought of the things young Jinsup possessed. Large shares of Mox. His position as Mox's vice president of development department. His personal assets. Wusung didn't know the exact number of shares and amount of assets he had. No matter how much thinking he did, Wusung couldn't come up with anything useful. Finally, he gave up. Let's just get back to work. He diverted his attention on K-Coin development. He had to complete this project in order to finish the Coconut app before the government's election. He focused on the security of the chat program. It had to be perfect, or else the chance of it being chosen by the Korean government would be slim. While he was focused, a message distracted his frenzied typing. Your company's messenger has been selected. Please contact the following number for details. 02XXXXX. It was a message from the Public Procurement Service. Chapter 80, LT. Everything from 1 to 10 Gitin. Wusung met up with Lee Sung-hyun at a hotel room. Thank you so much for your help. Things worked out well, my company. He bowed. It was nothing. It's partly because your messenger is a great product. It has great security features too. It wasn't hard to convince them to take your app. Thank you. No problem. If you keep up the good work and supply me with good info, I will make sure KND's trading algorithm gets selected for the National Pension Plan. Lee Sung-hyun looked confident. Wusung replied, I will do my best. Anyway, today's meeting isn't formal, so relax. It will just be 2 team leaders and us. All right. Now, did you bring what I asked? Wusung pointed at his laptop. Yes, it's in here. Sorry for asking to bring it, but there are a lot of people who are doubting your abilities. Haha, no worries, it's no trouble. While they chatted, 2 people came in one after another. They were the leaders of the marketing and political policy departments. They sat down and looked at Wusung with a strong sense of suspicion. The marketing team leader with frameless glasses pointed at Wusung and asked, Is this the guy? Lee Sung-hyun introduced Wusung to them. Yes, this is the leader of the digital media department. He will be responsible for analyzing and controlling the internet to our advantage. Hello, I'm the CEO of KND. My name is Kang Wusung. I've never heard of a company named KND. It must be very new. Yes, it was created only a little while ago. It is a software development company. Then you're a computer programmer? Yes, you could say that. How old are you? Marketing team leader Park Suko already knew of Wusung from Lee Sung-hyun, but he asked anyway. I'm 27. Lee Sung-hyun defended Wusung. He may be young, but he is very capable. He will be a great asset to us for the next year's election. I will take your word for it, but... It was clear he had difficulty accepting this situation. A young programmer. Lee Sung-hyun nodded to Wusung. Wusung opened his laptop and offered, Let me show you what I have. All right. Wusung showed them his analysis of the upcoming election. He explained that based on the SNS, he could tell how the population and the media thought of each candidate. Currently, their own candidate wasn't seen in the best light. The 2 department leaders continued to frown. They didn't like what they were hearing, thus they still felt like they couldn't trust Wusung. Internet wasn't something they've seen with the utmost importance and reliability in the political world. Lee Sung-hyun asked the 2 leaders, What do you guys think? This isn't some school election. This is a national event. How can we trust internet data? It's no better than believing in gossip magazines. Wusung replied, I believe in public opinion. We all know that, But what people say anonymously on the internet doesn't represent the general public's opinion. Your way of thinking is too old-fashioned. The internet is the new way to go now. Everything can be found and done on the internet nowadays. An unprecedented tension filled the room. Lee Sung-yoon looked at Woo-sung with interest. Park Soo-ko reddened. What did you say? Even the American President Barack Obama believed in internet data. I am trying to help you here. Lee Sung-hoon continued to watch without a word. Park Soo-ko felt he couldn't lose this fight, so he argued back. This isn't America. Korean people think differently than Americans. You can't apply what worked in the US to Korea. Woo-sung retorted with wit. So based on your logic, we shouldn't bring American technology to Korea either. American technology wouldn't suit Korea. Park Soo-ko glanced at Lee Sung-yoon. He wanted help, but Lee Sung-yoon remained silent and neutral. Park Soo-ko looked at Woo-sung and said, business is different than politics. Politics is about gaining people's heart, while business is about making money. Business also involves gaining the customers' hearts. That's the best way to make money. Lee Sung-hoon planned on not getting involved. He wanted them to resolve the differences by themselves. Park Soo-ko sighed. These were people he had to work with. Woo-sung tried to lighten the mood by compromising. Please, consider my data just as a piece of supplementary information for now. Once I've proven myself, then you can take it more seriously. Finally, Lee Sung-yoon stepped in. Haha, sounds reasonable. Let's start with that. The meeting ended. Lee Sung-hoon talked to Woo-sung in private. Haha, you were impressive today. I'm glad you liked it. Please do your best for this team. Of course, anything involving you is always my priority. I'm happy to hear that. Woo-sung offered, anytime you need me, please let me know. You sound like a true businessman. You are looking to trade? Woo-sung lowered his voice. Haha, I can't hide anything from you. Well, I am planning to get involved in the communication business. Are you talking about MVNO? MVNO Mobile Virtual Network Operator was a wireless communication service provider that did not own the wireless network infrastructure over which it provided services to its customers. Woo-sung replied, No, I am referring to becoming the fourth mobile carrier. Currently, 3 companies control the entire industry in Korea. I would like to be the 4th one. Pardon. My smartphone manufacturing is coming along nicely. The apps for the phone are also being developed. If I can become the carrier, it would complete the picture. Do you blame me for wanting this? Lee Sung-hoon's eyes widened. It didn't seem like Woo-sung was joking. It's a huge risk. You could lose a lot of money every year for a long time until you make it. That's why not many attempted it. I am okay with the risks. Lee Sung-yoon was shocked. Pardon? I know the risks very well. This will be also beneficial for you. Didn't the current president promise to lower the communication cost down this term? It was indeed one of the promises of President Lee Park-sung. He swore to decrease the cost by 20. However, this was almost impossible when the 3 carriers monopolized the business. You're more ambitious than I thought. Shouldn't I? Don't you have a big dream too? Lee Sung-hoon kept his voice. Woo-sung looked at him with anxious eyes. Before this meeting, he thought hard about asking this question. Woo-sung already got a lot out of Lee Sung-hoon. He got the government deals for coconut, and most likely the algorithm as well. Should he risk his relationship with Lee Sung-hoon for an even bigger deal? In the end, Woo-sung decided it was worth it. If he wanted to destroy Choi Gichul and Dayang, he needed to become big. There were a few who attempted to become the 4th carrier, but they all failed, even in 2018. Woo-sung felt that with his knowledge of the future, he could do it. Woo-sung asked Lee Sung-hoon, Don't you think your new world should include new people? Lee Sung-hoon remained silent. Woo-sung continued, You don't have to answer me right now. I am always ready, so please contact me when you know. Lee Sung-hoon was reluctant, but he gave a nod in response. As soon as he got into his car, Woo-sung called Jang Gwangchul. I asked him. He didn't react much. It won't be easy. but possible. But we are a startup company. We haven't completed Coconut service nor the smartphone. We have only a minimal profit from the algorithm trading system so far. I realized expanding is important, but creating a solid foundation is also necessary. You don't have to worry about that. And even if we become one of the carriers, will the customers use our service? If they don't, do you realize how much money it will take to maintain the business? I have enough money. You don't have to worry about that. Didn't I tell you that I made a lot of money during the financial crisis? Zhang Guangchul stopped nagging Wusung. The call ended soon after. Chapter 81, LT, Everything from 1 to 10 GT. Hong Subum and Zhang Guangchul entered Wusung's room abruptly. Hong Subum asked Wusung, I heard from the vice president. You are interested in the mobile carrier business? Yes, so that we can do everything from infra to service. Sir, manufacturing smartphone and mobile communication business are two very different things. Current communication industry uses HSDPA with the development of LTE coming up in the future. With HSDPA's speed of 14.4 Mbps, it takes over 7 minutes to download an 800 MB movie. Wusung continued. In 2 to 3 years, LTE's biggest advantage, MIMO multiple input, multiple output, will change this business. Wusung had a clear and deep understanding of communication technology. When Wusung tried to continue his explanation, Hong Subum interrupted him. I understand that you studied a lot about this, but knowing about it isn't enough. Wusung asked evenly. Then what do we need? Firstly, we need permission from the government. Because of the 3 existing carriers' cartel, it will not happen. Wusung glanced at Zhang Guangchul and continued. Do you know a man named Lee Seung-hyun? You mean the son of the president? Yes. We became close acquaintances recently. He said because of the current president's promise of having a mobility fee reduction, he will consider my request seriously. Hong Subum looked at Zhang Guangchul, who already knew this. Hong Subum started to sweat. Things are happening way too fast. He recently heard about the messenger being selected by the government, but that was only a $1.2 million deal. Communication business needed billions of dollars to start and maintain. I also think we don't have enough funds. Within a few years, we could potentially have losses of hundreds of millions of dollars. We will need at least $10 billion just to keep afloat. $10 billion. Wusung currently had only $2 billion. He needed an additional $8 billion, but Wusung wasn't worried. I can get about $2 billion. The other $8 billion can be earned. Zhang Guangchul interrupted with a grave expression. Wusung, Coconut is still not completed, and it requires a lot of money to finish. Same for the smartphone. We have 2 projects that are still in the development stages. So where would you earn that much money from? Wusung had a plan. With iPhone, Apple's stocks were going to soar. All he had to do was buy as many stocks as possible. Wusung also remembered some bio stocks rising due to the spread of new flu at the end of the year. There were so many chances in the future. Wusung wasn't worried. Listen, it's not like we need the $10 billion immediately, right? Hong Subum nodded. That's true. We can make money from algorithm trading, or we can publish more K&D stocks. There are so many ways to make money. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Guangchul looked at Wusung. $10 billion, it's $10 billion we're talking about. Only $10 billion. We can't give up on this chance because of only $10 billion. This could be a huge opportunity. If it became successful, the money would roll in. This could be the goose that lays golden eggs. Zhang Guangchul was hoping Hong Subum could change Wusung's mind, but it was clearly useless. Director Hong, you need to only focus on Coconut. That's it. Hong Subum shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zhang Guangchul helplessly. Wusung also turned to Zhang Guangchul. By the way, I got a call from America. The final version of Blue S is completed. So all we have left is to launch it. Yes, I heard that the iPhone 3GS will be released on June 9th. It will sell like hotcakes. Hong Subum asked. Then wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? People won't buy two new phones. If the two products have similar qualities and one is cheaper, which phone would you buy? Well, that's our hope, but it will work. Anyway, I need to go to Silicon Valley for a while. Please come with me, Vice President. Emmy? Of course. You need to witness the release of KND's very first smartphone. All right. I will buy the tickets for tomorrow. Wu Sung, Amelia, and Zhang Guangchul arrived at Silicon Valley. Amelia went home, while Wu Sung and Zhang Guangchul headed to the office. When they arrived, Logan handed them a well-packaged box. On the surface was the name Blue S. Wu Sung opened it. So this is it. As you suggested, the release date has been set to June 12th. It will be through T-Mobile. Luckily, there aren't a lot of places that deal with Android phones, so Google helped out a great deal. Things worked out well. Blue S was the first Android phone that had the potential to compete against the iPhone and win. Logan continued, per your instruction, we have 10,000 phones ready to go. The price has been set lower than the iPhones. 4GB model will be $450 and 8GB will be $550. After inspecting the phone, Wu Sung asked, the hardware costs about $210, right? Yes, but we expect it to go up slightly. That's fine. I love the design and the specs. It was exactly the same as Dayang's phone from his previous life. Width 120 mm, height 65 mm, thickness 12.1 mm. The display was 3.5-inch TFT LCD with the memory of 256 MB. Wi-Fi was included. With specs like this, it was comparable to iPhone 3GS. On top of that, Coconut Talk was already installed into the phone. Wu Sung had high expectations for this feature. Coconut Talk service latency was measured to be an average of 0.03 seconds. For the iPhones, it turned out to be as late as 1 second. In terms of speed, ours is definitely better. Wu Sung replied. With respect to UX, Coconut is better as well. Users will like that. And we also started airing the TV commercials. As you wanted, we hired Lady Nana for it. It's already looking very promising. We had a lot of inquiries about the phone because of it. Lady Nana. She was one of the most popular pop stars in America in 2009. Wu Sung spent tens of millions of dollars on this ad campaign. Logan smiled. We also created a Facebook page. It already has tens of thousands of likes. Everyone at the office has high hopes for this product. Unless something unexpected happens, Blue S will be the new sensation. Wu Sung turned to Logan. From now on, when people think of Android, they will think of this phone. Wu Sung felt confident. In his previous life, Dayang's Blue S was a huge international success. Wu Sung believed that without a doubt, this phone would be sold out like hotcakes. June 12th. Wu Sung was having coffee and leisure with Zhang Guangchul. I told you so. Zhang Guangchul couldn't say anything. If we want to meet this huge demand, we will either have to expand the existing factory here or outsource it to a company in China. What do you think? I will follow your decision. Zhang Guangchul looked at Wu Sung in amazement. Wu Sung said quietly, well, let's first hire more factory workers. Okay. All of our 10,000 phones sold out. I told you so. If you hadn't stopped me from outsourcing it to a Chinese factory, we could have sold more phones already. Zhang Guangchul looked at Wu Sung with a deep-seated regret implanted on his chest. Chapter 82, LAT, Everything from 1 to 10 Grade 10. Zhang Guangchul looked remorseful. Before launching Blue S, Wu Sung suggested expanding the existing factory in Silicon Valley or hire another factory in China because he expected the phone to be a hit. However, Zhang Guangchul rejected the idea because he felt they were expanding too fast. Now, it seemed like Wu Sung was right. Wu Sung looked at Zhang Guangchul with furrowed eyebrows. I thought about pushing harder for it, but I didn't want to sound like a dictator. That's why I took your advice. I know. I always feel like I am being too pushy with my ideas because you and others always think I'm going too fast. It seems I should have trusted my gut instincts instead. While Zhang Guangchul looked at Wu Sung with guilt, Logan approached them with a smile. This is awesome. Everyone wants our phone, both online and offline. Our factory is running at its max, but we still can't meet the demand. Wu Sung murmured. If we had 500,000 phones ready, we could have made $100 million because each product gives us a profit of $200. Instead, we just made only $20 million. Zhang Guangchul groaned loudly. Wu Sung said to Logan, the maximum number of phones we can currently manufacture per day is 5,000, so in a month, we can only make 150,000. Well, realistically, it would be more like 130,000. Finally, Zhang Guangchul apologized loudly. Fine, it's all my fault. I admit it, but in my defense, you always want to do things that are too risky. I know you have been doing very well in everything you've tried, but I wanted you and this company to be on the safe side. I know why you did it, and I don't blame you for it, but there are things that I will do despite your opinion because it's necessary. Zhang Guangchul could guess what Wu Sung was referring to. Are you talking about the mobile carrier business? Wu Sung nodded firmly. Zhang Guangchul groaned again. Fine. I won't stop you. How about other things? Well, depends. Wu Sung glared at him. Are you saying you'll continue to reject my ideas? I will try my best to restrain myself. Wu Sung smiled. Haha, that's all I wanted to hear. Now, let's enjoy our moment of triumph. Our phone is a success, and all we have to do now is to make more. The entire office was in a mood to party. Because of the death of an ex-president, the entire nation of Korea was in a state of mourning. Despite Blue S's incredible success abroad, its news was barely mentioned in Korea. However, Daewoo and other smartphone companies in Korea were well aware of its victory. A hardware department employee at Daewoo checked the International IT Review website and murmured, "So Blue S is sold out?" Blue S was the phone his boss was keeping an eye on. He printed the news and included in the daily report. After checking the news, the Secretary General bit his lips. 10,000 phones are sold out. The factory is running at its max capacity. It hasn't even been released in Korea. This was a problem. Becoming popular in the US meant that it's easy for it to become a worldwide success. Blue S. Blue S. I hate that name. He called the development lab and asked them to purchase the phone for study. With a Blue S in hand, the Secretary General visited the Vice Chairman's room. This is the phone. Blue S, an Android-based smartphone. They appear to be working with Google closely. We will delay their release in Korea as long as possible, but we have no control over them overseas. Choi Tae-min looked at the phone with interest. Its specs are comparable to iPhones? That's right. And this fact has been proven by various review sites as well as our own lab. So they have the technology to pull this off? The only thing they seem to lack right now is a mass manufacturing ability. Once that's fixed, they will grow fast. So it wasn't a bluff that they could become a close competitor to iPhone. KND is also known for their development team. The developers there get treated very well. Their salaries are very competitive. Well, all we can do for now is delay its release in Korea as long as possible. If they are having difficulty with mass production, we'll have to try to win by overwhelming the market with our phone's availability. We can't have our price lower than theirs, or else our phone may be perceived as an inferior product. Choi Tae-min frowned. See if they impinged on any of our patents at all. Let's see if we can have any kind of legal ground against them. Choi Tae-min added. Make sure to destroy them at all cost. Yes, sir. The factory was running full time, but the demand was too great. Every day they would receive an order of over 30,000 phones. The office was filled with excitement. Wu Sung approved the factory expansion and bought more lands. He invested the entire $20 million earned from selling the first batch with his land endeavors. Zhang Guangchul asked Wu Sung, "Are you sure you don't want to outsource the manufacturing to a Chinese OEM? We'll have a better profit margin that way." Apple will be doing that and make a huge profit, so I did consider it. Then why did you change your mind all of a sudden? When GM couldn't handle the financial crisis last December, the American government went into great lengths to save it. I wondered then, would they have done the same for Apple? Zhang Guangchul answered without hesitation. I don't think so. That's probably why many of the tech companies in Silicon Valley went bankrupt and disappeared during that time. So you want power more than money? Even in Korea, Dayang insists on having all manufacturing done in Korea rather than outsourcing it to China where the cost would be lower. That is how they maintain their presence and power in Korea. I get it. Dayang is called the company that supports all of Korea. If it went bankrupt, huge portion, if not all of Korea will be affected. They have the power over politics and media. So, are you planning to become the next Dayang? We'll become like Dayang in America, in Korea. In Korea, KND will become so big that it destroys Dayang. Woo-sung didn't finish his thoughts out loud. Zhang Guangchul warned him. I understand your dream, but Dayang probably already know everything about our smartphone. They will soon make a similar phone with better specs and cheaper price. I know. They will catch up to us, no doubt about that. It's only a matter of time before they destroy us. That is why we have disclosed our smartphone blueprint to the public and create an environment that attracts talented developers. What if Dayang does the same thing? We are the original. It is hard to beat that. Woo-sung looked at Zhang Guangchul and continued, we can do this. Our phone will be the original smartphone. Whatever Dayang makes after will always be considered a copycat. Zhang Guangchul sighed. When you first mentioned manufacturing a smartphone, I was excited. I thought that once we make it, that will be it. It seems like it's only the beginning. Now, whenever you come up with the next plan, Woo-sung looked at him silently. Zhang Guangchul continued. It seems like it is never ending. Business is never easy. I know that. We have so much to do. We have to find new developers and businessmen for our mobile carrier business. We need to hire more people for the factory here. And as Woo-sung listed the things they had to do, Zhang Guangchul shook his head. Fine. We have a lot of work to do. Let me know the first thing that needs to be done. Now that our phone is a success, the next is the app. You mean Coconut Talk? That's right. We have to upload the app to the Apple App Store so that iPhone users can experience how great our service is. Fine. I will talk to Subham. Please ask him to upload it ASAP. Chapter 83, LT, Everything from 1 to 10 Gri. After getting a call from Zhang Guangchul, Hong Subham uploaded Coconut Talk to the Apple App Store himself. Afterward, he texted Zhang Guangchul. Uploading is completed. Approval will take up to 5 days.
Okay.
Hong Subham leaned back and murmured, Phew! Now the only thing left is launching the PC version. It has been a long journey and finally, they were starting to see the fruits of their labor. The smartphone was sold out, and the number of Coconut Talk service users have increased accordingly. Their greatest worry was that those who bought the smartphone would delete the preloaded app, but it turned out over 80 of the customers were signing up to use Coconut Talk. Lee Ari's Facebook marketing is going well too. If things continued as they are, the Coconut app would do very well. While Hong Subham was deep in his own thoughts, a developer approached him. Sir, I would like to talk to you in private. Hong Subham could guess what it was about. This was exactly how he approached his boss at Nexter when was giving his resignation. Should we go somewhere private? He nodded with guilt. Hong Subham tapped his shoulder and said to him, Let's go into the conference room. After having a seat, Hong Subham asked, A raise or something else? You can talk to me. I will do my best. I appreciate everything you have done for me. Despite K&D being a startup company, you matched the salary I got at Nexter. You also gave me stock options. I am very appreciative, but the salary is competitive, but this company still can't compare to big corporations' benefits. You knew this before accepting the job. Besides, we are starting to make profits. Soon, We'll be able to provide you just like the big companies. But things are still very unstable. There are always high risks with small companies. Will K&D be still standing in 4 years? I can't help but worry. So, you are leaving? I will be honest. I got an offer from Dayang. Better salary and conditions. We can match that. I know you'll take care of me, but I can't stop worrying about the future. I keep thinking that I need to be at a big, stable corporation for my peace of mind. Do other employees feel the same way? I think so. I am surprised, especially after the success of Blue S. The success is only because Dayang hasn't released its own phone yet. A small company can never win against a large corporation like Dayang. Hong Subam's face was rigid. The room became tense. There was nothing that could be done. So there is nothing I can do to convince you to stay. I'm sorry, sir. I think I'm done here. Hong Subam smiled bitterly. We just finished the app development and are about to see it grow. Oh, well, I guess it can't be helped. When the developer left, another came in with the same decision. Hong Subam sighed deeply. Silicon Valley. The second factory Wusung purchased was similarly equipped as the first one. Someone knocked on Wusung's door. Wusung answered. Come in. The door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Sunda Amit, a key Blue S developer Jonathan Logan scouted. I have something to tell you. Wusung pointed at a chair. Please have a seat. I would like to give you my resignation. Wusung knew something like this would happen. He asked calmly. Have you read our personnel policy by chance? Amit shook her head. Because Wusung was focused on the development of Blue S, he has been neglecting the HR department. Firstly, we offer the best package in the industry for our employees. Pay top of the market. It was the same as how Netflix managed its people. Wusung continued. I don't know your reason behind it, but if it's because of your salary, there is no need. I don't care how much it is. I will pay the highest salary in this industry. Amit blinked. Even if it's over $200,000? Wusung replied, even if it's over $1 million, money is not an issue in our company. Oh. Tell the HR your number, and if the department agrees that it is a fair amount for the industry, we will give it to you. If it's not about the money, I would like it if you can tell me so I can help fix it. Even after all this, if you feel like you need to leave, that's fine. Please tell Logan tomorrow, and he will start the process. Emmett nodded. May I ask where you got an offer from? Wusung would have found out eventually, so Amit answered without hesitation. It's Dayang System. Wusung's guess was correct. He replied. All right, please think about it and let us know. After Amit left, Wusung called in Zhang Guangchul. Another one just came in, Wusung said to Zhang Guangchul. That's the 5th one so far. 2 people already quit in Korean office. Well, we should feel lucky that no one here has actually left yet. Talented developers are hard to come by. Wusung sighed deeply. So Dayang must finally see us as its competition. This is only the beginning. They will release a similar smartphone and messaging app like Coconut. Then let's try to steal a few of their developers. Steal their employees? How? Do you know anyone who works there? Use the headhunters. I guess. But it will be hard to do that in Korea. We need to do our best. I'll bet there are many programmers in Dayang who would be interested in working for us. K&D is a hot company now. Did you already get a call? Wusung nodded. Zhang Guangchul sighed. Oh, what did you say to get an invitation? Blue S is using Google's Android. I explained the advantages of this situation. Once our presentation at Google I/O goes well, Blue S sale will increase further and it will become easier to poach good developers. Well, we can hope. I'll do my best. After their conversation, Wusung texted Go Sang-jun. Are you attending the Google I/O? He attended the Microsoft's MVP. Wusung was sure Go Sang-jun would come. Of course. I heard you released Blue S. It's a big news here too. Haha, thank you. How did you make such a product? Was it with Jonathan Logan? Is it his work? Woo Sung wanted to be direct. A lot of people worked hard on this project. By the way, are you interested in working for me? Our business is expanding so fast that we need more people. Of course, I'm interested. My offer is still the same from last time. I will pay you more than what Daeyang's paying you. There was no answer. Woo Sung was reminded of the power of big companies. It wasn't just the high salary, but stability and benefits too. Money alone wasn't enough, unless it was an incredible amount. If you aren't interested, could you introduce me to someone who might be? We need as many people as possible. All right, I'll think about it. Great, thank you. Woo Sung realized how hard it was to find good people. KND was still so small with minimal profit so far. Is this the only way? Keep losing people and trying to hire new people to fill the holes? Woo Sung felt frustrated. This was only the beginning. Daeyang would attack KND in many different ways. What should he do? He had to assure everyone that KND would be a big, stable company. It had to grow. Woo Sung finally made a decision and called in Logan and Jang Guangchul. I would like to buy a company. Chapter 84. LT. Everything from 1 to 10 Grade 10. Woo Sung was interested in buying a company named Teltech. It was a mid-sized Korean company that manufactured cell phones. In 2007, it applied for a corporate workout and currently in the process of corporate recovery. To put it bluntly, it wasn't doing very well. At one time, it released a popular cell phone named Racer, but it only had a brief success. Teltech. It's a medium-sized cell phone company. Currently, it's in the process of a workout, so MA shouldn't be difficult. Jang Guangchul knew this company. It will cost us at least $500 million. If we sell over 1 million phones per year, then our profit will be $1 billion. This means we can afford a $500 million company. It's too risky. While they argued, Logan offered his opinion. I agree with Woo Sung, he continued confidently. Our technology is the best in the world. The only problem we have right now is mass manufacturing. If Teltech can fix this problem for us, $500 million will be worth it. If we try to do it from scratch, it will take a very long time to find and purchase factories. Not to mention, we need to hire and educate new workers. This will take months, and by that time, people could lose interest in Blue S. Jang Guangchul replied, Well, we are assuming that our phone's popularity will continue. It will. If I wasn't confident of it, I wouldn't have been part of this team. Jang Guangchul sighed, perhaps for a millionth time this month. There seemed to be no end to Woo Sung's ambition and planning. He continued, You know why Teltech is going through the corporate workout, right? It purchased a mobility company LK for $300 million, which was the wrong decision. They tried to grow too fast and they failed. There is a really good chance that we might end up in the same situation. Woo Sung replied, It was because Teltech was being attacked by Daeyang, just like us. We are different. With KND's brand power and technology, we will grow fast. Jang Guangchul had no choice but to agree at this point. Well, if you insist, all right. Then please return to Korea ASAP and take care of it. I will finish up here and join you soon. There are so much to do now. MA, then prepping for the mobile carrier business. At Jang Guangchul's complaint, Woo Sung laughed. Haha, you wanted to become a businessman, so here you are. I didn't realize it would be this much work. And there will be even more in the future. I have a lot of business ideas. Jang Guangchul groaned. Presentation at Google.io was done by Logan, who was the chief of the development team. Woo Sung sat in the audience, watching his every move. As Logan explained about Blue S, the developers in the audience talked among themselves. What you see on the screen is the GitHub address where you can download the Blue S's PCB layout. We also uploaded relevant codes, so feel free to download them. The audience exclaimed. They are releasing the layout to the public? That's crazy. It's a trade secret. And they are also giving away the codes. I can't believe it. Logan continued calmly. As you know, it is very difficult to optimize Android OS to different hardware. We were successful, and we are happy to reveal how we did it, of course. The information is only for individual developers. Other companies cannot use it for their business. Oh. Knowing just the codes would be useless, and that is why we are disclosing the hardware blueprint and the layout as well. Many in the audience raised their hands. One of them asked, "Then will you continue to reveal your information in the future?" Yes. However, the phones will be made from the premium version of the codes in the layout, while the uploaded information will be of an older prototype version. Anybody is welcome to use our information to customize it. If you upload your ideas and we like them, we may even purchase them from you. Now, I will introduce you to our CEO. Woo-sung stood up and walked up to the stage. We will evaluate your ideas objectively, and we will pay up to $10 million. The developers exclaimed. This was Woo-sung's plan. This way, he could reach every talented developer in the world. After the presentation, Woo-sung, Amelia, and Logan left the conference room. I have someone to meet, so I'll see you guys later. Logan walked away, leaving Amelia and Woo-sung. Suddenly, Go Sang-joon approached them, waving his hand. Oh, hello, you're that little girl from the MVP summit. Hi. You're all grown up now. You looked like a student then. Amelia laughed shyly. Go Sang-joon lowered his voice and whispered, I hope I'm not interrupting your date. Haha, it's not like that. Woo-sung laughed. Amelia blushed and stammered. It's not like that at all. Haha. Then let's go for lunch. I have a lot to talk about. When they entered the restaurant, a familiar face walked towards them. Woo-sung flinched. What a nice surprise, Woo-sung asked curiously. What are you doing here, Advisor Shin? I'm in a tech business, so of course I should attend things like this. Oh. Would you mind introducing your friends? Shin Semi's voice sounded cold. This is Amelia, one of my employees, and this is Go Sang-joon from Daeyang System. Shin Semi greet them in perfect English. Nice to meet you. I'm Shin Semi, and I'm the chief of Pintech Business Department at Nuri Enterprise. Go Sang-joon recognized her immediately, but Amelia had no idea who Shin Semi was. Shin Semi asked after shaking their hands, Would you mind if I join you guys? Woo-sung glanced at his group. Shin Semi noticed and narrowed her eyes. Go Sang-joon looked at Woo-sung and replied, Haha, I'm fine. Amelia answered as well. That would be fine with me. Woo-sung shrugged his shoulders and replied, I guess that would be great. Let's go. Go Sang-joon sat down at the table and asked, I was surprised to hear you are releasing your information to the public, so you weren't lying. Haha, of course I meant what I said. I thought you were lying to me. Our CEO is not like that. Suddenly Go Sang-joon's eyes widened. Go Sang-joon was talking to Woo-sung in Korean. Amelia replied to him in Korean. She understood and spoke the language. Shin Semi also looked surprised. Go Sang-joon replied quickly. Haha, I'm just kidding. I know Woo-sung's not a liar. Woo-sung changed the subject. How's the mood in Daeyang? Your company keeps poaching my people, so I'm having a lot of difficulties finding new workers. At Woo-sung's complaint, Go Sang-joon sweated. We are busy with developing a new smartphone. We are working with Google too. As for poaching your developers, I am happy to make constant offers to my own employees both in Korea and America. While Go Sang-joon was sweating uncomfortably, Amelia murmured, I'm not like that. When Woo-sung asked, Amelia replied, I will work for you forever. Shin Semi murmured quietly, You are a lucky man, Woo-sung, to have such a loyal employee. Oh, haha, of course. I feel confident having such a talented developer like Amelia with me. Amelia continued, I'm serious. I got a call from a headhunting company, but I hung up on them right away. Woo-sung looked at Amelia and said warmly, Amelia, I am always thankful to you. Amelia looked away and blushed. Shin Semi watched this interaction unhappily. Go Sang-joon smiled. What's going on here? You two look way too close. Shin Semi bit her lips. Woo-sung shook his head. Haha, I told you, nothing's going on between us. Shin Semi exhaled. Woo-sung tried to change the uncomfortable subject and started eating. By the way, I meant to call you Advisor Shin. Really? That'll be the day. There is something I need help with when I return to Korea. Shin Semi answered again in an unkind tone. You need another corporate gossip? Haha, nothing like that. Then you better have something ready to trade with. Woo-sung smiled confidently. I have something that you would love to have. It's something that will allow me to gain your trust. We will talk when we get back to Korea. When the lunch ended and they were about to leave, Logan approached them with a stranger. When Woo-sung saw him, he knew immediately who Logan brought. Rich Miner. He was the man who created the android with Andy Rubin. Chapter 85. LT becoming a mid-sized company GT. Woo-sung, this is Rich Miner. He is the co-founder of the android and an advisor at Google Ventures. Woo-sung's eyes widened as he shook Rich Miner's hand. Logan said proudly, because of this guy, things worked out great. We will start on the new version release immediately. Woo-sung exclaimed, Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Amelia murmured very quietly, Whatever, I could have done it by myself. Woo-sung didn't hear it. He was so mesmerized by Rich Miner, who said to Woo-sung, I have been following your phone, Blue S. It's very impressive. Logan told me that you are interested in the open platform. Haha, that's correct. I believe in sharing technologies. Rich Miner's eyes glinted. Woo-sung continued, but money is of course also important. I believe in a successful business as well. Of course, and as you probably heard at the conference, the new version will be announced in September. The project is currently named Donut. Woo-sung nodded. It was the same in his previous life. Rich Miner continued, Can I ask you for a favor? Woo-sung opened his arms. Anything. I will try my best. I'm curious about how you optimize the hardware. There aren't many reference phones, so we haven't had a lot of reported problems, but we are well aware of potential internal issues. It seemed like you managed to fix a lot of these problems. Amelia answered for Woo-sung. Indeed, there were a lot of problems, including the memory assignment. It was very difficult to work around them. Woo-sung introduced Amelia to Rich. Haha, this is our key developer. She was responsible for optimizing Android into the phone. Oh, Miner looked at Logan. When Logan nodded, Miner continued, So this is her. He then took out a Blue S from his pocket. He turned it on and opened various apps on it. He looked excited. All the apps work so smoothly. I was pleasantly surprised. He then turned to Woo-sung, and Coconut Talk was also very impressive. Miner's compliments were never ending, but Woo-sung had a feeling that he didn't come here just to flatter him, and he was right. Miner finally asked Woo-sung, Does KND by chance have any investors? I know you already have profits, but I hope that you may be interested in one. Woo-sung turned to Logan, who explained, I told him about some issues we are having at our company. Rich is very tight-lipped, so don't worry about him spreading any rumors. Woo-sung nodded as Logan continued. It just happened that his company is looking for technology exchange. They are impressed with Blue S, so they were hoping to get some advice on a few things, including BSP, so I asked if Google could invest in us. Miner explained, We can do it right away. We believe in your company. It was a great opportunity, but Woo-sung didn't want to give up any shares and get unwanted business advice from another company. I would be a fool not to be interested in Google's investment, but I am concerned about losing any control over my company. Shin Semi and Go Sangjun gawked at Woo-sung. Did he just reject Google's offer? Miner licked his lips. How about if we make it a straight-up financial investment? You won't have to give up any control over your company. It was clear that he really wanted this investment opportunity. Woo-sung answered tentatively, If that's the case, then it sounds promising. Miner finally smiled. Haha, I think this could be a win-win situation for both of us. Logan added, Rich told me about his new project, Google Ventures, and that's how we got talking. Miner smiled bitterly. Because of the financial crisis, a lot of people were let go. When Google Ventures was created, many people thought it was not a good idea, but I thought differently. Woo-sung suddenly perked up. Did you say a lot of people were let go from Google? Yes, unfortunately. Would it be possible for me to hire all of them? Miner looked at Woo-sung in surprise. All of them? KND is a growing company. We need more people. Most were from the marketing department. Only a few were fired from the development department. We haven't started yet, but Coconut Talk will soon include sponsored advertisements. We need to place ads strategically and tastefully in the app, so we need people for that. Woo-sung continued quickly. I'm not saying I want to hire all of Google's people from every country, only those in the US. I will also be able to match Google's salary. Miner laughed. Haha, it sounds like whatever money we invest in your company will be used to pay the salary for these people. No worries, KND will grow very fast. Shin Semi was listening silently. She glanced at Woo-sung. Google! It was the biggest name out there, yet Woo-sung acted confidently and indifferently. Amelia was also looking at Woo-sung. Rich Miner shook Woo-sung's hand and said with a happy tone on his voice, "It sounds like an amazing deal for us." Woo-sung replied, "Please make sure it happens quickly." Things did happen very fast. A $100 million investment was made, and those that were let go by Google were immediately hired by KND. From 30 employees, KND suddenly expanded to over 100 employees. BlueS continued to be sold out with excellent reviews from various IT sites. Teltech CEO's office. CEO Park Byung-ki read over the papers Jang Guangchul brought. Jang Guangchul explained with an enthused voice. As you know, Google placed a significant investment into our company. BlueS is currently sold out in the US. KND is a financially stable company. We also guarantee 100 succession of employment. But the name Teltech will disappear. Think of it as it being reborn into the name KND. We would also love to have you as one of our vice presidents. Jang Guangchul did his best to convince Park Byung-ki. Teltech was knee-deep in debt, and this was the best hope it had, but Park Byung-ki still had difficulty letting it go. I spent my entire youth on this company. I am well aware of your hard work, and that is why we are offering you this deal. I know that, but giving up this company means giving up on myself. I am 60 years old, and there will be no more new beginnings for me. Think of it as becoming a part of something bigger. I really wanted to do better, but here I am. When Jang Guangchul stopped responding to his complaints, Park Byung-ki finally said pointedly, "My company's bank contacted me and is pushing me into this deal. They think this is the only way for me to pay back my company's debt. You know this is the way to go. Is it just me or the deal your company offered is too good? You're offering to pay back all my debt and buy my share of the company at a fair price. You're also offering me a position as a vice president. The conditions seem too good to be true. Our CEO is like that. He is young, but he is generous and fair." Jang Guangchul meant what he said. Haha, that must be why. I would love to meet him sometime soon. Could I make my final decision after I see him? Sure, he is on his way back to Korea. Jang Guangchul texted Woo-sung, who just arrived at Incheon International Airport. When he got the message, Woo-sung headed towards the Teltech headquarters right away. Chapter 86 LT, Becoming a Mid-Sized Company GT. Woo-sung entered Park Byung-ki's room. Jang Guangchul was still chatting with the Teltech's CEO. Park Byung-ki looked up at Woo-sung. "You are younger than I thought." Woo-sung sat down. "I am 27. I am a year older than Mark Zuckerberg." "So confident. It's like seeing my younger self." Jang Guangchul laughed. "Ha ha ha! Were you like him when you were young? Then you must have been told that you're crazy." "Haha, it's true." They were joking like they became good friends. Woo-sung looked at them in silence. Park Byung-ki looked Woo-sung and said, "I already told Jang Guangchul that you need to make sure my company grows strong. My worst fear is that my entire life's work will disappear and be forgotten. Woo Sung bowed. Don't worry about that. I have good intentions for Teltech. Park Byung-gi continued. I read over your offer. It was perfect and generous. If I reject it, my employees will hate me and call me senile. Woo Sung knew Park Byung-gi was sold on the idea. Thank you for your decision. Haha, it is me who should be thanking you. As I promised, I will make our companies into the world's best. Good. I just wanted to see your face before I signed the contract, so thank you for respecting my wishes. Woo Sung bowed. We will make a great team. Please feel free to advise me in the future. I will always be happy to listen. They shook each other's hands. A few days later at a press conference. In front of hundreds of cameras, Woo Sung and Park Byung-gi held hands and posed. After the photo shoot, the reporters started to ask questions. Teltech was bought for about $600 million. How will the fund be delivered? It is already paid in full. It was reported that KND took care of Teltech's debt as well as purchasing all of the shares with cash. Is this true? Yes, that's true. The effect of the recent financial crisis was still ongoing, so for a company to pay $600 million in cash was considered sensational. Woo Sung said to the reporters. Part of the $600 million was from Google's investment in KND. KND was the only Korean company Google ever invested in. It was also the first Korean company to release an Android phone. The reporters murmured with excitement. Woo Sung continued. In addition, KND has decided to hire Google's ex-employees for smartphone development and coconut service management. I strongly believe that Google and Teltech's contribution to our company will create an incredible synergy. Hiring Google's ex-employees meant that KND was hiring the bests in the world. Reporters continued to ask, how many of Google's ex-employees are you hiring? Is it true that you are keeping all of Teltech's current employees? What will happen to President Park Byung-gi? When will Blue S be released in Korea? There's a rumor that KND's significant fund comes from illegal sources. What do you say to that? KND is dabbling in many different businesses. There are many who believe this is a bad idea in this economy. What do you think? Woo Sung answered each question carefully. It took a long time to answer all of them. After 20 minutes of answering, Woo Sung said finally, I will take one last question. When many reporters raised their hands, Woo Sung picked one of them. My name is Lee Hanggu from Korean Financial Newspaper. Please tell us about your big picture of your company. I said something to my partners when I first created this company. Woo Sung paused. That was a year ago. He had nothing but confidence, and after only a year, he was the CEO of a mid-sized company. He wondered where he would be in a year or two. He was excited about the future. I bet my life on it. I will work like my life depends on it. I will make my company the best in the world. After returning home, Woo Sung sighed. Phew. It was a long day. After resting for a few minutes, Woo Sung groaned and stood up. I need to get back to work. He turned the computer screen on and checked his Bitcoin status. This was his nightly routine. 1,001 of 1401 Voy 0145 BTC. He now had a little over 1 million Bitcoins. Mining process was slowing down, but 1 million Bitcoins could translate into $1 billion even if he sold everything at only $10,000 per coin. With this many Bitcoin, Woo Sung knew he could control its trend in the future, but he wasn't done. His plan was to be able to monopolize every big cryptocurrency, including Ethereum and EOS. This was the only way to accomplish his revenge against Choi Gichul and Young Jinsup. While Woo Sung seethed, his cell phone vibrated. It was from Lee Sung-hyun. He had to answer. Hello, sir. I heard the news. You're taking over Teltech? Haha, yes. Blue S is selling much faster than expected in overseas, so I had to do something about it. Teltech is in the middle of a corporate workout, so I'm surprised at your decision. Well, I am confident in my ability. Haha, of course. I was just thinking that if you let me know in advance, I could have helped you out to make the process easier. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about the mobile carrier situation. Woo-sung held his breath expectantly, but Lee Sung-hyun's words were disappointing. It won't be possible this year, but next year may work. Even that would be a huge stretch. I'm afraid it's going to cost a lot. Woo-sung understood. Lee Sung-hyun was asking for a bribe. Woo-sung needed to pay him if he wanted this deal. Woo-sung replied slowly, I am sorry for troubling you. Woo-sung thought quickly. What could he do? If he offered Lee Sung-hyun a bribe, then it would be only the beginning. He would ask for more and more. In 2018, President Lee Park-sung will be caught accepting briberies. If Woo-sung gave Lee Sung-hyun a bribe, it could turn very tricky in the future. Woo-sung needed to do it in a way that was untraceable. The best method was to pay him in cryptocurrency, but Bitcoin dealers did not exist yet. When Woo-sung remained silent, Lee Sung-hyun said it more obviously. I know it's a lot of work, but that's the way it is. You need to understand, the cost of things like this is unavoidable. He sounded like he was getting annoyed. Woo-sung answered quickly. You are working so hard for me, so of course I should take care of the cost. I will prepare the same hotel room from last time. Lee Sung-hyun laughed in satisfaction. Haha, then I will work even harder to make it happen ASAP. He hung up finally. Bastard, Woo-sung swore. He knew something like this would happen, so he already hired a private company that took care of things like this in complete discretion. However, there never could be a 100% guarantee that this will not catch up to him in the future. Woo-sung hesitated, but he had no choice. He prepared a check and sent it to the hotel room. The next day, KND's takeover of Teltech was the front page news. The newspapers also included the information on Blue S. Nuri Enterprises chairman read the paper and called for Shin Semi. Thanks to you, we were able to take care of our bond situation. Is this what you meant by earning my trust? Yes, she answered abruptly. He knew she was upset about something. Is there something you are unhappy about? No. Earning someone's trust is a long process. You need to continue to show me good results. I understand. Good. Now, what about your marriage? Shin Semi looked flustered. Sir, I have been patient with you so far, but it's time. Dad. Both of my children aren't married yet. I am very disappointed. You promised not to talk to me about personal stuff at work. Shin Yongwon grabbed his chest. I am so frustrated. I want grandchildren. I will get married when I meet a great man with bigger success than I have. There are many men like that in Dayang and LK. You mean the sons of those CEOs? They aren't smart or great. They were just born rich. Your surroundings and your family define who you are. You are so naive, Semi. Shin Semi answered firmly. I won't disappoint you. I can't be patient about this anymore. I have already hired a matchmaker, and there are a few blind dates arranged for you. Shin Semi bit her lips. She could think of only one person who could help her in this situation. Chapter 87. LT becoming a mid-sized company GT. Dayang's CEO Choi Gunwon and his oldest son Choi Taemin were watching the news. Choi Gunwon threw the newspaper at Choi Taemin. We can't stop their phone release in Korea anymore. The earliest we can launch our own phone is at the end of this year. KND is planning to release the newer version, Blue S, around September. Is this really the best you can do? Choi Taemin answered quickly. I have ordered our team to make sure we finish before September. You better make it happen. If it doesn't work out, stop KND from releasing their phone. Use whatever you can to delay it. Use your wife's connection too. Why do you think I got you married to LK CEO's daughter? Choi Taemin nodded. Choi Gunwon ordered. Now, get Gichul to come back to Korea. He is not ready. I will be the judge of that. Choi Taemin lowered his face to hide his frown. Choi Gunwon continued. Gitae is doing fine with his own company. Why can't you be more like him? Second son Choi Gitae. He was responsible for Dayang's DS sector. The best of my sons will get the Dayang system. The other two losers will get whatever is left over. Choi Gunwon threatened his 3 sons like this every day. Competition among the brothers was intense. What would you like Gitchell to do? Get him to take care of CE. Alright. And get the media to drop any KND-related news. I can't stand it anymore. Choi Taemin told his assistant, get the media to drop the news. The assistant understood immediately, I will take care of it, and we were able to poach 3 developers from the Korean office and 1 from the American office. And how about Teltech? We stole the best developers from that company too, so KND is not getting their money's worth. Check it again to make sure. Yes, sir. When Choi Taemin took out a cigarette, his assistant lighted it quickly. As he smoked, Choi Taemin ordered, get Gichul back to Korea. Yes, sir. Choi Taemin continued to frown. And I will be going to Nanhin today. The assistant wet his lips nervously and replied, we were unable to hire Lee Ari, but we got Yu Sona instead. She is an up-and-coming new star. She'll be even bigger than Lee Ari very soon with our help. Fine. The assistant bowed and left. At Lee Ari's TV commercial studio, Woo-sung and Jung Jin-sup stood and watched. Jung Jin-sup said excitedly, I was right about how hot she is. I'm so excited. She makes me crazy. Woo-sung agreed, you have good eyes, sir. Haha, I know. We are all going for drinks after, right? Yes, her boss will be coming too, so it will be the 4 of us. Sure, why not? Jung Jin-sup tapped Woo-sung's shoulder. Woo-sung felt goosebumps as he restrained himself from punching him. Woo-sung hid his anger and smiled. I will try to leave with her boss, so it could be just 2 of you. Good luck. Haha, alright. By the way, everyone wants to know about you and your success, Woo-sung. Well, I've been lucky. Come on, be honest. We both know things don't work out this well because of luck. Haha, I guess you're right. It's actually all thanks to my data analysis. Just how good are you? Woo-sung lowered his voice. As you know, CP data analysis can be very informative. It is only if you use it correctly. I know better than anyone how hard it is to do that. It's hard, but it's possible. Is that so? Woo-sung nodded knowingly. Jung Jin-sup's eyes sharpened. Woo-sung continued, it's not something I can talk to you about here. Maybe later in private. Now, I think the filming is almost over, so shall we go first? Great. Cut. Okay, we're done. The director signaled the end of the day. Lee Ari got into her car and asked her manager, do I really have to go? Her CEO, who was already in the car, answered, come on, we went over this already. We have to do this, please, Ari. This is the last time. Haha, I know, this is the first and the last time, just like we agreed. Alright, let's go. Hotel private room. Woo-sung made sure the table was ready with expensive food and bottles of 30-year-old Ballantine, which was Jung Jin-sup's favorite. There was one more thing Woo-sung prepared. Please come in. 3 beautiful women walked into the room. Jung Jin-sup looked at Woo-sung in confusion. Woo-sung explained, haha, we can't drink without beautiful women. But what about Lee Ari? It will be a while till they arrive, so why don't you have a few drinks with these ladies? Lee Ari and her CEO will call me before they come. The women sat close to Jung Jin-sup and asked seductively, could you pour us some drinks? Jung Jin-sup grinned as the women smiled at him. Ha ha ha. I really like you, Woo-sung. I made sure to find your type. Jung Jin-sup filled Woo-sung's glass, and Woo-sung did the same for him. I love it. Let's drink. Jung Jin-sup emptied his glass without a second thought. Lee Ari and her boss arrived at the private room, but other than the table full of food, the room was empty. They looked at each other. What's this? Did we come to the right place? Yes, I checked it a few times to make sure. The CEO called Woo-sung, but there was no answer. What's happening? 5 minutes. Even after 10 minutes of waiting, no one showed up. Lee Ari got fed up of waiting and stood up. Maybe they got caught up. But that can't be. The manager looked at the food. Maybe they want us to start without them? Or really? The CEO called, but Woo-sung again didn't answer his phone. After another 10 minutes, the CEO called a hotel staff. Did someone leave a message for us by chance? Oh, he said to go ahead without him if he doesn't come on time. Oh. They were all starving. Without another word, they feast. Haha, you are so hot, Appa. Are you serious? Totally. I make a few $1,000,000 a day. Wow. I want to spend the night with you, Jinsup. I want to kiss you. Jung Jinsup was already drunk. He was having a grand time with the women. He looked excited and it seemed like he forgot about Liari. Woo-sung looked at him sharply. What a douchebag. Woo-sung hired the best professional escorts in Gangnam. He paid tens of thousands of dollars for the night, and it was going according to his plan. Woo-sung, get me a room. Woo-sung answered quickly. I already prepared a room for you just in case. You? For a second, Woo-sung worried that young Jinsup figured out his plan, but he smiled and continued. You are so well prepared. I love it. I just need a little time with these ladies, then I'll be back. I think Liari and her boss are caught up, but they will be here soon. Perfect. I'll be back. Jung Jinsup and the women left, and Woo-sung went out to the lobby for a walk. After a few minutes, Woo-sung tipped a bellboy $100 and asked him to bring a bag from the entrance bench. The bellboy moved quickly and brought Woo-sung a black bag. After checking within the bag, an unpleasant grin covered Woo-sung's face. Inside was Jung Jinsup's sex tape. Chapter 88. LT becoming a mid-sized company GT. Woo-sung was indeed well prepared. He had instructed the escorts to make sure Jung Jinsup was drunk out of his mind. He also told them to record everything. Afterward, the women left and Woo-sung walked toward Jung Jinsup, who was unconscious on the bed. He poked him a few times. Jung Jinsup groaned but couldn't move a muscle. Woo-sung tapped his cheek, but Jung Jinsup was still motionless. Finally, Woo-sung slapped him as hard as he could. Slap. The sound was loud, but still, Jung Jinsup couldn't wake up. Woo-sung slapped him again. It was with such great ferocity that Jung Jinsup's cheek turned beet red and his lips bleed. Woo-sung murmured, "Finally, it begins." The next day, Woo-sung answered Jung Jinsup's call casually. "I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't call you. It must have been quite a night last night. Gosh, I drank way too much. I can't remember much." I told Liari what happened. Unfortunately, she seemed annoyed. I wouldn't call her for a while if I were you. Alright, I'm sorry I didn't make it. You went out of your way to arrange the meeting for me, and I missed it. Haha, it's okay. Things like this happen. Woo-sung heard the toilet flushing a few times. Jung Jinsup came back to the phone. Damn, I'm still so nauseous. I feel like it's partly my fault. No, it's my fault. I drank too much. By the way, where did you find those women? Oh, I got someone to hire them, so I don't know exactly. I will try to find out for you. Jung Jinsup licked his lips. They were so hot, I want them again. I'm glad you had a good night. Man, I feel guilty I keep getting gifts from you and I haven't paid you back yet. Woo-sung replied in a smooth tone. That's all right. I'm just thankful you're willing to introduce me to Dae Yang. Oh, right. I heard Gichul is coming back to Korea. His dad is ready to forgive him, I guess. Woo-sung replied with an enthused reaction. That's a great news. Choi Gichul. He was Woo-sung's main target. Jung Jinsup continued. When he's back, I will arrange a meeting for you two. I heard your phone business is going well? Yes, I have been worried about where I could get more parts for manufacturing. Gichul told me he is going to be responsible for CE, but he should still have some influence in the display and semiconductor departments. I'm glad. Choi Gichul. Woo-sung still remembered the feeling of wanting to punch him. By the way, I don't know why my cheeks hurt so much this morning. It must have been a rougher night than I remember. Woo-sung tried hard not to laugh as he replied, "You must have had a great time." "Totally." They joked for another 20 minutes. Woo-sung could feel that young Jin-sup was beginning to trust him and even like him as a friend. Things were going according to his plan. Incheon International Airport. Choi Gichul arrived through the VIP door. As soon as he exited, his assistants took his luggage. Choi Gichul got into the car. "I will take you straight to the office." The driver announced and drove carefully. He remembered how cruel Choi Gichul was, but he couldn't quit his job. Although he was only a chauffeur, he was being paid better than most high-ranking office workers. "Are you better at driving now?" Choi Gichul was gone for over a year, but he hasn't changed a bit. The driver bit his lips and replied, "Yes, I will do my best." "Good luck. You know what I like, right? Don't get caught at red lights and go straight nonstop." "Good." The driver started to sweat nervously. Choi Gichul was abusive as usual to the driver. He got out in a frenzied fury and went to see his brother Choi Taemin, who treated him with a solid malice. "You better not cause any more problems. I already told the CE department, so make sure to show up every day. Don't assault any more female staffs. If you cause one more issue, you're out, got it?" The next was his second brother. "Wow, long time no see, Choi Gi-chul." Middle son Choi Gi-tae. His face looked kind, but Choi Gi-chul knew better than anyone how harsh he could be. "You too." "Haha, it's nice to see you. I heard Dad gave you the CE department?" "Yeah, I guess he forgave me." "What an idiot you are. It's a test. He is testing all of us against each other to see who will get Daeyang. Why are you so stupid, or are you just pretending?" "Who cares? It will either be you or the oldest." "Wow, you think I have a chance? Awesome." Choi Gichul knew how to flatter his brothers. Choi Gi-tae said to Choi Gichul, "Let's go for drinks." "Oh, I'm supposed to meet Jin-sup." "Oh, that game company's CEO's son?" Choi Gichul nodded. "Then I'll join you." Choi Gichul stopped himself from sighing and answered, "All right. Do you not want me to come?" No." Choi Gichul hated himself for not being confident around his brothers. However, they were much older than him, and he still couldn't recover from the trauma of their abuse when they were young. After hanging up, Woo-sung grinned. The meeting was taking place earlier than expected, and Choi Gichul's brother Choi Gi-tae was also joining them. He rang the bell to one of the mansions in Hanamdong. A security guard came out and checked his ID before letting him in. Inside were people laughing loudly. 3 men. 8 women. 3 of them were celebrities. As soon as Woo-sung entered the room, Choi Gi-tae's eyes widened. "Wow, you're better looking in person. Nice to meet you. I am Choi Gi-tae of Daeyang System." Woo-sung shook his hand and thought, "So this is that drug addict." It was one of the gossips Shin Semi told him. "Nice to meet you too. I am Kang Woo-sung of KND. Haha, I'm happy to make your acquaintance. Today will be my treat." Woo-sung bowed lightly. "Thank you." Jung Jin-sup was walking towards them. Beside him was Choi Gi-chul. Jung Jin-sup introduced them. "Hey, you're here. So this is Gichul." "Hello, my name is Choi Gichul." "Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woo-sung." Choi Gichul. Woo-sung tried his best to stay calm. It was hard. His breath started to get rough. Thankfully, Choi Gi-tae asked Woo-sung, "Let's go in. I'm curious about how you created Blue S." Everyone looked at Woo-sung with interest. Chapter 89 LT Unexpected GT. Famous celebrities and beautiful escorts sat around Choi Gi-tae, Choi Gichul, and Jung Jin-sup. They looked like kings surrounded by their own harem. Choi Gi-tae raised his glass. "I am happy to be drinking with such good friends. Cheers!" Within 30 minutes, Woo-sung could tell Choi Gichul was helpless around Choi Gi-tae. He was like a mouse constricted by a snake's body. Choi Gi-tae turned to Woo-sung and asked, I heard K&D phone is very popular in the US. You also took over Teltech, so I assume the phone will be released in Korea soon? I'm hoping to have it launched before September this year. So you will be our competition from now on. I am flattered. I am nowhere near Daeyang's scale. Choi Gi-tae grinned unpleasantly. Now that I have met you, I feel like you will become big very soon. Oh, Gi-chul told me you were concerned about some manufacturing parts. Jung Jinsup winked at Woo-sung, who replied, Yes. The demand is increasing, so we need more of everything, including memory chip, audio, camera, and display. We are using foreign parts now, but I thought it would be better to use Korean products. Choi Gi-tae answered like a Pride Pack leader, of course. Koreans should use Korean products. I will make it happen for you, so let me know. Everyone knew Choi Gi-tae was the head of DS department. Woo-sung thoughts ran wild. Is he hoping to outperform Choi Taemin by using me? Woo-sung answered without hesitation, Thank you, I appreciate your help. They continued to drink. Choi Gi-chul kept giving Choi Gi-tae nervous glances. Woo-sung watched silently. Choi Gi-tae kept smiling as he asked Woo-sung various questions. How did you make your money? What is your business plan for the future? I heard you were involved in many different businesses. Which is your main focus? Do you have any new interest lately? I heard you predicted the exchange rate. How did you do that? He wouldn't stop asking questions. Woo-sung answered vaguely. I was lucky. I will have to assess the market to see what I should do. I am planning to focus on the smartphone business. I'm working on the Coconut PC version launch. I used the data analysis. Woo-sung answered thoughtfully. He didn't want to lose to Choi Gi-tae in any way. Haha, you are amazing. No wonder you are considered the up-and-coming businessman of the year. I am flattered. It was already 2 a.m. Time flew by while they talked. Choi Gi-tae said to everyone, I didn't realize how late it is. You may go whenever you want. I'm leaving, so I will see you all later. Each man stood up and went into separate rooms with different women. Woo-sung did the same. Woo-sung turned to 2 women that followed him into the room. I'm actually not feeling that great right now, so I won't need you tonight. The women's eyes widened. Woo-sung continued quickly, It's embarrassing. I hope you won't tell anyone. Both women nodded. One of them was a very young, aspiring idol. She looked relieved. It was clear she was forced into this situation. The bed was big enough for more than 3 people. I will sleep on one side so you guys can rest on the other side. Woo-sung took off his jacket and laid down. Who knows if there's a camera hidden in this room? Just like Woo-sung did to young Jinsup only a few days ago. The next day, breakfast was delivered to the room. It was bean sprout soup, which was great for hangovers. After the meal, Woo-sung walked out to the living room where Choi Gi-chul was sitting on the sofa. Woo-sung looked at him sharply. Good morning. Oh, yes. Choi Gi-chul said indifferently. Woo-sung laughed awkwardly and continued. Ha ha, I heard a lot about you from Jinsup. Really? I'm surprised. It was mostly about you taking over the CE department. Oh, I asked him for you in hopes that I will be able to get a good deal on the smartphone parts. I see. Choi Gi-chul continued to provide only short answers. This was a different person than what Woo-sung remembered from 2018. Why? Woo-sung tried to figure it out but couldn't. He said to Choi Gi-chul coolly, I hope to see you often. Choi Gi-tae did ask me to take care of your situation, so we should talk about it. I see. Firstly, please provide me a list of products you need and the unit prices you are currently paying for each. We will go from there. I will send you the email address by text. Unit prices were usually a trade secret. Unit prices of different parts decided the retail price of a product. Woo-sung couldn't believe Choi Gi-chul was asking for such a sensitive information so casually. Woo-sung didn't lose his smile as he asked, Are you asking me for the current supply cost we pay for our parts such as memory, camera, and display? Choi Gi-chul nodded. Woo-sung tried very hard not to laugh at his audacity. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Choi Gichul frowned harshly. Woo-sung continued, "That is a confidential information." Choi Gichul raised his voice slightly. "But it's how we do things at Daeyang. Not for my company. I have solid confidential contracts with the companies that provide me with parts." "Are you saying you don't want to work with us?" "Not this way. I would love to use Daeyang's parts, but you need to be reasonable." Choi Gichul murmured, "Why can't you just do what I say?" Choi Gichul was definitely very different from the way he was in 2018. In Woo-sung's previous life, Choi Gichul was a smooth talker and a savvy businessman. What happened in that 10 years? Woo-sung couldn't remember any major events in Choi Gichul's life, which meant it was probably something very personal. Woo-sung continued, "And by the way, shouldn't Daeyang be the one providing me with the unit prices? I am the buyer in this case after all." Choi Gichul's frown became even worse. He scowled at Woo-sung with a quiet frown. Woo-sung continued, "How about this? I will give you the average price of all the parts, but you need to guarantee 10 discount. If you can do that, I will buy in bulks." Choi Gichul finally answered, "I don't think we'll come to an agreement right now, so we'll talk later." "All right." Choi Gichul stood up. "I'm very busy, so goodbye." He looked angry. Woo-sung grinned after he left. Woo-sung arranged a meeting for his managers at work. Jang Gwangchul and Park Byung-gi also showed up. "So, Vice President Park, I need you to lead the deal with Daeyang. I know you have much more experience than me in dealing with that company." Park Byung-gi nodded. "That's true. Daeyang is the worst. Even though they are the seller, they expect the buyers to feel grateful. They also raise their prices frequently and make mistakes on purpose. I went through a lot of issues with them. In the end, we tried to purchase from other companies as much as possible. I would advise you to do the same." "I agree. I will be purchasing only minimal orders at the lowest cost." Jang Gwangchul asked, "Then why bother dealing with them at all?" That was true, but it was personal for Kang Woo-sung. "I just would like to be acquainted with Daeyang for the future. It's smart to know your competition and what parts they use for their own phone." Jang Gwangchul couldn't quite understand, but he nodded anyway. Chapter 90. LT. Unexpected. When Woo-sung got home, he turned on his computer and opened the folder that held the information he collected on Daeyang. He opened the subfolder on Choi Gichul and added more information. He appears to fear Choi Gi-tae. He shows passivity and negativity when he is working on anything that involves Choi Gi-tae. Need to find out why his personality changed. Woo-sung then opened the folder named Choi Gi-tae. He added a few lines. Owns a mansion at XXX1 Hanamdong. He is having affairs with actress Kim Hee-soo, Lee Min-ji, Jung Hye-ji, and a new idol Lala. Hired many bodyguards. Awkward relationship with young Jin-sup. Woo-sung leaned back on his chair and thought. Choi Gi-tae and Choi Gichul. They were the business princes of Korea, and they were ruthless. It's not going to be easy to deal with them. Choi Gi-tae was a cruel man. During the party last night, he showed a very harsh side. He slapped a woman for making a mistake with the drinks. He threw a glass at the wall. He was a typical rich brat. Choi Gichul didn't show any emotion when Choi Gi-tae acted in such a violent manner. He seemed used to it. Woo-sung wasn't worried though. He wasn't the old Woo-sung who was a nobody anymore. He was the CEO of a rising company. He was in a position to buy products from Daeyang. He came a long way. Woo-sung felt proud of himself. June 25th. A one-on-one talk with top star Lee Ari. Only on Coconut Talk. The marketing for Coconut Talk began on TV ads and the internet. Already in the iPhone App Store, it was the second most popular app in the social network category. However, in Korea, it was still not well known. Compared to MSN, it was nothing. This was an expected situation. After the commercials with Lee Ari, however, things started to pick up. Korea 102111. Korea 10525. Korea 11119. Every time the site was refreshed, the number of users increased. In addition, the app was a success in the Korean government. The workers gave great reviews. Korea 14,2019. Korea 18219. Korea 25219. It was now time for the special talk event with Lee Ari. 20,000 users. 30,000 users. 50,000 users. This was the power of Lee Ari. More and more people signed up to have a chance to chat with her. While she messaged with her fans, Lee Ari wondered, how could he forget where the meeting was? How? Why? She couldn't understand. She was a top star. There were people lining up to have a glimpse of her. Yet he forgot where the meeting was taking place? How? While deep in thought, one of her fans messaged her. I love you so much. You're so beautiful and talented. I especially liked it when you had a bang. Lee Ari answered kindly. Thank you. I will let my stylist know. Haha, by the way, what's your type? Oh, my type. Who? Lee Ari never thought about it seriously. On an interview, you mentioned Kam Sungmin. You aren't dating him now, are you? No. Lee Ari shook her head. One name popped up in her head, but she denied it. I'm only your fan, so I have no right to get involved, but I really think you would look great with the group Big One's Park Jiwon. The fan clearly wanted to continue the chat, but the conversation was terminated abruptly. This was a special event for everyone. The goal was for Lee Ari to chat with as many fans as possible. The amount of time a fan could have with her was limited. Time over. You have been disconnected. The next fan in line messaged Lee Ari. While Lee Ari worked, Woo Sung and Yoon Gi-won talked among themselves. The other two from Daesan were also sitting nearby. When are you going to be done with that algorithm you promised? Woo Sung scratched his head. Oh, haha. I've been really busy lately. I'm working on it. As I said before, it will also be used by the National Pension Department, so I will get to it as soon as possible. You are taking too long. We are getting impatient. While Woo Sung smiled awkwardly, Park Junwoo brought out a laptop and connected it to the beam. Yoon Gi-hwan continued. We couldn't just sit around, so we prepared something. As we promised before, we are working on the high-frequency trading architecture. Woo Sung nodded. On the screen, the Excel program started showing various graphs and tables. You said we could test it any way we want with $1 million, so we did. Mokdong IDC. Quote confirmation. 0.00 do 1 seconds. Market order confirmation. 0.00027 seconds. Yoon Gi-won's house. Quote confirmation. 0.00041 seconds. Market order confirmation. 0.00152 seconds. Office. Quote confirmation. 0.0031 seconds. Market order confirmation. 0.00093 seconds. Yoon Gi-won explained as he pointed at different parts on the screen. It was clear the IDC from Nuri was the fastest, so we thought, how can we make the most money using this? To be honest, we thought about doing something unethical, like driving up the price with fake orders and then selling the stocks we own at a higher price. This was a possibility, but it could cause problems in the future. Yoon Gi-won continued, but we all agreed that this was immoral, so we continued to think. What do we have that we can use? Woo Sung answered, winning stock recommendation algorithm. That's right. We decided to combine the three, the IDC high-frequency trading algorithm and the winning stock recommendation algorithm. We named it real-time winning stock recommendation algorithm. Yoon Gi-won took a sip of water and continued. Park Junwoo is going to now take over the presentation. Junwoo worked very hard on this, so you better give him a good bonus later. If it makes good profits, I will make sure you get a huge incentive. Woo Sung's original algorithm analyzed the past data and provided a rough prediction. Because it didn't analyze in real time, it couldn't provide an estimated time of when the stock would rise. What Park Junwoo added to this system was the real-time component. It filtered Woosung's algorithm's recommendation once more to narrow the list down. I created it so it focuses on small increases, but with our speed, we can complete many transactions. For example, even if there is a profit of 10 cents, if we can carry out 10,000 transactions, it could be a profit of $1,000. That's brilliant. And what about in America? Even in the US, we were able to see 3 profit daily for the last month. Park Junwoo looked proud. 3 per day meant 300 profit in a year. Woosung ordered, then let's invest $50 million in the Korean market and $50 million in the US. Our goal will be $500 million by the end of this year. Yoon Gi-won's eyes widened as he stared at Woosung. If they were successful, the 3 of them could make a huge bonus. Woosung continued. As I told you guys before, I'm willing to pay high salaries. I am ready to support you in any way. So make me a big profit and you will get rich too. Chapter 91, LT, Unexpected GT. After everyone left, Woosung switched his computer open and transferred $50 million each to the 2 accounts used for algorithm trading. He didn't look too closely at Park Junwoo's product, but based on the test results, Woosung thought he could trust it. In the past, he would have checked every little component of it, but now he didn't have the time for it. He had to learn how to delegate tasks to his employees. Woosung checked the Coconut service status again. Over 50,000 users were registered. It was definitely a big success. He couldn't be satisfied yet, though. Woosung went to see Hong Subum and Jang Guangchul. Do you remember what I said before? There were a lot of things Woosung said in the past. They looked at him in silence. I think we are ready to enter the Chinese market. Already? Woosung nodded. Smartphone industry would explode soon, and China was a big market he couldn't lose. Yes, and I need to appoint someone to lead this project. We must start the investment process and create a messenger company in China. Jang Guangchul's eyes widened. We are getting busier with the mobile carrier business, yet you want to add more work? Woosung looked at Hong Subum for help. What do you think, Vice President Hong? At the promoted title of Vice President, both Jang Guangchul and Hong Subum looked at Woosung in surprise. Woosung continued. The business in the US is settling down nicely. Based on how well it did in America, we know Blue S will do well in Korea too. Besides, we are done with PC, Android, and iPhone versions of the app, so it's time to begin a new project. Hong Subum. Woosung knew he was a talented developer and a savvy businessman. Woosung knew Hong Subum was the best person for the job. Hong Subum asked nervously, China, you want me to take care of the Chinese project? As you must have already known, the Chinese population is huge. Everyone knows it is the sleeping dragon of Asia. Don't you want to be a part of this life-changing project? Hong Subum listened with thorough thoughts. Woosung continued, and of course, I won't let you do it all by yourself. I will be there with you the whole way. I just need you to be the main point of contact. Woosung was very convincing. Jang Guangchul began to be jealous. President Kang, are you keeping me out of such an important project? Haha, it's not like that. Haha, then when are we going to China? After we are done with the preparations, we will create a company, localize the messenger, and hire appropriate people. I need someone to take care of these things. When Woosung turned to Hong Subum, he nodded. After the conversation, Jang Guangchul took Woosung to a private room. I got a call from Sona's management company. Her CEO would like to meet with us. Sona. She was a member of a new idol group, 39. This set Woosung's interest in hiring her as the next celebrity for the one-on-one talk event with the fans. Woosung asked, What do you think? I've heard some rumors about her. I don't think it's a good idea. What kind of rumors? Jang Guangchul whispered. I heard she does sexual favors for her career advancement. Suddenly, the name Dayang entered Woosung's mind. She was part of a TV commercial for Dayang System after all. Jang Guangchul continued. I don't think it's a good idea, but if you insist. Jang Guangchul clearly didn't like the idea, but Wusung felt differently. He had a distinct feeling that he had to meet her. I think we should have a dinner with them at least. Jang Guangchul looked at him disappointedly, but Wusung continued quickly. Don't worry, I will be smart about it. Wusung arranged a meeting with Yu Sona and her manager. Her CEO wasn't joining them, which worried Jang Guangchul. The manager stayed behind and Wusung met with Yu Sona in private. Cosmetics envelopes her face and she donned an alluring outfit. I'll do anything you want me to do, she said it forcefully. It was clear that she didn't want to be here, but her eyes were determined. She wanted to be successful, and if this was the way to do it, she was ready for it. Wusung said calmly, Shall we have dinner first? Yu Sona asked, Is this going to take a long time? Wusung started to cut into his steak and replied, You are in a hurry? So you're saying you want to take your time with me? Yu Sona picked up her utensils as well and started to enjoy her steak. Wusung asked, Aren't you afraid? The only thing I'm afraid of is being broke in the dirt. Her hands were shaking. Contrary to her confident voice, she was clearly nervous. Wusung pretended not to see it and asked, I like it rough. I am used to it. Wusung thought of Choi Tae-min and asked, Dayang. Cough. Yu Sona coughed in surprise. Wusung handed her a napkin and continued asking, Don't you want revenge? Pardon? Haha, why don't you have a drink first? Instead of the cup Wusung handed, Yu Sona picked the glass of wine and gulped it down. You like making fun of girls, is that it? Then I will play your game. She was only 20, but the way her actions told Wusung she went through a lot in her life. She was filled with fury and determination. Wusung said to her, My hobby is to make money. I plan on being the richest person in Korea. Yu Sona murmured cynically, Me too. Great, we have something in common. Yu Sona licked her lips and asked, I think we had enough talk. Let's just get it over with. I'm afraid I can't. Pardon? As you must have already noticed, anything that happens here needs to be confidential. Yu Sona looked at him nervously. What was he going to do to her? What kind of weirdo was he? As Yu Sona paled, Wusung smiled. Have a seat. She was frightened. This situation was unfamiliar to her. Yu Sona knew someone who smiled like Wusung was someone to fear. She tried to look calm, but her hands were trembling uncontrollably. Wusung continued quickly, I need you to tell me what happened at Dayang. Yu Sona's eyes widened, but she nodded. As she told her story, Wusung realized that it was worse than he expected. Yu Sona entered the car. The manager, who was taking a nap, woke up. Oh, you're back. He checked the clock. It wasn't even 2 in the morning. It was different than her other clients before, but he didn't say anything about it. He checked her through the back mirror and noticed Yu Sona's appearance was exactly the same as when she left the car earlier. Her makeup was intact and her hair was dry. The only difference was that her mascara was smudged. She must have cried. He asked her quietly, Hey, are you okay? Yu Sona answered abruptly yes. She closed her eyes. All right, then we'll head home. They drove away, and Wusung looked at the car through the window of his room. Yu Sona! The ordeal she went through was painful. Damn it. It was an unpleasant experience to see a woman cry, but Wusung managed to get the information he wanted. He wanted some dirt about Choi Tae-min. As Wusung expected, he was a cruel bastard. Wusung remote accessed his home computer and started to record what he learned today. Chapter 92, LT Unexpected GT. The next day, Yu Sona woke up early in the morning and got into her car where her CEO was waiting. You must have done great with KND's president last night. He hired you to model for the KND's TV commercial. $1 million for a 1-year contract. Yu Sona flinched. I didn't do anything special. If you keep this up, you should be able to pay your family's debt back by the end of this year. It's all thanks to you, sir. No, it's all you, Sona. I told you, I will make you famous. We will go to the shop now, the manager informed them as he started the car. The CEO continued, I know this may not be the nicest way, but this is how the real world works. If you want to make it fast, you need to do whatever it takes. I know. Just please make sure you pay me my share. Haha, of course. You are the jewel of my company, so I will take good care of you. Sona closed her eyes and thought about what happened last night. Why did I do that? While she told her story, she started to cry. She cried in front of a complete stranger. Strangely, the man seemed to give off a genuine form of concern. He handed her a napkin, and he consoled her. I should get you something good to eat. You look tired and your skin looks rough. The CEO yelled at the manager. You need to take better care of our star. You're her manager. I'm sorry. Fine. Now, Sona, we got a possible contract from Dongnam Pharmaceutical Company. They think you may be the right person for their TV commercial for a vitamin drink. The only thing is that its chairman is old, and he likes things in a certain way. Sona knew what he meant. She answered quickly, I'll do it. If she wasn't in this profession, she would have ended up in a brothel. She kept reminding herself. This was what she wanted, and it was better than the alternative. She closed her eyes tightly. The CEO smiled and continued through the day with an ecstatic grin. Jang Guangchul asked worriedly, Are you sure nothing happened? I can trust you? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. Do you really think I would take advantage of a young girl? I just talked to her, that's all. I trust you as a person, but I'm not so sure about you as a man. Gosh, I'm telling you the truth. But that's odd too. What? You are a healthy 27-year-old man, yet you don't have a girlfriend, and you don't sleep around. You just work. That's really odd. Jang Guangchul continued quickly. Men want to make money so we can use it, especially to get women. That's what normal men do. Yesterday was a perfect opportunity for you. I'm not like that. I'm a businessman. But unless you are a monk, Jang Guangchul murmured quietly, Hey, are you by chance suffering from erectile dysfunction? Yes, that's correct. Jang Guangchul's eyes widened. What? I think it's something to do with my mental health. I just can't do it. Oh, then let's get you a doctor. I know someone very good. You should have told me so I can get help for you. I'm fine. It's getting better slowly. Jang Guangchul looked at Wu Sung sympathetically. Are you seeing a doctor? If not, you must. I'll take you. Wu Sung stood up. I have a few businesses to take care of outside of the office. I'll see you later. Jang Guangchul's eyes welled up. Just let me know if you need any help, okay? We can even go abroad for treatments. All right, just go. Wu Sung picked up his laptop bag and left. He arrived at Young Jinsup's game company. When Wu Sung entered the headquarters, some people looked at him and murmured among themselves. They seemed like they recognized him. He was on TV after all when he publicly announced that his company would take over Teltech. I must be famous now. Just then, Jung Jinsup came down to meet him. Oh, you're here. Wu Sung bowed. Nice place here. Jung Jinsup poked Wu Sung in the waist and joked. We are leasing this space, but I hear you own your own building. Yes, but I'm not sure if that was the right decision. It's in a good area, so of course that was the right choice. Anyway, let's go up. Every game user's actions were recorded in the database. Item purchases. Movement between the towns. Monster hunting. Item usages. Every move was logged. Wu Sung analyzed the data Young Jinsup gave him and found about 20 IDs with abnormal activities. After a few days of monitoring, it was revealed that 17 of these IDs were involved in illegal actions including copying items and using internal bugs to play unfairly. Oh Min-jae, who was the chief of the OS team, listened intensely to Wu Sung. I used the STL analysis. With this method, I picked out the unusual IDs that were bug users. STL analysis. It was short for seasonal and trend decomposition using LOS. Could you explain in more details? like what equations you used, what kind of filters you used for the raw data, and so on. Woo-sung replied, I can't tell you everything, but basically I used STL analysis, reminder, and jitter detections to find these IDs. If I had more time, I could probably do better. Jung Jin-sup listened in awe. He thought Woo-sung was just a clever businessman, but he was clearly more than that. Oh, Min-jae asked in awe. It's already at 85. I can make it to 90 in no time. It could be even better, but that would take a while. Oh, Min-jae turned to Jung Jin-sup and nodded. Then we have no reason not to use his system. Bug users. Or nuclear users. They were those who abused the game. In 2018, they were eliminated by an internal analyst team. But this was 2009. It was less sophisticated now. Many CS agents were hired to monitor these users manually. Jung Jin-sup smiled proudly. We'll be able to cut down on CS employees. Oh, Min-jae agreed. We won't know for sure till we implement it, but I think you're right. Woo-sung replied, I'm glad to be of help. Well, now we come to the matter of fees. Of course I won't charge you a lot, sir. I will send the estimate to Min-jae, and it will be a fair number. Oh, and I can also analyze the customer satisfaction level. Would you be interested? If you are, you'll have to provide us with more of your data. Jung Jin-sup nodded. There was no reason not to trust Woo-sung. After a drink with Jung Jin-sup, Woo-sung came back home and logged on to Jung Jin-sup's company's game Legend. It was one of the most popular games in Korea with over 300,000 users and sales of over $1 billion. There were over 30 servers available. Woo-sung created a character for each server and formed a guild. There is nothing you can't do with money. He hired a substitute gamer and got all the characters to reach level 90. He also owned a few castles in several servers. Now, let's see if I can cause inflation within the game. As a castle owner in the game, he could control the prices of items in the castle. He set the prices and the taxes at their highest level. Kim Yong-gun enjoyed playing games after he got off work. Legend was his favorite. As soon as he logged in, a pop-up came up. Every user in this castle will have to pay 20 more for all items. Kim Yong-gun's character was currently in a castle named Arin. Arin Castle was considered a popular place in the game because it was surrounded by many good hunting grounds. In the game, it cost 10 cents to buy 100 gold. An increase of 20 was very upsetting. He chatted with other users about this matter. The other gamers living in other castles were having similar problems. There's an increase of 25 in Dragon Castle. It's 15 up in Noah Castle. It had become known that 5 castles all had increases in prices. Chapter 93, LT, Game King D. Mox's CEO Jung Hyo-sung was in a good mood. He received a report that morning from the strategy department. This month's sales for Legend has increased 10 and 20 for Legend 2. And the reason is, it's thanks to Managing Director Jung's quality improvement project. Haha, so it's Jin-sup's work. That's my boy, he's smart like me. Haha, I agree. But he's still very young. I hope you take good care of him, Chief Choi. Of course. The chief of the strategy department left the room and returned to his chair. His assistant came up to him and asked, Are you sure we don't have to report this? It's fine. I'll take care of it. It will blow over soon. Guilds fight each other all the time. But it's different this time. It's strange. There has never been a time when so many guilds increased the prices all at once. You are still new here, so you don't understand. It happened before. Do you not know of Nuts Liberation War incident? Nuts Liberation War. It was a famous incident that happened in 2005 inside Legend. A particular guild's tyranny was so horrible many users, including those from different servers, fought to get rid of it. The assistant answered in frustration, I have been playing Legend for the past 5 years, and that was an exception. The chief continued quickly, besides, all the involved castles are owned by different guilds anyway. They will fight for a while and things will settle down. He waved his hand to dismiss his assistant, who still remained wary. This was happening in too many servers. Out of 32 servers, 16 of them were involved so far. 21 years old. Go Jiangsu was a game addict whose job was a professional gamer for hire. He logged on to the 21st server online as the character named K9. K9's current level was 95. There were 3 substitute gamers hired for this character. They worked 8-hour shift to boost this character every day. Within only a few months, it became one of the top 10 characters within the game. Go Jiangsu sent a message to all of the guild members. Guild members, are you ready for the siege? Ready. 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 They were about to go to war to take over a castle. This wasn't just a game for many. By becoming a castle owner, they could tax other traveling characters for game gold. They could then sell these golds online. Essentially, they could make real money. 10,000 golds equaled $10. Go Jiangsu checked his weapons and announced, "Then, let's begin." He moved his character to the designated area, and the other characters followed his lead. We begin. Whichever side surrounds the castle flag will become the winner. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, the war began. Go Jiangsu had the best weapons money could buy. There was no way his side could lose. When Wusung logged on to Legend, he noted that all of his characters leveled up significantly. K9 95 LV, Gauser 94 LV, Dayang Mania 96 LV, Blue Red 93 LV. Most characters were over level 90 and their weapons and items were of highest quality and power. Wusung had the best characters in the game. When he logged on to the server Araline, a pop-up came up. Do you agree to be the new owner of this castle? Yes. Wusung's character appeared on the screen with a crown on top of his head. Wusung smiled in satisfaction and continued on with the other characters in other servers. When Wusung met young Jinsup, he thought hard to come up with the best way to get back at him. In the end, Wusung decided he could use the game to destroy him. He planned to become the tyrant over all the servers and drive all the other users out of the game. He had more than enough money to make it happen. He hired several professional gamers, so it could not be traced back to him. He checked his game account balance. 6.7 M gold. This meant he could exchange it for $67,000. This was the money he earned as a multi-castle owner. Well, I spent about $100,000 on this game, so at least I am getting close to evening out. Wusung closed the game and opened the Bitcoin server. The speed of mining decreased significantly. He was getting only about 7 Bitcoins per server every day. But he already had enough Bitcoins. In 3 months, a miner in the US will purchase 13 or 9 Bitcoins for $1. Wusung planned to buy them himself if possible. After work, Kim Yong-gun returned home and connected to Legend. He was still angry about the increase in tax within the game. He checked the game chat room to read what other gamers thought. What is Legend GM doing? I hate this game now. Things happened fair and square, so stop complaining. Different gamers felt differently about what was happening in the game. Kim Yong-gun collected the data and analyzed them to calculate the average increase in taxes within the group. Out of 32 servers, 25 increased their taxes an average of 20. All within the last 2 months. However, all the guilds and characters of these servers had different names. It was strange. He has been playing for many years and this never happened before. The data looked too clean and organized, because it looked too perfect. Kim Yong-gun started to suspect someone was behind it. It's just too weird. Within the last 2 months, 25 servers castle owners changed, each has a different guild. This has never happened before as far as I can remember. After much thinking, Kim Yong-gun closed his computer and laid down on his bed. Gosh, I'm getting a headache. He was so tired from work he didn't have the energy to play games nowadays. He figured he should just wait for this situation to pass. He thought things would settle eventually and he would start playing again then. Many other gamers were feeling the same way. Chapter 94, LT, Game, King D. A gamer logged on to the 26th server Kudre as the Castle Lindsay's owner, Red Bat. Suddenly, a notice popped up. June 24, 2009. 14:45 You have been confirmed to be an illegal bug user. Your account has been suspended. If you have any questions, please contact the customer service center. He read it and reread it, becoming angry. Damn it! Damn it! His friend sent him a link recently that could help him with the game. When he saw it, he suspected it to be a bug, but he used it anyway. He only used it once though, so he couldn't understand how he was caught. Especially now when he was just about to take over a castle. A similar thing happened to Joe Youngman, who was playing at the 27th server Jessnuts. You have been confirmed to be an illegal bug user. Your account has been suspended. If you have any questions, please contact the customer service center. Damn it. This isn't fair. His character was at level 95. He slept only 4 hours every day to get this far. He was addicted to the game. Joe Youngman was furious. All the time and effort he spent turned to nothing. It didn't matter if he used an illegal bug. Perhaps he did in the past, but he couldn't really remember anymore. However, he was sure he wasn't the only one who used this bug. Everyone used it. He became resentful. He felt like he was the victim. This was the worst timing. He recently became a castle owner and was just about to earn real money. Why did it have to happen now? Joe Youngman called the customer service right away. There were 2 types of gamers. Hard user. Light user. Wusung used the data Young Jinsup provided to filter out the illegal gamers, especially the ones he needed to leave so it could be easier for his characters to thrive. Many were hard users, and once they were booted out from the game, it was easier for Wusung to take over more castles. Finally, he was at the 32nd server named Latest. Inside, 4 out of 5 castles were already his. The only one left was named Arin. Wusung logged in as a character named Wealthy Hunter. The name of his guild was Riot. Wusung uploaded a message for all. The riot begins now. Wusung's character started to move with his weapon. The other guild members followed him. When they reached the front of the castle, the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The first move was by the existing castle owner with his followers. He had a strong character, but Wusung had a secret weapon. He possessed a Chronos sword, which caused 4 times the damage as any other swords in the game. It was worth over $20,000. It was a massacre. No one could stop Wusung. The Aaron's existing guild was strong, but it was no match for Wusung. Finally, at 3 a.m., Wusung won the castle. He clicked the button, accept to be the new castle owner. Mox's strategy development team, Chief Choi Gilak, looked at the report with a frown. There is a 3 decline from last month? Really? Yes, and we are only 2 weeks into this month. It's because of so many members leaving the game. I don't understand. The reviews we have been getting so far were positive. Gamers have been complimenting how we got rid of all the illegal bug users. So why are we losing customers? Did you have a look at the customer type graph I created? Choi Gilak nodded. Hard user, 10, light user, 90. Majority of the light users are in their teens and early 20s. Choi Gilak remained silent. He could guess what his assistant was about to say. Because of the increase in taxes and item prices, the young users with no money are leaving. We need to stop this before it becomes too late. Did you call the guild chapter? I couldn't get through. How about suspending the responsible accounts? We don't have a legal reason to do so. If these tyrants became successful this fast, they must have used a bug. Our team checked it, and they were all clean. Choi Gilek sighed. Something bad was brewing. He could feel it. It was worse than how it appears because this was happening to both Legend 1 and 2, which made up 80 of the entire company. Mox's fate depended on these games. Choi Gilak answered. Fine, I'll take care of it. Choi Gilak stood up and went to the development general manager. I think we need to move the characters. Are you talking about the increase in the taxes in some castles? That's not something new. Our sales are going to be down significantly this month, and I'm sure it will happen next month too. We need to take over a few castles and stabilize the situation right now. But we can't just interfere willy-nilly. If we use our master account and the users find out, we'd be in trouble. Choi Gilak replied. But the sales, we have no choice. We need to be proactive about this. There must be another way. This is an emergency. Choi Gilak sighed in frustration. He turned around and replied, Fine, we'll wait on it for a while, but you may be making a huge mistake. That same day, Mox's stock price declined to 50.40, a dollar lower than the previous day. Chapter 95 LT Game Kingji. The next day, Mox's stock weakened further. Its internal problems with the games weren't public knowledge, yet the shareholders were selling their stocks. It was because of those with insider information. Wusung was buying the stocks little by little so that it goes unnoticed. The problem is the 5 rule. 5. If an individual or a company bought over 5 of a particular company, it had to be disclosed. If Wusung's name was mentioned, it would be an issue. Wusung thought of Zhang Guangchul. Mox's stock would decline further. In his previous life, however, things happened very differently. Mox released an FPS game in China, which garnered huge success. The mobile version of Legend was also a hit, and Mox became a $20 billion company. So what I need to do is to buy as many stocks as possible now so I can take over the company. Then develop the games that are popular in 2018. This way, he could accomplish his revenge and make a huge business profit. Wusung called for Zhang Guangchul and explained his plan of adding a gaming component to the Coconut Talk. Zhang Guangchul replied, So this will be profitable for the company? And we need to make our games too? Well, to be honest, I would like to do this as my personal project. But you would like to buy the stocks under someone else's name? Yes, I will take over Mox and use it as our own game development department. How much is the company worth now? As of yesterday, it's $3.2 billion. So if you only bought half of it, it would still cost you $1.6 billion. For now. What? The stock price will continue to decline. To Wusung's confident prediction, Zhang Guangchul asked, You are hiding something from me, aren't you? You already spent so much money on taking over Teltech and preparing for the mobile carrier business. Now, you are saying you have enough money to buy Mox. Zhang Guangchul took a deep breath and continued. Even if Mox's stock price goes down, it will still cost hundreds of millions of dollars. You're saying you have that much money? We'll make money with Coconut very soon. Blue S's sales are also increasing quickly. I can also sell a small share of KND if necessary to raise funds. Zhang Guangchul didn't buy Wusung's explanation. This was reasonable since Wusung did have another secret. He was waiting for the new flu, H1N1. Then, in November, there would be the Dubai shock. Wusung knew there were more future events coming up for him to make money. Zhang Guangchul looked at Wusung and asked, No, you are lying to me. Look at my eyes and tell me the truth. Wusung stared at him and replied, Why aren't you asking me why I want to use someone else's name for the stock purchase? Isn't that a more important question? I assumed you must have a good reason for it. Then, what about this? The answer you are looking for is actually within the assumption you just mentioned. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Do you remember what I said about my dreams? Zhang Guangchul nodded slowly. Wusung continued, I can see many different things in my dreams. Sometimes I can see opportunities to make money. That's why I am confident about my plan. Is there anything you can tell me? Do you know what H1N1 is? Zhang Guangchul remembered hearing about it on the news, but only vaguely. It wouldn't hit the headlines until the end of July. We will soon be facing a pandemic flu. The entire world will fear it. It will be a great chance to make some money. Big events caused volatility in the stock market. I am still not sure how to go about it, but I'm working on it. Oh, and remember, this is a secret. Zhang Guangchul nodded firmly and replied, "And as for using someone else's name, I know someone who might be able to help you. Let me look into it." Wu Sung nodded. After Zhang Guangchul left the room, Wu Sung remote accessed his home computer and opened a file with information on his previous life. There were 2 more big events left this year. H1N1. Dubai shock in November. Dubai World asks for a debt standstill. It asks the creditors for a 6-month standstill on its debt repayment. Wu Sung remembered the chaos PI index going down over 1 due to this incident. This was his chance. The first death from H1N1 in Korea has been recorded. The health authorities have warned the public to avoid heavily crowded areas, including restaurants and public bathhouses. They are also recommending washing your hands as often as possible. Currently, tens of thousands of people are suffering from H1N1 in the world. Unlike other countries, however, the Korean government is showing an unprepared and uncaring attitude towards its people. Jung Jinchul, an owner of a new internet cafe, turned off the TV. He just opened this new business recently, but because of H1N1 scare, it was empty. He was losing money every day. He sighed. Restaurants, internet cafes, malls, grocery stores. The streets were empty. After work, people went straight home and many spent a lot of time playing games. The game industry boomed, except for Legend. Choi Gilak became more nervous. The other game companies are gaining more users, but we are still losing customers. The general manager was aware of this problem. Are you saying it's time for us to act on it? The new guilds are invincible. I used my personal guilds to fight and take over the castles, but it was impossible. The balance within the game has been destroyed. Choi Gilak was again asking to use the master account. The master account was created and owned by Mox. It could bend the rules within the game to get whatever outcome it wanted. There was no way anyone could win against the master account character. I believe this is the only way to restore the balance in the game. Fine. Let's try it in a couple of servers. Choi Gilak nodded. Wu Sung's phone vibrated with a message. You have lost the 27th server Aran Castle. Wu Sung looked at it in surprise. This was unexpected. He has been the owner of this castle for the past month, and no one managed to win against his character. Master Knight? It was a nickname he has never seen before. Wu Sung checked the data Jung Jinsup gave him, but while he checked the database, Wu Sung found something strange. Huh? It looked like Master Knight seemed to have unusual items and abilities that went against the game logistics. This was not possible. This meant one of 2 things. There was an error, or the character was owned by a hacker or a bug user. Wu Sung analyzed the character, its items, and its past activities. This doesn't make sense. There is no record of this character until now. Wu Sung was now sure that it was a hacker. Did I just get hacked? Or the game got hacked? But it still didn't make sense. Wu Sung studied the character further. After 2 hours of it, Wu Sung decided, this isn't from hacking or any kind of bugs. Wu Sung swallowed nervously. This situation reminded him of the time when he was murdered. Company interference. Wu Sung's death started when he found out about strange transactions with certain IP addresses. He initially thought the company was hacked, but it was the company itself that was behind the illegal activities. This was the same situation. Mox developed the character and interfered with the game from the inside. Bastards. Unfortunately, he couldn't use this information. He couldn't release this information to the public without revealing himself too, at least not at this point. Instead, Wu Sung contacted his substitute gamers. Take over the 27th server Aran Castle immediately. Hire more gamers for this and make sure to destroy Master Knight. I don't care how much money it costs. Make sure to record the takeover. The gamers responded quickly. Wu Sung was furious, but he was also excited. This was his chance to bring Mox down to its knees. Chapter 96, LT, Game King, Gi. Wu Sung's hired gamers with a minimum of level 80 characters lined up for an attack. The first thing they all did was PK player killing. They went around the castle killing many of Master Knight's Guild Masterpiece's members as possible. One by one, the Masterpiece members left the game. I can't play this game anymore. The Riot Guild's members are hunting us down. I am done with this game. Peace out. I'm leaving too. Eventually, only half of Masterpiece's members remained. Meanwhile, Wusung hired more people to become members of his own guild, Riot. Choi Gilek couldn't believe what was happening. He tried to manipulate the game further with the master account, but he was stopped by the general manager. You need to stop now. If you go on any further, we may be discovered by the public. But we only won one castle out of it. What? How many times do I have to explain? I am so frustrated. I know you said it's because of the young gamers leaving Legend. I get it. But what we need to do to fix it is to make the game more fun for them. Why are you getting angry at me? Why won't you support me? We are working for the same company. Exactly. We are in the same team, and you need to do a better job in the development department. Choi Gilak reddened in anger. If we don't lower the taxes in these castles, this company is over. It's not just Legend 1. Similar things are happening in the second version too. This isn't a simple matter to be settled among the users. If this continues any longer, we could all lose our jobs. This was turning into a serious argument. The general manager tried to avoid it by replying in a calm manner. I understand. I will try my best to come up with a solution. You better get to it fast. While the country panicked because of H1N1, Wusung bought and sold healthcare stocks to make money. Unfortunately, he wasn't making big profits. The volumes of these stocks were too small. Wusung wanted to invest millions at a time, but all he could purchase was hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stocks. However, it was different in the US. There were plenty of pharmaceutical company stocks with big volumes. Wusung took long positions in many companies, especially Pfizer. Pfizer stock was only about $14 in July, but by September it went up to $16. Wusung earned a lot of money from this purchase, but he was still not satisfied. He obtained about $600 million, but Wusung's definition of big money was in the billions. He made back all the money he spent taking over Teltech. When he purchased the company, he arranged it so that KND borrowed money from him. The interest rate he set was 7, which meant every year he received $42 million from his own company to his personal account as a form of interest payment. Wusung also had numerous other incomes, including interest rates from his bank, stock dividends, bitcoins, and his salary as the CEO. However, this was all still not enough. Wusung checked the MOX stock price. It was continuing to decline as he hoped. $37.10, $37.05. He ordered his US company to take a fake short sale position on MOX stock to make it go down further. $36.50. Once it went down, he canceled the sale order. Suddenly, a text message arrived. I've uploaded the analysis report. The fight against the Master Knight was recorded and sent to the professional gamers for analysis. They all agreed on one thing. The game was manipulated. Wusung managed to find out from where the character was being played. The IP address indicated that it was from the MOX headquarters. It wasn't a hacker, it was the company itself. The report was published online where Legend users and other gamers could see. This doesn't make sense. Have you ever seen the items like that before in the game? How could that character cause so much more damages than any others I have seen? The internet game forum became filled with curious comments. Everyone agreed on one thing. What the Master Knight did was not possible, which meant the game was hacked. Legend has been hacked. What the hell? Did the hacker take all the castles then? No one could even imagine the possibility of the company interfering. Then, an anonymous comment was made. I think I've seen this before. I think it might be the game company that manipulated the game. Is that possible? OMG, I can't believe it. We need to call the customer center. Let's go to the headquarters. We need to get them. People went furious. Mox was flooded with angry emails. The gaming communities were in an uproar. The news reached CS team leader Oh Min-jae. He asked the development team for an explanation. "We are currently checking things out." He sent the same message many times, but every time he just got the same vague answer. In desperation, he arranged a meeting with Woo-sung, who gave his opinion. "I can't be certain of whether it is the bug or the company, but the rumors on the internet seemed legit." Woo-sung has gained Oh Min-jae's trust within last few weeks, so Oh Min-jae nodded. It would be faster if you talk to your development team. That department is going through an issue right now." Woo-sung knew what he meant. Only a few in the company knew of the master account and its activities, and clearly, Oh Min-jae wasn't one of them. Suddenly, Jung Jin-sup walked in. "Chief, oh, what are you doing?" Oh Min-jae looked at Jung Jin-sup in confusion. Jung Jin-sup yelled again, "This isn't the time to have stupid meetings." His face was red. Oh Min-jae stood up as Jung Jin-sup continued. Several players barged into the headquarters demanding an explanation. "Take care of them, now." Oh Min-jae left in shock. Jung Jin-sup calmed down and sat beside Woo-sung. "As you know, things aren't going well in the company right now. Someone is messing with us." Woo-sung murmured, "You mean the character that is either being controlled by a hacker or the company?" Jung Jin-sup flinched and asked, "Yes, that's it. Do you know what is happening?" "Actually, this meeting was about that, and I couldn't come up with anything solid. I'm guessing it's a hacker." Jung Jin-sup sighed in relief. "Really, thank God, and thank you." "Haha, no problem. You look like you had a rough day. Would you like to go for a drink? I will take you somewhere nice." Jung Jin-sup's eyes lit up. Woo-sung continued, "I found a place with some gorgeous ladies. Let's go." At an expensive brothel in Cheongdam-dong, Jung Jin-sup drank heavily. Woo-sung asked, "You look like you have a lot of worries." Jung Jin-sup took another sip and answered, "Sales have gone down significantly. Stock prices too. It also looks like someone's collecting our stocks." "Really?" "It looks like a foreign hedge fund, but we can't tell why it's doing it." "Oh." Woo-sung was surprised at how much Mox knew of the situation. Jung Jin-sup suddenly asked, "Are you interested in games by chance?" "Pardon?" "If K&D could invest in our company, that would be a big help." And when Jung Jin-sup hesitated, Woo-sung urged him, "You can tell me anything. We are developing a new game right now, and an investment from your company would be a huge help. You know Mox is a solid company. The stock price will rise soon, and it will be very profitable for you." Woo-sung frowned and thought, they should have had enough funds to last a while and release FPS game next year. What happened? Did they lose that much money from this controversy? Because of Woo-sung, Mox lost many users. It tried to revive the game by spending a lot of money on marketing, but it failed again. When Woo-sung hesitated, Jung Jin-sup said disappointedly, "How could you not say yes immediately?" "Then, how about this? I will lend you the money with your share of the company as collateral. Interest will be 1, but if the stock price goes down, the total credit will go down too. And if it goes up? Haha, then you will have enough money to pay me back and take back your shares. Remember that the interest rate of 1. Think carefully. Do you know how many stocks I own?" "Based on my calculation, 15.5, so about $42 million. Woo-sung tapped his head and continued, "I'm an analyst, so of course, I should know these things. I will also buy some stocks for you too. This will make the stock prices go up, which means you'll make money and I will make money too. It's a win-win situation." Jung Jin-sup licked his lips. He liked the idea. Woo-sung poured him another drink. "Let's hope the stock price goes up." Chapter 97, LT Game King D. After drinking with Jung Jin-sup, Woo-sung called Jang Gwangchul. "What percentage of stocks were you able to buy so far?" "Hey, it's 2 a.m. in the morning." "But this is important. Tell me." "I didn't have a lot of time, so only 10. "Fine. Keep going." After the call, Woo-sung leaned back in his new car. He gave the car Jang Guangchul gave him to his parents. Then, he got a new company car for himself. Mercedes Maybach line. It was worth $800,000. It was more than a car. It felt so comfortable Woo-sung didn't feel like he was riding one. It felt like he was sitting at home in a sofa. Jung Jinsup's shares as collateral would get me 15. I already have 10. I will buy another 20, which will make it to 45. Then I will get my US company to buy 6, which will make it a total of 51. 51. It still didn't feel enough. To terminate a CEO, the board of directors needed to be called for a meeting, but only the CEO had the power to call such a meeting. No CEO would ever call for it, which meant he had to call for a shareholders' meeting. The meeting required the attendance of at least 13 of the shareholders, and 23 of the attendees needed to agree on the decision. If 100 of the shareholders attended, having 51 may not be enough. Woo-sung wanted to be sure of the outcome, which meant he needed to have 67. He needed 16 more. 16. If he made enough money during the Dubai shock, it was possible. "We have arrived," the driver announced. It was very late. The moon shined brightly. Soon, Woo-sung knew he could steal mocks from young Jinsup. However, there was one more thing. He probably has a lot of personal assets. Woo-sung wanted to take everything from him. He wanted Jung Jinsup to have nothing. What to do? He went inside his home and continued to think. The first thing he needed to do was to further decrease Mox's sales. Suddenly, Woo-sung thought of something. League of Ancient. It was a game created by a relatively new game company right now. By 2018, in Woo-sung's previous life, the game was a worldwide sensation. An esport event was even held for the game with a prize of $5 million. Woo-sung opened his computer quickly and searched for League of Ancient. At this point, it was only in the closed beta test stage, which meant it was currently being developed in America. If he purchased the company and released the game in Korea, it could be the end of Mox once and for all. He could also make a lot of money from this game as well. The next day, Woo-sung flew to America. Right Now Game Company. Its office wasn't very far from KND's headquarters in Silicon Valley. Based on Woo-sung's research, it was a 3-year-old company with a big investment from a Chinese company, Tencent. By 2018, Tencent was one of the top internet service companies in the world. When they arrived at Right Now, Jang Guangchul asked Woo-sung, "Can you just tell me in advance how much you are planning to spend?" "I'm willing to pay up to $300 million. On a game that is only in closed beta test stage? How many Coconut users do we have so far?" 1 million in Korea, 5 million in the world. If we link the game to Coconut, it will take care of the Korean market. Link. We can make it so that any Coconut users can log into the game with their Coconut ID. It would be convenient for them since they won't have to make a separate account for the game. Woo-sung continued quickly, "It is a good game. It will be a success worldwide. It is a guaranteed investment." "So you're going to offer them $300 million? At least I'm not coming out of this building without buying this company." The CEOs of Right Now were shocked at Woo-sung's generous offer. $300 million. Mark Brown and Brandon Reynolds had their mouths gaped at Woo-sung's proposal. "I have checked the game and people's reviews. It's good. It's a fast-paced game compared to the existing MMORPG platform. It also has great hero characters." Mark Brown stopped Woo-sung. Wait, let's take a moment first." Woo-sung leaned back and replied, "Ha, okay. Are you really offering us $300 million and we won't lose any control over the company? I won't interfere with your game development, but I may want to cooperate with the operations side of the business. For example, I want to be able to decide when to release the game in Korea, and I want to allow the Coconut Talk users to be able to play the game without additional account setup." Mark Brown knew the Coconut very well. He himself was using it. "Are you referring to the Coconut Messenger?" Coconut Talk was now a popular app in US. Mark Brown took out his own phone Blue S and pointed at it. "You mean this?" Wu Sung nodded. Yes, I am the CEO of that phones company. I think we could become good partners. We were actually going to suggest the same thing. Becoming a part of a popular existing services, such as Facebook or Coconut, was the best way to attract users for new games. That's perfect then. If you have no objections, I would like to sign the contract today. We need to move fast to get things going. Wu Sung was dying to destroy Mox. The two CEOs of Right Now tried their best not to look too excited as they waited for the paperwork. Tencent headquarters. I can't believe they sold more shares to another company other than us, Tencent's CEO Ma Huateng swore. At the young age of 36, he became successful with the messenger HH. It has been reported that it was a Korean investor. His name is Kang Woo-sung. The funny thing is he took over the company under his personal name, not his company. What the hell? Who is he? He is currently operating a company called KND. It created the smartphone Blue S. You mean the phone with the Coconut Talk? That's right. He is also the CEO of Coconut Talk Company. He is involved in many different businesses. Explain. Ma Huateng took the report from his assistant and read it quickly. The assistant continued. He took over a small Korean PDA company after the financial crisis. He finished the development of Blue S in a Silicon Valley office. The strange thing is that KND and Coconut are two separate corporations, and he owns the majority shares of both companies. So both are Kang Woo-sung's personal companies? That's right. KND is listed, while the other isn't. That's strange. He also owns a hedge fund in the US. Hedge fund? Worth how much? Almost $900 million. He purchased Right Now with the money from this fund. Ma Huateng ate a piece of chocolate. He was trying to quit smoking. $900 million is only our guess. It appears he made more recently, but we don't know how much. I can't believe he spent that much money on a game that hasn't even been released yet. He does seem like an eccentric man. And he recently opened an office in Zhongguancun? Yes, and he is looking to hire a CEO to run this office on site. He appears to be planning to release Coconut Talk in China, but with a different name in Chinese, so it looks like a Chinese service. Why don't we report him to get tax audit? We suggested it to the authorities, but because of the financial crisis, the government doesn't want to discourage any new businesses. Then I guess we should wait and see. I don't like it at all though. Yes, sir. Ma Huateng took another piece of chocolate. Chapter 98. LT, Game King G. After signing the contract, Wu Sung and Zhang Guangchul went for a drink. Are you satisfied now? Haha, would you believe me if I said yes? No, you probably want more. What are you thinking? I'm trying hard not to just get up and go to Finland. Zhang Guangchul didn't reply to Wu Sung's odd comment. He kept drinking. My dream told me to go to Finland. It said there is a chance to win the world in Finland. Zhang Guangchul waved his hand for Wu Sung to continue. Wu Sung took a sip of his whiskey and added, it also said to drop by in England first. There is a man I need to meet. Did it also tell you to go to the North Pole? Haha. No, it didn't say that. England's deep mind. In the future, its AI AlphaGo would beat humans in the complex game of Go. Finland's power cell. It would create a popular mobile game Clash of Clans, and the company would reach a net worth of over $10 billion. These were the companies Wu Sung remembered from his previous life. Are you telling me you really saw these things in your dreams, including the success of the League of Ancient? Wu Sung nodded. You saw how all of my investments turned out to be successful. That's true, but Zhang Guangchul took another sip of his whiskey. When I first met you, I saw you as just a smart programmer. Because I knew IT would be the way of the future, I figured you would make something big. Wu Sung listened carefully as Zhang Guangchul continued honestly. My estimation of your worth was at least $10 million and up to $100 million. But I never imagined things would turn out like this. Isn't life more fun this way? Sure, why not? So will you really go to England? Then Finland? Haha, no, I don't have enough money. I will go there next year. So it's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars again, right? Haha, probably. Well, I guess you need to spend big to make big. I am always appreciative of you, sir. Let's work hard together. Why are you suddenly nice to me? Haha, I've always wanted to tell you that. Now, shall we go? We have to work tomorrow. All right, let's go. October 27th, 2009. League of Ancient will be released in America and Korea at the same time. With this news, Mox's stock continued to decline. It was now at $23.10. Game to be available exclusively through Coconut Talk. Jung Jinsup called Woo-sung for an explanation. Woo-sung gave vague answers, telling him he had no other choice, and Jung Jinsup couldn't do anything but to accept Woo-sung's explanation. On the day of League of Ancients release, Mox CEO Young Hyo-sung called for an emergency meeting. The Legend operating team reported, "We need to close a third of the servers right away due to lack of players." Jung Jinsup and his colleagues in the room fell silent. This means the sales have decreased by a third. Jung Hyo-sung no longer looked confident. He looked angry and frustrated. He yelled, "Choi Gilak, can you tell me what happened here?" It started with the new castle owners increasing the taxes. I suggested for the company's interference from the beginning, but the development team wouldn't accept my solution. Choi Gilak looked at the development general manager. Everyone followed his gaze. He only brought solutions that weren't acceptable. The general manager couldn't disclose the existence of the master account without getting into trouble, so he didn't explain further on what Choi Gilak had suggested. He continued, "So I suggested limiting the castle owner's power over the game, but Choi Gilak wouldn't listen." They were pointing fingers at each other. Jung Hyo-sung frowned in disgust. Young Jinsup looked at them with a bitter gaze. Jung Hyo-sung announced, "Just stop. We aren't here to blame each other. We are here to come up with a solution." Jung Jinsup suddenly opened his mouth. "I think we need to release the next project as soon as possible. We lost so much of the gamers' trust with Legend." Choi Gilak agreed. "I think so too. Battle Round has received an excellent overall review from the closed beta test." The general manager replied with a worried tone, "But we still haven't stabilized the servers. We also had negative reviews regarding bugs and unbalanced items." Jung Hyo-sung asked, "Then are you suggesting we give up on Legend?" "The gamers are sick of this game. I wouldn't say we give up on it, but maintain it as is. We shouldn't put any more efforts to it." Jung Jinsup continued, "MMORPG is the future of the gaming landscape. Did you see the reviews on League of Ancient? Short, casual games are the new ways to go. It's the current trend, and we need to follow it." Everyone nodded. After the meeting, the father and son duo stayed behind. "So is it true you borrowed money with your shares as collateral?" "We needed the money to hire more programmers and finish the next game sooner than we planned. Because of the decline in Legends sales, we were and still are very short on funds." "Then why didn't you just let go of some of the unnecessary personnel? Using your company as collateral is dangerous." "We already had to fire so many people during the financial crisis. If we lost any more, who will run the company?" "I suppose. Are you sure you can trust him? Isn't he the guy who released the League of Ancient on Coconut app?" "You know me, Dad. I'm not gullible enough to trust anyone in face value, but Woo-sung is all right. Besides, I got a solid contract." "Well, I trust you." "Then, as we decided, I will release the battle round earlier than our planned date." "All right, take care of it." Jung Jinsup nodded. Meanwhile, Mox's stock price continued to plummet. On November 1st, the government declares a national emergency due to the H1N1 pandemic. All public schools have closed and the Korean SAT exam has been postponed indefinitely. Woo-sung turned off the TV and checked Mox's stock price. $19.70. It was at its 52-week lowest. As it deteriorated, Woo-sung continued to buy more. He already owned 5. He made public disclosure of his ownership. He had Jung Jinsup's 15.5 as collateral. Another 15 was under someone else's name. KND as a company also owned 10. Woosung had a total of 45. If he included the stocks owned by his U.S. hedge fund, he had well over 50. Knowing this made him unable to stop his grin. Jung Jinsup. Woosung couldn't wait to see his face when he found out. Woosung checked the reviews on League of Ancient. Over 500,000 users. The most popular game online. Great reviews from gamers, as I expected. It was going as well as it did in his previous life. Woosung remained grinning ever so broadly and continued to read the news articles. The game was doing well in North America too. Everything moved according to his expectations. Blue S's sales were still rising while Coconut Talk users were ascending. Knock knock. Jang Guangchul walked in. "Sir, it's ready." Woosung nodded and followed him out. Inside the main office area were 2 large LED display boards on the wall. On the top board was a number, 5 million. It was the number of Blue S's total sales so far. All the employees looked at Woosung. Jang Guangchul, Park Byung-gi, and Hong Subum stood next to him. If you multiply that number by $600, it comes to $3 billion. $3 billion. People looked at him in excitement. Which means our sales have reached $3 billion. This is thanks to all of you who have supported me without question. Woosung glanced at Jang Guangchul, who coughed awkwardly. It wasn't easy, but we finally got here and we will go on even further. Woosung paused and continued. And I promise you, your bonuses this year won't be disappointing. Everyone applauded. Woosung went back into his room. Chapter 99. LT Game Kingdo. Jang Guangchul was excited. What a profit! This is amazing! I can't believe it! I'm glad. Glad? You should be jumping with joy. This is only the beginning. We need to do much better. You need to learn to enjoy your success. You know me, I have big dreams. I know. Jang Guangchul grumbled. Woosung asked Hong Subum, "How's it going in China?" "As you requested, I got an office in Zhongguancun and looked into the list of companies you gave. It's taking longer than I expected because of the H1N1 situation. Please contact as many Chinese companies as possible and get the investment through. This is as important as the coconut service itself. Tencent, Xiaomi, DJI, Alibaba." Woosung planned to invest in these companies, which he knew would become big in the future. "Yes, sir. I will work on it and let you know." Woosung replied, "I need to go to America for a while. I need to go meet the people who made Blue S possible in Silicon Valley." Jang Guangchul looked at Woosung doubtfully. He felt like there was another reason for Woosung's visit. "But you just got back. What are you planning to do?" "Haha, I didn't have a lot of time then because it was such a short trip. I'm telling you the truth." But Woosung had another plan. Dubai shock would happen at the end of this month. He planned to make money through crude oil future trading. "I need to do really well this time. Because of Dubai's moratorium, WTI crude oil price would dip." Woosung looked at Park Byung-gi and asked, "How's it going in Dayang? I heard they are coming out with a new smartphone. My sources tell me it would be released in March next year, but because of Blue S's success, they are trying to release it sooner. The real problem for us is how TK Telecom is refusing to launch Blue S." "That's not a problem. Blue S is already released through LU Telecom and TK Telecom users are switching to LU just to get Blue S." "Are you serious?" "Yes. It will get even worse for TK when Blue S2 is released." No one could argue with Woosung. A similar thing happened with iPhone when it was released in Korea. It was available only through LU Telecom, which caused a significant loss to TK. Woosung believed the same thing would happen with Blue S. Jang Guangchul looked at Woosung. "I wonder how many Blue S2 will get sold in Korea. We sold over 1 million Blue S. It will take some time, but I am expecting to sell at least 10 million. If we sell 10 million in Korea, then internationally. While Jang Guangchul gawked, Woo-sung turned to Park Byung-ki. I will let the office in America know. Please get ready for the mass production of Blue S2. This means the third factory in Gimpo needs to be ready ASAP. As soon as Dayang releases its new phone, we will release our S2 to compete against it. By the way, we got a call from the information department. The new Minister of Information wants to make an official announcement regarding the national employment rate at a business luncheon. Because KND recently hired so many people, you have been invited to this event. I'm not sure if you know, but the new minister Kim Woo-gyum is situated in Gimpo. As Woo-sung listened quietly, Park Byung-ki continued, many people will attend, including people from Dayang. It will be a good opportunity to make important acquaintances. All right, I will attend. Please RSVP. After the meeting, Woo-sung talked to Jang Guangchul in private. How's it going? Jang Guangchul knew exactly what Woo-sung was talking about. He replied, we have 17 so far. If we continue like this, the stock price may rise. Mox may be losing customers for now, but Legend still has a solid base of faithful fans. It could recover quickly. Woo-sung knew this as well. In his previous life, Legend was reborn as a mobile version, Legend M, a huge hit. Its new game, Battle Round, was an even bigger hit worldwide. How's League of Ancient doing? Great, as you predicted. We also took your suggestion and hired Lee Ari and Yu Sona as the official models for the game. Their signboards are apparently being sold in the black market because they are so popular. Woo-sung laughed. Haha, the display boards. That's right, and you remember Yu Sona, right? Jang Guangchul glanced at Woo-sung, who replied indifferently. Of course, I know her very well. He remembered that night, but he shook his head to focus. Then we are finally the major shareholder of Mox 17 under a different name, 12 under KND and 10 under my name. Jang Guangchul didn't know, but Woo-sung also had 15.5 as collateral from Young Jinsup. He also had 7 in the US account. It was a total of over 61. What are you planning to do? Are you going to do it? There's someone in Mox I know very well. He needed to remain close to Young Jinsup to take everything away from him. He also still needed Young Jinsup to get close to Choi Gi-chul. Then what are you planning? I will combine all the stocks in one spot. What? And someone else will attack Mox. Jang Guangchul couldn't understand what Woo-sung was talking about. Woo-sung continued, after the Dubai shock, I need to transfer the stocks, so please get the documents ready. Jang Guangchul replied, yes, sir. It will need to happen on December 24th, Christmas Eve. Jang Guangchul wanted to ask more questions, but he knew Woo-sung was done with this conversation. TK Telecom's Jun Tae-won gritted his teeth as his director approached him with a customer report. About 5,000 customers left our service. Is it because of Blue S? Yes, based on our survey. Is it that good? Jun Tae-won remembered meeting Woo-sung at the party. He had a bad feeling then. The director replied, per Dae-young's request, iPhone's release in Korea has been delayed, but we couldn't stop Blue S's launch by LU. What does Dae-young want? They have asked us to delay Blue S's release through TK, but they realized how much it's costing us. If this continues, we could lose up to 50 of our customers. What does our chairman say? He said he will trust your decision. Jun Tae-won gave this conundrum one thorough thought. If things continued like this, the company would have a big loss, but if they released Blue S, they would lose Dae-young's trust. Plus, he hated Woo-sung. The director asked, should I arrange a meeting with KND? No, that's not necessary. I will be meeting him at the upcoming business luncheon. He also had plenty of opportunities to meet Woo-sung at the KYLO meetings. The director suggested, I think we should consider launching Blue S. There is a rumor Blue S2 is in the works. Jun Tae-won still couldn't make a decision. He was rude to Woo-sung at the KYLO party. He admitted it was a stupid move. the director continued. If LU releases iPhone as well, we may not come out of this alive. Jun Tae-won nodded. The company's well-being was more important than his pride. All right, get in touch with KND. The director nodded and left the room. Woo Sung entered the luncheon in an expensive suit. Many familiar faces were already at the party. Some were from KYLO, while others were people he saw on TV. He also noticed TK Telecom's Jun Tae-won and Shin Semi. However, Woo Sung was looking for someone else. Choi Tae-min. Woo Sung realized that even if he took out Choi Gichul, Dae-yang would still survive if Choi Tae-min was there. Suddenly, someone tapped Woo Sung's shoulder from behind. Haha, we finally meet. I'm Choi Tae-min from Dae-yang. Behind Choi Tae-min were Choi Gi-tae and Choi Gichul. Woo Sung forced a smile on his face and shook his hand. Nice to meet you. Chapter 100, LT Game King GT. Choi Tae-min. Woo Sung had never met him before. It felt surreal, but he didn't feel nervous. He looked at the three brothers leisurely. It was clear Choi Tae-min was the leader of the three. He was smiling while the other two looked rigid. Woo Sung grinned. He bowed towards Choi Gi-tae. You are here too. Thank you so much for the smartphone parts. Thanks to you, Blue S is doing very well. I meant to call you, but this is even better now that I can tell you in person. Haha, no problem. Choi Tae-min frowned. Choi Gi-tae glanced at Choi Tae-min nervously. Woo Sung thought. So Choi Tae-min didn't know about this deal? Choi Tae-min turned to Woo Sung and said casually, I am hearing good things about KND. People say Blue S is beyond anyone's expectation. The second version of it is on its way. We are working very hard on it. Choi Tae-min smiled. Choi Gi-tae stepped forward and said to Woo Sung, I'm sure it will be a huge success just like Blue S1. Choi Tae-min again frowned briefly but didn't say anything. Woo Sung smiled and replied, Thank you. Woo Sung sat down in his designated chair. He looked around and glanced at others' name cards. Dae-yang, Nuri Finances, TK Telecom. All the biggest companies in Korea. Suddenly Woo Sung spotted Shin Semi. And that must be Shin Young-won. Besides, Shin Semi was a tall, older man. Woo Sung knew right away. He had seen him on the news a few times before. Woo Sung's eyes met Shin Semi's. Shin Young-won whispered to his daughter, and Shin Semi's cheeks reddened. Shin Young-won walked up to Woo Sung confidently. Nice to meet you. You must be KND's Kang Woo Sung? Woo Sung stood up and shook his hand. Yes, that's right. I have heard good things about you. I hear you are a VIP at Nuri Finances. I have been lucky. A few millions can be earned with luck, but not $1 billion. You know this as well as I do. Shin Semi pulled her father's arms lightly. Nuri Enterprise. Woo Sung had no need for this company. When Woo Sung remained silent, Shin Young-won asked knowingly, My company is no use to you, is that it? Woo Sung replied, Currently, I have no need to borrow any money. I did hear your smartphone is doing very well. Woo Sung had no time to waste on this man right now. He had more important things to do, including monitoring the Choi brothers. Woo Sung gave a short, offhand answer. Thank you. Shin Semi frowned at Woo Sung's attitude, but Shin Young-won found it amusing. Gosh, my legs are killing me. I think I need to sit down for a second. He then sat beside Woo Sung. Shin Semi pulled his arm again, but he didn't budge. You have met my daughter, Shin Semi, right? I heard you used to work at Nuri Finances as a developer. That's right. That's amazing. It has only been a year, yet here you are. Woo Sung didn't reply, but Shin Young-won continued. I tried to scout you, but obviously, I failed. I also tried to make your acquaintance, but that didn't work out either. Shin Young-won smiled meaningfully. But I think things will work out all right in the end. My daughter will tell you. Shin Young-won then stood up and left. Shin Semi looked at her father in embarrassment, while Woo Sung grinned at her. Suddenly Jun Tae-won came by. Chairman Shin is still so mean. How are you guys doing? Both Woo-sung and Shin semi-frowned at his appearance. Jun Tae-won announced proudly, I have good news for you. TK Telecom has decided to launch Blue S, so please make sure you are ready to supply us with the products. KND didn't need TK for Blue S's sales, but Jun Tae-won said it as if he was doing Woo-sung a favor. Woo-sung replied rigidly, I will look into it when I get a chance. Haha, if you don't get to it fast, you might lose us. If that's the case, then that's fine with me. Wow, what confidence. Are you saying you're going to refuse to sell the phone to us? The air became tense. Jun Tae-won glared at Woo-sung, who replied, Yes. I don't feel like I need you at all. Shin semi-frowned at Woo-sung. TK Telecom owned 50% of Korean mobile business. If KND lost TK, it meant KND lost 50% of the market. Jun Tae-won laughed clumsily. Ha, ha ha ha. He quickly reddened in anger. Woo-sung ignored him and turned to Shin Semi. I don't think this is a good time for our conversation. Shall we meet later, perhaps? Jun Tae-won glared at Woo-sung. They were now officially enemies. Jun Tae-won replied, Then I guess TK needs to reconsider this. Woo-sung said in a bored tone, Whatever. Suddenly Lee Sung-hyun came by and placed his hand on Woo-sung's shoulder. Haha, this is getting really ugly. No, we were just talking business. Haha, you are always working, President Kang. No wonder you're so successful. Woo-sung couldn't be rude to Lee Sung-hyun. Woo-sung smiled and replied, No, it's all thanks to you. But I didn't do anything. You gave me the chance to meet so many important people. Haha, I'm flattered. Lee Sung-hyun turned to Jun Tae-won. Vice President Jun, may I borrow Woo-sung for a while? There are a few people who would like to meet him. Oh, of course. Then let's go, Woo-sung. Lee Sung-hyun took Woo-sung to the new Minister of Information, who was chatting with Choi Tae-min. Lee Sung-hyun said to the minister, Minister Kim, congratulations. Oh, Attorney Lee, it's all thanks to you. No way. It's all thanks to my father. Father. People frowned at the not-so-subtle mention of the President of Korea. Lee Sung-hyun continued, This is KND's Kang Woo-sung. Minister Kim shook Woo-sung's hand. Nice to meet you. Kim Woo-gyum. He used to be the chief of strategy for the current President Lee Park-sung during the election. Woo-sung remembered reading about his profile online. How do you do? I am KND's Kang Woo-sung. Choi Tae-min looked unhappy as Kim Woo-gyum focused on Woo-sung instead of him. Minister Kim told Woo-sung, Thank you so much for building a factory in Gimpo. It has helped the area a lot with many new jobs. I am happy to be of help. Lee Sung-hyun patted Woo-sung's shoulder and added, Other companies selfishly build factories in China to save money, but Woo-sung here chose to be a patriot and help our country by creating new jobs. Don't you think he is a great businessman? Kim Woo-gyum glanced at Choi Tae-min awkwardly and replied, Haha, oh, of course. And if you remember, my father's main election promise was decreasing the cost of telecommunication for the public. Kim Woo-gyum nodded and replied, I have been thinking about that. It will be difficult to keep that promise. Woo-sung has the answer for that problem. Everyone turned to Woo-sung in shock. Woo-sung realized what Lee Sung-hyun meant to do. Woo-sung is interested in becoming the fourth mobile carrier to decrease public's cost and provide a better service. Jun Tae-won's eyes widened in anger. Woo-sung replied casually, I am ready for the next step. I will make this industry better. Kim Woo-gyum laughed. Haha, I like your confidence. I know it won't be easy, and I'm not asking for a favor. All I ask is for you to be fair and consider my proposal with an open mind. But I don't have much authority over that industry. I realize the mobile industry is a responsibility of the Ministry of Communication, but the financing plan will be reviewed by you. Kim Woo-gyum tapped Woo-sung's shoulder encouragingly. All right, I will be fair. Good luck. Woo-sung bowed deeply. Thank you. Jun Taewon fumed in anger. The Choi brothers also looked unhappy with this new development. Lee Sung-hyun talked to Woo Sung in private. Please don't think I'm using you in any way. Haha, I don't think that. I know businesses like this work best when prepared in closed doors, but I just couldn't stand how those guys abuse their power. They have been increasing the mobile user fees and won't even listen to the president's request. Something is needed to be done. Woo Sung listened quietly. By the way, I have suggested your algorithm trading to the National Pension Plan Department. The final decision will be made in May next year. Thank you. Are you really serious about the mobile carrier business? You're doing so well with your smartphone. I'm not sure if getting into such a difficult industry is a good idea for you. I am all in. Lee Sung-hyun laughed and Woo Sung did the same. They were becoming good friends.